What is this here again? Well, okay, well, I'm going to joke. So what I'm going to see is, Nyari, because it doesn't really, you're just going to have a budget's going to start or not. That in the word, I guess you get the sort of us a tank of Garako, then yet in the stars, you Hunzagi, then a Guegus Cutnik and Ungwe. They tell you what I do a Guades in the Ganyat de Gerdo, then a Guego or Quadzeri or Noka Supa. They tell you what I do. Yet the sort of gun there on the heads that are going to go Rio, ready how way. I don't care again, had Damdawe because of Stassera and Ganungwe. Damdawe out on Hetzer and the Asat Nigat Dardige, Ganyaga Haga, Radinato, Ronata, Roni, Dano, Riscarewage, Dano, Damdawe out on Hetzer and Aguego on a Gordon, a Guyana Rassera, Scana Goa, Dano, Ori Wheel, Gariwa Gori Shunsera. No. Skana, because it's Tassera, Gariwa Gori Shunsera. Yeah, okay, so as you know, that whenever we get together for meeting, council, ceremony, anything of importance, we always have to carry out the Ahonda Gariwa Dekwa first. This is the words that come before all else. It's where we give thanks for the things in creation that have created us and the things that we need to continue to sustain us.
Buenas tardes a todas y a todos, un gusto tenerles aquí y como siempre cuando empezamos este tipo de encuentros se comienza con el Ahonda Gariwatekwa, quiere decir las palabras que estaban ahí antes de todo y es lo que nos ha creado, lo que estaba ahí antes de nosotros y que continúa dándonos nuestro sustento.
And so we always begin by giving our thanks to the great spiral of creation. When we look into the nighttime sky, you are not looking into cold, dark, empty, lifeless space the way that non-native science would lead you to believe. Instead, you are looking into the living, vibrant body of our great mother, of Sky Woman herself. And so we give thanks to her, to Sky Woman, as it is she who has given us spirit.
Y siempre comenzamos agradeciendo a la mujer cielo, que cuando vemos en la noche el cielo lleno de estrellas, no estamos viendo un cuerpo vacío y sin vida, sino que estamos viendo el cuerpo de la mujer cielo que nos da nuestro espíritu y el espíritu de todas las cosas, y por eso le agradecemos.
From there, we give our thanks to the beating heart of our Mother Earth, to our grandmother Moon. It is she who regulates the flow of the lifeblood in all things, not just the great bodies of water. As you know, she moves the oceans back and forth, creating the tides. But if she can move those great bodies of water, then you know that she can move the water in your eyelid, the water in your eyeballs, the water in a worm, in a blade of grass. And so we give thanks to her, to our grandmother Moon, as it is she who has given us blood.
Y después le damos las gracias a nuestra abuela Luna, quien es literalmente el corazón latiente de nuestra madre tierra. Es ella quien nos da nuestras aguas, quien las regula, las aguas de lo más pequeñito, de un charco hasta los océanos. Y entonces le agradecemos porque nos da nuestra sangre.
From there, we give our thanks to our Mother Earth, regardless of what color you are, what language you speak, where you have grown out from our Mother Earth, or what you imagine divides us. We all come from the same mother, making us all family, sisters, brothers, cousins. We are all of the same family, but not of an exclusive human family. We are of the family of our Mother Earth. And so we give thanks to her, to our Mother Earth, as it is she who has given us body.
Y después le damos las gracias a nuestra madre tierra, quien es nuestra mami de todas y todos, poco importa de dónde venimos, de qué divisiones queremos creer que existen, es ella quien nos da nuestro cuerpo y el cuerpo de todos los seres vivientes, y por eso le agradecemos.
From there, we give our thanks to all the women, from the newest born baby girl to the eldest grandmother, as they carry the sacred title of life giver into the world and are to be honored and respected as such. We give thanks to them for in this world, the mothers in all strains of life, not just humans, the mothers of puppy dogs, the mothers of butterflies, the mothers of all things. And so we give thanks to them, to the mothers of all strains of life, for in this world they give us purpose and direction.
Y después le damos las gracias a todas las madres, las dadoras de vida, desde la más pequeñita recién nacida hasta la más ancianita de las abuelitas, porque son ellas las madres de nuestras naciones, son ellas quienes nos dan nuestro objetivo y nuestra dirección.
From there, we gave our thanks to all the waters and all the medicines in all the shapes and forms they come in.
Y después le damos las gracias a todas las aguas y todas las medicinas en todas las formas en las que se nos presentan.
This is to remind us that waters come in many different shapes and forms.
Y esto es para que recordemos que las aguas vienen de distintas formas.
You know waters, of course, as water, something that we drink,
Y conocen el agua como algo que bebemos, por ejemplo.
something that flows in the rivers, the streams, and pools, and in the oceans.
Algo que va a fluir en los ríos, en los riachuelos.
But water is also, as you know, what falls out of the sky. It's still in the same droplet or liquid form.
Así como lo que cae del cielo.
But before it rains, the clouds, this is water.
Y antes de que llueva, las nubes también son agua.
You know that snow is water.
La nieve.
So the North Pole, the South Pole, the frozen glaciers all around the earth, this is all water, of course.
Y todo lo que es congelado también es agua.
It's just in different shapes, different forms.
Solo que en distintas formas.
And so water comes in many different shapes and forms, comes in the shape of a tree, comes in the shape of us, everything that we are made of, our bone, the most solid parts of us made of water.
Y entonces los árboles, nuestro cráneo, cada parte está constituida a partir del agua.
Everything that is built 100% on water. It's just at different levels of critical mass and how it constitutes itself.
Y todo tiene distintos niveles de constitución y todo viene a partir del agua.
And so water is even what you are breathing in right now, what is right here, right in front of your face. You're breathing in water.
Y inclusive lo que están enfrente de ustedes que no se ve, pero está también constituido a partir del agua.
So when we say to give thanks to all the waters, all the shapes and forms they come in, all the medicines, the medicine is the different shapes and forms of water that is constituted, like a tree, like a rock, like soft flesh, feathers of birds, everything constituted 100% of water, but in different shapes and forms. This is the diversity of life. This is the medicine of our mother.
Y las medicinas, por supuesto, también están constituidas del agua, es decir, un ave, la pluma de un ave, las hierbas, todo lo que nos da nuestra madre tierra está constituido de agua y son medicinas.
From there, we gave our thanks to our ancestors that carried the good mind.
Y de ahí le agradecemos a nuestros ancestros que portan el buen espíritu.
And this is important to understand that all of us, our bloodlines, somewhere in our line, there's something that was corrupted. Somebody was corrupted, maybe not, say, was a murderer, but there was some corruptions. There was some corruptions that we had to work out of ourselves through the process of evolution.
Y es importante resaltar que en nuestras líneas de sangre lo más seguro es que haya habido algún tipo de corrupciones.
And so literally when we say we call upon our ancestors, we are literally reaching back behind us to grab or to pull from what's there, to pull it up here.
Y literalmente cuando hacemos llamado a nuestros ancestros, estamos haciendo llamado a todo lo que se encuentra atrás y lo estamos jalando al presente.
So let's just imagine. We call upon our ancestors and we leave it at that. And we reach behind us and we grab them. And we know that there's good ancestors and there's bad ancestors. So we're not taking just the good, we're actually taking bad and bringing it up here through time that was maybe back there 100 years ago or a couple of hundred or even 1,000 years ago, and reaching up and reaching back and bringing it up here in our time.
Entonces, si nada más decimos nuestros ancestros, vamos a traer a lo que sea bueno y también lo que sea malo.
So we have to identify our ancestors exclusively who carried the good mind. We do not call upon any bad. All bad is pushed aside.
Y es por eso que identificamos que hacemos llamado al espíritu de nuestros ancestros que portaban el buen espíritu para no traer nada que pueda ser negativo.
So when we're calling upon our ancestors who carry the good mind, reaching back into our past, we are reaching for knowledge, accumulated knowledge to take that from the past and to incorporate it into the present so that it's the process of not having to repeat ourselves, not having to constantly reinvent the wheel.
Y es para traer todo el conocimiento acumulado y que no tengamos que reinventar la historia cada vez.
So this is the way of all the original peoples to not be like the non-native world, where all of a sudden every generation is the one in power and they're the ones creating policies and they're the ones who know. No, this is stupidity. It's like staying stuck in the mud, just spinning your wheels, never getting anywhere, but actually getting stuck deeper in the mud.
Y es para no quedarse siempre atrapados como en un círculo vicioso.
So when we call upon our ancestors, this is to take everything, like we said, in our evolution, take the smart stuff, the knowledge, the wisdom, and to incorporate it into today. This makes us part of a continuum, as opposed to democracy. There is no continuum. Each generation is the new model, the new version, with no connection to the previous.
Y de esta forma, siendo llamado al buen espíritu de nuestros ancestros, se trae toda la evolución para que esté al modelo más avanzado, en lugar de la democracia, que cada generación es algo nuevo y quieren hacer un nuevo modelo sin tener en cuenta todo lo que existió antes.
And so we call on all that, the good mind, to show us how. We ask them to show us how to return our mothers back to their natural seat of authority within all our nations so they can manage all our people properly once again.
Y entonces hacemos llamado a ese buen espíritu de nuestros ancestros para que nos ayuden a hacer que nuestras madres puedan volver al sitio de autoridad que les corresponde y así poder volver a manejar a la gente de nuevo de la forma en la que se debe.
From there, we ask our ancestors to help us to rediscover, each of us, to revisit the great law of peace within us. Not to say great law of peace is something external that it's out there. No, great law of peace is inside of us. It is imprinted into our DNA.
Y de ahí pedimos que también nos ayuden a que la gran ley de la paz vuelva, pero cuando hablamos de eso, la gran ley de la paz no es algo que se encuentra afuera y que vamos a agarrar, sino que vuelva dentro de nosotros, que se impregne en nosotros.
And the reason why we ask this, to help us to return our mothers back to power, is so that we can be managed properly once again, meaning to remove all corruptions from us. The systems, the so-called political systems of the non-native, these are evil corruptions that actually distort our humanity.
Y cuando decimos que nuestras madres nos vuelvan a manejar de la forma en la que se debe, es porque hoy todos los sistemas que se encuentran en posición son completamente corruptos, son de dominación masculina que inclusive evacúan el papel de las madres.
And so there's two different approaches or two different areas of resistance to corruption.
Entonces hay dos tipos de áreas para resistir a la corrupción.
There's what the original peoples all around the world, the native peoples, have been resisting for here, at least the last 500 years, around the world, for thousands.
De un lado está todo lo que los pueblos originarios han estado resistiendo de todo tipo de corrupciones y esto alrededor del mundo.
So we resist the non-native male-dominant European corruption by staying true to our identity, which is matrilineal.
Y resistimos manteniéndonos en nuestra identidad, lo que es la matrilinealidad.
Not matriarchal. Do not make the mistake of thinking that the two are the same.
No matriarcado, porque no hay que hacer el error de que pensar que ambos son lo mismo.
And the other side of resistance to corruption has to come from the non-native people of European descent.
Y el otro lado de la resistencia a la corrupción tiene que venir de los pueblos no indígenas.
Now, the non-native people, European people for thousands of years now, they've all been the manifestation of corruption.
Es decir, de la gente de descendencia europea, quienes han sido, después de que llegaron a este territorio, la manifestación de la corrupción.
As individuals, just like anybody, as an individual, that person is a good person on their own, very good person, probably be the nicest person on the planet. But when you put the non-native European into a collective, this is where they become distorted, because the collective that they are in is in the corruption of democracy.
Y la gente puede ser buena como individuos, pero en el momento en el que participan en el sistema, inclusive aunque no participen, pero por ser parte de ese sistema democrático, en ese momento su colectividad se vuelve la corrupción.
As you know, democracy is a self-inflicted state of schizophrenia upon everyone and anyone who participates in it, to whatever degree you participate in it.
Y la democracia es un estado autoinfligido de esquizofrenia en cualquier persona que participe en él, sin importar a qué nivel.
But it doesn't matter to what degree you participate. You could say out of you, if there's 100% of you, if you participate 100% or just 0.5%.
Y pueden participar 100% o 0.5%.
All it takes is just that one little dip, one little touch to democracy, and you are completely poisoned.
Y lo que es necesario solamente una pequeña gotita de esa corrupción y ya están completamente invadidos.
And so it's the non-native people who is what's missing out of the equation of resisting corruption. Non-native people just are not resisting corruption.
Entonces son los no indígenas los que no están en la ecuación de la resistencia ante la corrupción.
They may think they are when they're protesting against mandatory masks in school or mandatory vaccine passports or stuff like that. They may think that they're protesting something and resisting corruption, but they're in it. It's like me protesting myself.
Y puede que crean que lo están haciendo cuando van a hacer protestas y manifestaciones, por ejemplo, en contra de las máscaras en las escuelas o algo así, pero todo, inclusive estas protestas, hacen parte de este sistema de democracia.
So what's missing out of this equation of humanity is you have all the humans, the original peoples who have been maintaining what we've been doing all along, our identity, resisting corruption. But in the non-native world, they are all part and parcel participating in the corruption. There is none, very few, that are actually resisting.
Y en el lado no indígena, entonces hay muy pocos que están resistiendo a esta corrupción.
So because basically it's like this, non-native world. They go out and they protest, hold a protest sign. No matter what it is, the issue, doesn't matter. What are you protesting against? You're protesting against something that you view as a corruption. Where did that corruption come from? It came from being given the right to exist from within your political system. Where does the power of your political system come from? When you, the person who's protesting, votes in that political system. So the non-native people are just stuck like a dog chasing their tail around in a vicious circle, never getting anywhere.
Entonces, ¿de qué sirve hacer una protesta si al fin y al cabo la misma persona después va a ir a votar? Entonces es como estar atrapado en un completo círculo vicioso.
And so the non-native world only has compliance, regardless of what it looks like to you. Like we said, oh, you're fighting City Hall. No, you're not fighting City Hall because you pay your taxes to City Hall. You vote in City Hall. You, the non-native, is the corruption. So you being the corruption, are you going to fight against yourself?
Y pueden decir que están haciendo protestas en contra del municipio, por ejemplo, pero pagan impuestos al municipio, entonces son parte de la corrupción.
And so this is the point of realization that everybody, not just non-native people, but native people also must arrive at.
Y esta es la conclusión a la que todos deben llegar.
In order for us to be able to be true to our own words,
Para que podamos ser verdaderos con nuestras palabras.
Meaning to make you not a liar.
Es decir, para no ser mentirosos.
Because everybody, just take for instance, my people, and I'll focus on my people here in Gunawaga.
Porque, por ejemplo, mi propia gente aquí en Canaguague,
First off, they're not Ganyangahaga people. They all identify as Mohawks.
para empezar, no son gañangajagas, se autoidentifican como Mohawks.
And Mohawks have gotten this what's the word I'm looking for here? This identity of like resisting, of standing up and fighting against your oppressor.
Y los Mohawks tienen esta identidad como que se van a levantar y luchar contra su opresor.
Now that's what the rest of the world may think when they're looking at the Mohawks, especially at the Mohawks of Gunawaga, because this is where the army was centered around during the so-called Gulf War invasion, that Canada had more troops, 5,000 troops stationed here and only 4,000 in Iraq.
Y eso es lo que se puede percibir en el sentido de que cuando hubo, por ejemplo, la crisis aquí, en ese momento Canadá tenía más tropas aquí que en la guerra de Afganistán.
But the reality of the people here in Gunawaga is they're all a bunch of sellouts because they all participate in the genocidal imposed elective system.
Pero la realidad es que en Canaguague toda la gente ya se vendió porque todos participan en el sistema vendido del sistema de banda.
So here's a prime example, Gunawaga, of a person or a group of people saying, this is what we are, but they're actually the opposite thing. Prime example of words being lies, making the person a liar.
Y ese es el ejemplo principal de cómo una persona o un grupo de gente pueden decir yo soy esto, pero en realidad están haciendo lo contrario, entonces se vuelven mentirosos.
So in this opening, we are basically calling upon our ancestors, everything that we know inside of us, to sort it all out so that we will not be a liar, so that only the words that we speak is what we will manifest.
Entonces hacemos estas palabras para que no nos volvamos mentirosos y que solamente lo que digamos se manifieste.
And so from there, we asked our ancestors to return the true spirit of peace, power, and righteousness to the people.
Y de ahí le pedimos a nuestros ancestros que nos ayuden a que el verdadero espíritu de la paz, el poder y el buen camino regresen a la gente.
Now, there is a reason that certain words are spoken the same way that if you are, let's see, it's a good example here. If you're baking a cake and you're following a recipe, well, you're going to read the recipe and it's going to say stuff, put this stuff in.
Y hay una razón por la cual se dicen estas palabras específicas. Es decir, si ustedes van a cocinar algo, una receta, pues hay ingredientes necesarios y proceso para hacerlo.
So in your mind, when you're reading the recipe, you're actually saying what it identifies has to be in that recipe. So let's say bananas, it's banana cake.
Y en su mente, si están leyendo, digamos, una receta para hacer pan de plátano,
so we're not going to say pineapples. We're going to have to say bananas. If we want the cake to be, to turn out to be a cake, we have to follow the recipe.
entonces no vamos a decir algo con las piñas.
And so the recipe to peace is very, what's the word here? It's very explicit, not explicit, very
Straightforward.
very evident. It's very clear.
Y entonces la receta para la paz es muy clara.
It's like the path itself identifies itself.
El camino en sí mismo se autoidentifica.
Just like you, if you're always around a bunch of liars, and then all of a sudden, well, there's somebody speaking truth. You're going to know the difference. You're going to feel the difference. You're going to feel the current going in the opposite direction.
Como si ustedes están acostumbrados a escuchar puras mentiras y de repente escuchan a alguien que dice la verdad, pues lo sienten.
So the science to the human being as to how concepts are extrapolated out of our thoughts into manifesting in the physical world, there is a science to it.
Y hay una ciencia de cómo los pensamientos se manifiestan en el mundo físico.
Just like your cake, you could have all the ingredients and throw it all together and think that it's going to work, but people who make cakes, you know that, well, it's at a certain time, a certain ingredient has to be first, and then another one has to be put in at a certain time. You know, mind you, some could be put in any time, but this is what the reality of what cooks know. Mind you, I'm not a cook.
Como lo que significa hacer este pastel de plátano, seguir el orden de los ingredientes.
But my mother was a cook, and I watched her cook, and I helped her cook with a lot of stuff that I made sure because I loved all the stuff she ate, so I was always there helping her.
Y aunque yo no cocino, ayudé a mi mamá muchas veces para saber cómo hacer las cosas.
So it's my mother's teachings in all things that all of these things incorporated together that makes up myself.
Y son las enseñanzas de mi madre que me constituyen.
And in there, as to what she has taught me, is that there is an order to thought.
Y lo que me enseñó es que hay un orden para el pensamiento.
This is a very small example, but peace, power, righteousness.
Y este es un pequeño ejemplo, pero estamos hablando de la paz, el poder y el buen camino.
You can say power, righteousness, peace, you know, but there is an order.
Y podrían decir poder, buen camino y paz, pero por algo hay un orden.
When we establish peace between ourselves, this makes us powerful because our two energies are now combined.
Cuando establecemos la paz entre nosotros, podemos tener un poder porque ahora nuestros poderes están combinados.
And since we have come together in peace, then this power that is the result of it is a righteous power. It makes us righteous.
Y puesto que nuestro poder está combinado como resultado de la paz, eso lo hace el buen camino.
Now, maybe righteous is too big of a word for some people to accept, so just put it as being free of corruption. Just say being a good person.
Y si el buen camino suena así como que algo demasiado, pues entonces hay que decir tal vez algo libre de corrupción.
And so this is what we ask our ancestors to help us, to show us how to return these things.
Y eso es lo que le pedimos a nuestros ancestros del buen espíritu, que nos ayuden a que esto vuelva.
And the reason why we do that, asking our ancestors to carry the good mind, is because the fact is that we may think that we are the most advanced people. We're the greatest thing since sliced bread. No, the current version of humans are the stupidest people ever to exist on the planet. So we have to reach back in time to where there was smart people who knew how to create peace, wage peace, maintain it. We have to look back in our past in order to walk into our future.
Y hoy la gente se cree como que son los más inteligentes y los más evolucionados de la historia, pero en realidad hoy la gente, como se ha vuelto, es la gente más tonta. Entonces hay que volver al pasado, a donde había gente con pensamiento inteligente para que nos ayuden a salir de los problemas en los que nos encontramos.
So our future is actually in our past.
Entonces nuestro futuro se encuentra en nuestro pasado.
And so now one of the things that we're going to discuss, that we're going to go into first about our past,
Y una de las cosas que vamos a hablar con respecto a nuestro pasado
is I believe we have a guest here with Delphina. I'm sorry, I don't know the name. I just know that you have onondaga corn, and that apparently right now you're cleaning your corn. So we're gonna talk about this right now. You may think some people may think like it's insignificant. What's the purpose in talking of it? Corn, as you know, is the source of peace. It's what has enabled migratory people to become stationary and to establish protocols of peace amongst us.
Entonces tenemos con Delfina a un invitado especial que tiene maíz con adaga. Entonces ustedes van a decir, bueno, ¿y qué tiene que ver el maíz con el pasado y todo esto? Pero hay protocolos de paz porque el maíz justamente es el originador de la paz. Entonces todo tiene que ver con esto.
Okay, so Delphina, why don't you set up the story here, where it comes from, how it comes about, all of this. There you go, we leave it to you. Ya we'll go.
Entonces, Delfina, te dejamos el piso abierto para que nos cuentes cómo ocurrió todo esto.
It's gonna go.
It's gonna go.
It's good to see everybody. Anyway, today I'm here on the territory of the Lekwegen in Victoria, British Columbia. And I just want to say that my name is Delphina. My mother's name, I'm the daughter of Alin, the granddaughter of Albertina, the great granddaughter of Albertina, and up the line from Quebec.
Delfina dice que se encuentra en el territorio de Liz. ¿Cómo digo? What was the name? Lekwegen, gracias. Lekwegen, en Victoria, en Columbia Británica, y también se presenta de forma matrilineal mencionando el nombre de su mami y de su abuelita.
So a few of you may remember that back in August 2019, I was in Arizona, and I would go back and forth. And so anyway, in Arizona, on August the 30th, at that time, there were a lot of fires in Flagstaff. It was a very, very hot summer. And I was introduced to the white corn in Arizona, and also there were Hopi corn at the time too. And I was gifted a corn, and went to the mountain and did prayers with it. And anyway, I turned it to a drawing or a painting, and that was August the 30th. Anyway, so that painting I showed to the Longhouse. Do you want to translate? I'm sorry, that's that's a lot.
Entonces, Delfina dice que en agosto de 2019 ella se encontraba en Arizona. Y de hecho, tenemos una historia con Delfina de que nos enseñó una pintura que había hecho con respecto a un maíz, porque fue justamente en este verano, cuando estaban todos los fuegos, los incendios más bien, que tuvo esta conexión con el maíz Hopi, y me parece que eso fue todo, y maíz blanco.
So, so shortly after that, I came back to Canada, and I've been in BC since September of 2019, and here is in Lekwegen territory, and I met my friend Israel. His name is Israel Alvarez. From Mexico, and I was absolutely stunned to see his amazing tortillas that were done in the traditional way, and I felt like the corn was speaking to me.
Y entonces yo vine acá para vivir después, y fue así como conocí a mi amigo Israel Álvarez, y estuve completamente sorprendida de ver el tipo de tortillas que hacía con su maíz.
Picture. So, this corn has been feeding my spirit from the tortillas, and also the mole, and so much more, and his beautiful spirit. So, so this I guess the past few months I showed Israel the picture of the painting, and this past weekend I just felt like Spirit was saying, this needs now to go to Israel. Like there's a completion, there's a circle that has happened, and what you're looking at the pictures are of Israel with the painting and the white corn, which is Onondaga. So it's there's a circle. There's a circle here that's happened, and there's the pictures. So
Entonces, esta pintura yo la tenía y viendo todo el trabajo que hace Israel, yo sentí que tenía que dársela, que tenía que entregársela. Entonces, con esta imagen que está Israel con la pintura y atrás el maíz blanco o una daga, bueno, me parece que hace como un círculo completo la historia.
So now I'd like to introduce him to you. Get the pictures on so you can see him. So Israel Alvarez, I'll just have him speak to you and then introduce himself to you in the matrilineal way. So when the camera changes, there we go. Okay, so here is.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, it's gonna go.
Paragoa presents.
Nah. Grab that.
He's gonna get his. He's gonna go right back.
Come on, wait.
I see there. There he is.
Oh my God.
See? He's good. That's what we're doing.
This one is a little bit scraggly.
Este está como que un poquito arrugadito.
We had a very rough season on our corn.
Tuvimos una época bien dura este año.
We had an infestation of squirrels.
Para variar un montón de ardillas.
And the fact is that this summer we were really just too busy. Our garden was there, but there was nobody to really take care of it the way that it should have been.
Y ese verano estuvimos tan ocupados que no se pudo cuidar el jardín de la forma adecuada.
But at least we have our garden. We have what we could get out of there. But all the other stuff that we were doing that made us so busy, that took us away from the garden, was all the important seeds that were being planted out there in the minds of the children and all the things that we were doing.
Pero al menos lo más importante es que se plantaron semillas en las mentes de los niños, que eran donde estábamos ocupados todo el tiempo.
Can you tell us how and where you got your corn?
¿Nos podrías decir cómo fue que obtuviste tu maíz?
Yes, of course. The corn comes from an Iroquois guy that I met 2 months ago in my shop here in Victoria. He was walking down the street and he looked at the shop and he found the name of maize, and then he saw nixtamal. So he stopped with his wife, looked around, and decided to enter to the shop. And they spoke to me and they said, "What kind of corn are you using?" And I say, "I'm using organic BC corn." And he said, "I have Iroquois seeds that I've been planting for the last year, and I wanted to show you something that I have." And then he returned 2 weeks later with a kilogram of Iroquois white corn, ready to be nixtamalized. So I put myself into a new mission to try this corn. And I know he was something very special for him, something with a lot of a history and a spiritual way that I think he decided to borrow this from Erde and give it to me. And then so I turned this corn into tortillas and I gave it back to him to feed his family. The moment he tried the tortillas, I think he was traveling in spirit. And then a month later, he started sending me pictures about the crops that he's been planting and growing corn. I got goose in my body when I saw those pictures. And then a week later, he texted me and he gave me a phone call. And then he basically wanted to bring his harvest to my shop. So I didn't have a space to do all this process. And then, but I knew that I had a responsibility to continue with his work and to finish his work. So I have a friend here that his name is Thomas, and Thomas he's been trying things in the past, and then he gave himself to this homework to try the corn that you see in the back, and now it's pretty much red.
Yeah.
Entonces el maíz vino de un señor que se encontraba caminando, y si algo olvidé me corriges, Israel, iba caminando y se encontró su tiendita. La tienda dice maíz y dice nixtamal. Entonces entró y era un señor iroquois que fue y empezaron a hablar del maíz y le dijo que tenía maíz blanco y le preguntó qué maíz Israel trabajaba y le dijo que trabajaba con un maíz orgánico. Entonces, después de 2 semanas volvió el señor con muchas semillas de maíz para dárselas a Israel. Y después, ahora un amigo de él que se llama Tomás, él fue el que se dio la tarea de secar todos los maíces que se ven atrás y ahora ya está prácticamente listo. Entonces, otra cosa importante es que Israel le dio tortillas de vuelta como en intercambio para que pudiera alimentar a su familia, porque eso es lo que hace Israel, transforma el maíz en tortillas.
So after it's been about 7 days since we start hanging out the corn. Now is about to get ready, and that's my story about Iroquois corn in my hands, and how much I appreciate these seeds, because these are jewels for me. These are seeds that many people in this part of the world don't understand how important and how we become one with the seeds of corn and his history behind that give us freedom and power.
Y esa es la historia de cómo el maíz blanco llegó a Israel y para él es como una joya, es un tesoro. Y hay muchísima gente en ese lado del mundo que no entiende la importancia del maíz, pero el maíz es, cuando nos conectamos con él, es como somos uno y hay una comunicación tan importante que ocurre. Entonces, esa es la historia de cómo llegó allá.
I seen the picture that I guess it was you that posted, or maybe it was Delphina. I didn't know where it came from, but I seen the picture of your corn hanging. And I thought, wow, who's hanging their corn like that? Wow, that looks so beautiful. It's a different way than what we're used to seeing the way the corn is hung. Normally what we do is we'll make a big braid interwoven. They could hang about 6 feet. And that's what we hang from the tops of the longhouse or wherever to dry. But the way when I seen the picture that you got, man, I thought this is different. You know, it looked really beautiful. It's like a good, just a different way of seeing it. It's really beautiful. I gotta compliment you on the way that you hung it out there. As we know, corn is, of course, for all the stuff, the way that you just said, of course, but then there's just the beauty of it, of just looking at it. You know, just to have it hanging there. If you're fortunate enough to have a braid of corn hanging in your house, you know, you have that beautiful thing to look at, but also the smell that is permeating the air without you even knowing and realizing what's going into your mind by smelling and seeing that.
En esta semana vi una foto, ha de haber sido Delfina quien la puso en el Facebook y dije, ay, ¿quién está colgando su maíz de esa forma tan bonita? Entonces ahora que lo veo y que sé que eres tú, aquí colgamos los maíces de una forma distinta, hacemos como una gran trenza y puede ser una trenza larga para colgarlos a secar. Entonces la forma en la que se puso allá está como bien linda. Entonces es nada más hermoso ver cómo el maíz trabaja con su espíritu.
Do you know the guy's name, where he's from, the person who shared the corn with you?
¿Conoces el nombre de la persona que te dio el maíz?
His name is Cody.
Do you know
Cody.
what nation?
No, I have a picture of him I can probably show you.
Su nombre es Cody y tengo una foto de él que te podría enseñar.
He also dries tobacco for ceremonial purposes.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Y
wow.
también seca tabaco para hacer ceremonias, con propósitos ceremoniales.
That's interesting that you relay that, because this is something that all our people know, that when we travel, when we go somewhere else, we may be engulfed or absorbed in the culture or the way that the society is in the other place, but we always keep our core, say like our core values, or connected to those core things.
Es interesante que cuentes esto porque a pesar de que viajemos o vayamos por varios lugares, siempre vamos a quedarnos enraizados a nuestros valores fundamentales.
It is how, basically how the people stay connected to their sanity, to their identity.
Y es así que la gente se queda conectada a su un espíritu sano.
Okay, all right, wait, I'm gonna come up, take a look.
Nada más me voy a acercar para verle mejor.
Okay, he looks like he may be maybe Oneida or Cayuga.
Pareciera como que fuera Oneida o Cayuga.
Might be Cayuga.
Maybe next time you see him, ask him his nation. It's just interesting to know, for us to know the history of how the corn got to different places, how you got it, you know.
Tal vez
Yeah.
si lo vuelves la próxima vez le puedes preguntar su nación, porque es interesante siempre saber cómo el maíz viaja, de dónde viene, cómo llega a dónde va.
Because when, say like for instance, as opposed to like if all of a sudden I just had this drum, if it just appeared,
Porque digamos, si yo tuviese como que de repente apareciera este tambor,
well, I could be thankful for having a drum, but as you know, in our mind, it's better if we know where this drum came from, who brought it into the house, who made it, you know, what it's made of, all that kind of stuff.
puedo agradecer que lo tengo, pero sería mejor saber quién lo hizo, de dónde viene, si viene de alguna casa en particular.
Because what you're relating right now, we may not comprehend this or see the bigness of what this represents.
Porque tal vez no estamos siendo como conscientes lo debido en cuanto a la grandeza de este evento.
But when we consider the story of the corn, the 10,000-year journey of the corn,
Pero cuando consideramos el viaje del maíz de 10,000 años,
knowing that to have a complex life form, or life form as the corn,
para tener una vida así de compleja,
to know that it comes out of a simple blade of grass and that it was our mothers that nurtured it.
y que viene de un pastito y que fueron nuestras madres quienes lo nutrieron.
And that this starts from the first peoples, as far south as you can go. It was the first person's love, the first mother's love, in her necessity and her need to feed her children. It was her love that created that corn, nurtured it from a blade of grass.
Y esto fue a partir del amor de las madres, es decir, de la necesidad de alimentar a sus bebecitos.
As we began to grow, the story of the corn is intertwined with the DNA of our Mother Earth.
Y mientras empezamos a crecer, la historia del maíz está íntimamente ligada con el ADN de la tierra,
It's actually the same story.
que es de hecho la misma historia.
When you look at the corn, it's solid in its form,
Cuando se ve el maíz, que es sólido,
but this is actually the physical embodiment or manifestation in this realm of our DNA. This is what our DNA looks like on the realm if we could be small enough to see our DNA.
pero que de hecho es la forma de la manifestación de nuestro ADN. Es decir, si estuviéramos a nivel micro, podríamos ver que es la misma forma.
Anyways, as the land grew, as the DNA grew, then that's our mother's life force growing, expanding. And as she expands from here 10 feet out, now it's that 10 feet out that has to duplicate the same exact process that occurred right here where I am.
Y mientras fue creciendo, el proceso fue duplicándose.
And so as the land grew, as the DNA of our Mother Earth grew, the corn naturally grew with it.
Entonces, el maíz siguió la evolución del ADN de la tierra.
But there is a reality of where the corn went.
Y la realidad de a dónde fue el maíz,
When it came into so-called North America, it made it up as far as, or down, as far as in like where the Hopis are today.
es que cuando viajó desde América del Sur, llegó hasta donde se encuentran los Hopis
And then it came east.
y de ahí se vino para el este.
It did not go west.
No se fue para el oeste.
Nowadays, it is in the west because of the non-native coming and stealing all our stuff like they do with everything and avoiding that.
Y hoy están en el oeste porque como todo lo que hicieron los no indígenas fue llegar y robárselo y llevárselo a donde iba.
That's the only reason why if you drive through Idaho, you're not only going to find potatoes, you're going to find endless fields of corn all through the west.
Y es por eso que si van a Idaho, van a ver no nada más papas que se robaron también, pero también maíz.
But it is not there as part of the natural process of the growth of the people.
Pero no es parte del proceso natural de la gente.
It came to the east, and the furthest that it came is to my people right here in Ganawage.
Vino al este y llegó aquí en donde está mi gente en Canahuague.
No, it's not the end of the journey. We're in the middle of it.
Y ese no es el fin del viaje, sino que estamos en plena mitad.
Now you are in this story of the herstory of the corn.
Y tú te encuentras en esta historia, es más bien, la palabra en español no existe, pero la historia de ella, es historia.
Because it is a descendant of one of the people of the corn, of the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy, that brings to you that corn.
Porque es un descendiente de la Confederación de las 5 Naciones que te lleva ese maíz a ti.
Which reestablishes the corn, the love on the male side of the DNA.
Lo que restablece el maíz en el lado masculino del ADN, es decir, este ciclo de amor.
So what you are a part of and what this corn represents is a larger action, larger motion upon our Mother Earth right now, which is the shift out of male dominance back into the balance of matrilineal.
Entonces, este movimiento del cual ahora tú haces parte es el restablecimiento del equilibrio, es decir, de toda esta dominación masculina que ha ocurrido, ahora está volviendo a su original matrilinealidad.
And it is happening right in the area of where the corruption happened to our DNA, to the DNA of our Mother Earth, that caused the DNA to where you know the double helix is like this working together. As one turns, the other one turns, and they stay, you know, basically the same distance apart from each other.
Y bueno, sabemos que el doble hélice del ADN trabaja en conjunto, es decir, van evolucionando, viajando, pero las dos cebras siempre tienen la misma distancia entre ambas.
But in the West, this is where the break happened. This is where the male dominance started.
Pero fue en el oeste en donde esta hebra se rompió, es decir, que el macho o el hombre se desapegó de la otra y ahí fue donde empezó la dominación masculina.
And this is where the DNA started to come undone, started to separate.
Y es así que el ADN empezó a deshacerse, a separarse.
And this is where the DNA in the male dominant side that went out of control travels across the Aleutian Islands. And you can see it on Google Earth at the bottom of the ocean, the 7 spans just ending in the depths of the ocean.
Y si tú ves tal cual las imágenes de la Tierra en donde este rompimiento del ADN ocurre, se va hacia el oeste y luego en la Tierra se va hacia las islas de la ilusión y puedes ver inclusive las 7 rupturas, es decir, como el ADN se constituye de 7 para dar la vuelta, ves como las 7 se rompieron.
So all original peoples who still hold on to original structure are all working for this right now, to turn it over, to work with the DNA, to turn back over, to bring that which is broken off, to come back into order.
Y entonces ahorita los esfuerzos de todos los pueblos originarios y de toda la gente debería de ser esto que están haciendo, justamente el de volver a traer estas dos hebras del ADN juntas para que el ADN pueda continuar evolucionando, es decir, encontrar de nuevo el equilibrio.
And this is where you are in this big picture.
Y es ahí en donde tú estás en medio de toda esta gran cuestión.
Even though it may be a small incremental part, that's all of us play. If we play our small incremental parts, all of them add up to very big motions upon our Mother Earth.
Y a pesar de que parezca que sea algo pequeñito, es justamente mediante pequeños incrementos, porque todos somos pequeños incrementos, que se puede corregir y dar el amor a nuestra Madre Tierra.
So just the story that you have to offer about this, just this little bit of knowledge that you've received it, that you have it there now, is a confirmation to us of things that we have been identifying, even just in past previous Reconstitution circles like this.
Entonces el hecho de que hoy nos vengas a compartir esta historia, que tú hayas recibido esto, que ahora te encuentres con el maíz, es una confirmación de cosas que ya hemos discutido en estos círculos de reconstitución en el pasado.
Did he tell you how to wash the corn
¿Y te dijo cómo lavar el maíz también?
with ash?
Con
No.
ceniza.
No, he asked me if I do it with ashes, and I said, no, traditionally in Mexico we do with calcium hydroxide, which is cal.
Calcium hydroxide, what is that?
Chalk.
Oh, chalk.
Ujú.
Chalk's pretty much like the same thing as ash.
The answer is no. In Mexico, the traditional way that is done is with chalk. Oh, did I just translate in
You wanna
English again?
explain
Okay. La respuesta es no. En México se hace de la forma tradicional con cal. Uy.
Okay, as you know, just like you, as you grow older, when you were a kid, maybe you got a memory of you had a favorite shirt that you used to wear.
Entonces, cuando eras niño, a lo mejor tienes un recuerdo de una playera que te encantaba traer puesta.
And then maybe you noticed that is maybe the next year, maybe in the next grade that you were in, hey, this shirt doesn't fit anymore, but you really like that shirt. But no matter what, you have to get a new shirt.
Y te diste cuenta que la playera el año que seguía ya no te quedaba bien, pero a pesar de que te gustaba tanto y no querías dejarla, pues no te quedaba de otra.
So with every stage of growth of the corn, there is it brings to it a new existence of critical mass. Like it takes on a new, just a new level of growth. Like it gets bigger.
Y con cada etapa de crecimiento es como cada incremento va a serlo como exponencial.
And so just like you might like your favorite shirt that you had when you were 10 years old, but the fact is you can't wear it right now.
Entonces, a pesar de que sigas queriendo tu playera, hoy ya no la puedes poner.
So the same thing with the corn, as it has grown or evolved from different stages, then there is the medicine way that the people work in relation to it at its different phases of its evolution.
Todo esto para decir que con el maíz, el paralelo es que conforme fue creciendo en la tierra, cada pueblo lo utilizaba como medicina en su propia forma y esta forma fue evolucionando mientras iba avanzando.
So when you consider that, the corn that you have, it needs to be washed in ash.
Y si tomas esto en consideración, entonces el maíz que tienes tendría que ser lavado en cenizas.
Because this is the shirt that it wore last year, and it's the shirt that it still fits.
Porque es la playera que traía el año pasado que todavía le queda.
So not that you have to do it with all of them, just try this as an experiment to see if you can actually, how you can do it, how you feel comfortable with it,
Y no significa que lo tengas que hacer con eso, con todos tus maíces, sino que tal vez lo puedas intentar con este particularmente para ver cómo funciona.
So you have to take the purest ash, of course, like here what we would use is actual ash tree, from the white ash. Where you're at, I don't think you got white ash. So just use the purest ash from purest fire that you can.
Entonces, Tal vez puedas intentar con la ceniza. Aquí hay un árbol que se llama ash, no sé cuál sea la traducción literalmente en español, pero la idea es que sea la ceniza de un árbol lo más cercano a este árbol que se llama en inglés ash.
Just put it in a little bowl or something. Like if you're going to say, just do one corn for now.
Entonces, digamos, si lo vas a intentar con un maíz,
So you put your ash in the bowl, and then you take all the kernels off the corn after it's fully dry.
pones tu ceniza en el bol, digamos, y le quitas todos los granitos al maíz, entonces pones todos los granos ahí
Mix them in the ash.
y los mezclas con la ceniza
Put your hands in there.
y los pones con tus manos.
Squish it around. Move it around.
Los
Clean it.
aprietas, pero olvidé decir que el maíz tiene que estar bien seco.
Until you will know when it's fully washed. When you're satisfied, you're going to see maybe little pieces that you can feel with your fingernail, like a little part of it that sticks up or something. Until you can, that you're satisfied that you know that that's clean, just like the way you would wash yourself up.
Y lo haces hasta que te sientas satisfecho, hasta que sepas que si te estás bañando ya quedaste limpio.
And then your corn is clean.
Y tu maíz va a estar limpio.
It's ready to consume for the human, because just like, as you know, anything that might grow, it might have some kind of bacteria or whatever. And ash is cleans all bacteria, removes all that kind of stuff.
Y va a estar listo para ser consumido por los humanos.
So for this, I won't tell you do it to all your corn. I would say first try it with just one cob, just to see how it feels for you. Get the feel of it, and when you're doing it, don't do it from your perspectives. Think back, like we said earlier, when you're reaching back to your ancestors that carried you. Think back to the people who evolved with this corn, and when they cleaned it this way, and what the purpose and the intent was. It wasn't just a food. This is the most powerful medicine. It's not just a medicine for our bodies, it's a medicine for our mind. It's a peace food.
Y entonces nada más recordar que es la forma en la que se hacía ancestralmente, y por eso tomamos el tiempo al principio de decir, hacer llamado a nuestros ancestros del buen espíritu para que ellos te puedan guiar a cómo hacerlo de la forma en la que se hacía. Y como nota, el árbol es fresno en español.
And when you do this, make like a little video documentary of it. Just say, hey, I got this white corn, explain where you got it from, and just if you can, a brief explanation of Delphina, how you connected to us, and that this is what you're doing to try to connect with the true spirit of it, to rediscover not just the food, but the medicine.
Y cuando lo hagas, haz un video de eso. Entonces di, a mí me acaban de traer este maíz blanco, lo estamos trabajando y estamos haciéndolo de la forma tradicional. Es decir, cómo te encontraste con Delfina, cuál es la conexión, es decir, explicar y enseñarlo a la gente.
If you ask this guy for some tobacco first, you lay your tobacco down and you put your words in it as to why you want to do this.
Y si le pides un poco de tabaco al que te dio al maíz, entonces presentas tu ofrenda de tabaco e indicas antes de hacerlo por qué lo quieres hacer, más bien para qué lo quieres hacer.
And I'll guarantee you that when you got your hands in there with the corn and the ash, you're going to see something. You're going to learn something. And you're going to, in turn, convey that back to all the people in that process.
Y te garantizo que cuando estés haciéndolo, cuando tengas tus manos metidas en medio del maíz con las cenizas, vas a sentir algo, vas a ver algo que vas a poder transmitirle a la gente.
And even if it's not a spiritual experience that you receive,
y a pesar de que no fuera una experiencia espiritual lo que recibieras,
you having the experience of tortillaing, you will know the difference. You will then be able to know at least the physical difference between other corns, the end result, and this one.
como ya has hecho tortillas en el pasado y sabes el proceso, vas a poder determinar cuál es la diferencia entre los procesos.
So this would mean that we would be looking forward to having you back here to explain this to us, maybe, hopefully, at the next moon, the next Reconstitution.
Y esto significa que entonces te estaríamos esperando para que nos cuentes cómo te fue, que nos platiques tus resultados, tal vez para la próxima luna, en la próxima reconstitución.
Anything you want to tell us? Have you had any kind of experiences with that corn hanging there? Anything, even just a thought in your mind, an epiphany or anything. Anything you want to share about your story with this?
¿Hay algo que quieras compartir acerca de este maíz colgando aquí? ¿Cuál es la historia y cuál es lo que ha ocurrido como
Yeah, thanks for sharing all the knowledge. Yeah, after 3 days of the corn being hanged on the strings, Delfina came and I wanted to show her how Thomas was doing the art of hanging it, and as we were speaking, the corn started moving like dancing, like if it was his own spirit was telling us something, and it was a very moving moment where we were just like just looking at the corn moving by itself. And then Delfina did a pray, and then we just contemplate the corn being hanged in the room, and then it was very a moving experience that I never seen. So
sí, de hecho, 3 días, bueno, Delfina hace 3 días vino para acá y yo quería enseñarle cuál era el trabajo que Tomás estaba haciendo acerca de colgar el maíz para secarlo. Entonces estábamos aquí en el cuarto y estábamos platicando y de repente el maíz empezó a moverse como si estuviera bailando. Entonces era una comunicación directa y Delfina dio sus palabras, hizo su ceremonia y fue todo como muy bello.
Okay, I gotta ask you, is there any fans in that area?
¿Hay ventiladores en el área?
yes.
Okay, now were the corns always moving, or was it
Nope.
just at that time?
At that time, it was because when Thomas was hanging it, I was still pretty heavy, and in 3 days it wouldn't dry out in 3 days. It will take more than 3 days. There's fans on the ceilings, but I never seen the corn like doing circles. It was just like moving like this. It was doing circles.
Okay.
Stuart pregunta que si los maíces se movían todo el tiempo con los ventiladores. La respuesta es no. Se podían mover un poquito como péndulo, pero justamente en ese momento fue el único momento en el que se movieron en círculos.
Okay, what you experienced, this is easy to say, the spirit of the corn.
Entonces lo que ustedes vivieron, y es fácil decirlo, pero realmente fue el espíritu del maíz.
There is, as it is a living medicine, there, like all medicines, like no matter what, you look outside and no matter what you're going to see is a medicine, and you know that medicine is for a specific thing. So there is a reciprocal interaction between a medicine and whatever it is that medicine is designed for.
Y sabemos que hay una reciprocidad de comunicación, interacción entre las medicinas y quien las utiliza. Entonces es el espíritu de esa medicina que está comunicando, es decir, ¿para qué esa medicina existe? ¿Para qué está creada?
Okay, now in the big picture of our humanity,
Y en lo más grande de nuestra humanidad,
there is, as you know, a special connection from a mother to her child.
hay una conexión especial de una madre hacia su niña o su niño.
But not that there is any kind of favoritism here, but there is a different relationship that a mother has with her son than what she has with her daughter.
Y no es que haya favoritismo, pero la relación de una madre con su hijo o con su hija va a ser distinta.
A mother has to worry about a son for a certain reason, and she has to worry about a daughter for a certain reason, but they're two different reasons.
Y la madre se va a preocupar por su hijo por distintas razones de las que va a preocuparse por su hija.
And so there is the reality of, since the life givers carry all the stuff within them, that we don't really need all the medicines or as much medicines as what we guys need.
Y la realidad es que como las hijas son de la línea directa de la creación, no van a necesitar tantas medicinas como los hijos lo necesitan.
Since the life givers have the living processes within them, that they are it, then there is a lot of healing that naturally goes on within a woman, that is part and parcel of the things that non-native society refers to in a corrupted way, such as what they say, the woman's hormonal imbalance, which is actually the balance. So these things within the woman, within the life giver, is like the self-healing medicine she provides for herself.
Y las mujeres, las dadoras de vida, tienen como son las dadoras de vida, tienen su sistema vital en ellas, es decir, tienen su propia medicina en ellas. Y es por eso que la dominación masculina les ha dicho, ay, tienes un desequilibrio hormonal, porque ellos no lo tienen, entonces las ven a ellas como si estuvieran en desequilibrio.
So as a mother knows that, well, yeah, of course she's got to take care of her baby son and her baby girl. They're both babies.
Y una mamá obviamente sabe que tiene que cuidar a su bebecito niño, su bebecita niña, porque ambos son bebés.
But a mother doesn't have to worry about her baby girl on the same levels that she's got to worry about a guy, because the guy doesn't have all of those things inside of him to give him the balance. A guy needs external medicines to balance him.
Pero la niña no va a necesitar tanta medicina, mientras que el niño sí necesita la medicina externa.
This is why everybody hears so much about medicine men.
Y es por eso que la gente escucha mucho hablar de hombre medicina.
Of course, there's medicine women, but in the world, most everybody hears more about medicine men.
Por supuesto que también hay mujeres medicina, pero el mundo conoce más a los hombres medicina.
This is because men have to work with medicines. Men need the balance that, again, that we don't have naturally, that occurs everywhere in the woman.
Y es porque los hombres tienen que trabajar con las medicinas, porque necesitan encontrar el equilibrio que no tienen como parte natural si fueran una mujer, por ejemplo.
And so in the great scheme of things, our mother has created physical things that we take for granted that are actually medicines for us.
Entonces, en el gran esquema de las cosas, nuestra madre ha creado cosas que nos permiten tener medicina, es decir, que son medicina para nosotros.
And the corn is a medicine, not only on the levels that we talked about already, but is also a spiritual medicine. Specifically, it's for all the women, for all the people, but it's more specifically for the men.
Entonces, el maíz es una medicina por todas las razones que ya hemos dicho, y va a ser una medicina para las mujeres, pero sobre todo para los hombres.
And this manifests right out of the cornfields.
Y esto sale directamente de los campos de maíz.
It's the spirit of the corn.
Es el espíritu del maíz.
The spirit of the corn medicine designed to bring balance to all, but again, specifically the life protectors.
De la medicina del maíz, que trae medicina para todos, pero especialmente a los protectores de vida.
And so for us, this is referred to as, it's the corn husk faces.
Y para nosotros esto es el equivalente de los rostros, las máscaras hechas de hoja de maíz.
Now, I won't go too into detail, but I'll tell you that we have two faces that we work with.
Y no voy a entrar mucho en detalle, pero tenemos dos máscaras, dos rostros con los que trabajamos.
One is the ugly side of us, and one is the beautiful side of us.
Un lado es el horrible y un lado es el bello.
And we work with those to keep us in balance, to keep us balanced, to, of course, not to have like a recipe, not too much salt. You know, we don't want too much of this, not too much of that. So we don't want too much male in there.
Y trabajamos con ambos como en una receta no queremos demasiada sal o demasiado de algo, entonces no, tampoco queremos mucha masculinidad en nosotros.
So the fact is, as you know, there's some males that are too much male. You might know them as macho, mucho macho.
Y como sabes, hay hombres que son demasiado machos.
And you know what's machismo, or that male ego, you know, the corruption that it brings into the world.
Y sabes a qué grado ese ego masculino puede traer corrupciones al mundo.
So it has to be kept at bay.
Entonces necesita ser guardado en equilibrio.
So if it's coming out of us, then we have to take that corn medicine to keep it at bay.
Sale de nosotros, entonces hay que
So what you seeing when you see the corn moving, what you're seeing is the spirit of the corn husk. This is the spirit of the corn medicine in relation to the male. It is the male within the corn.
Entonces, cuando ven que el maíz danza, este es el espíritu del maíz, el espíritu de esta medicina, pero en relación con el hombre.
And this is the face that we work with to bring the beauty.
Y este es el rostro con el que trabajamos para traer la belleza.
This is law, this is love, this is happiness, you know, all the good stuff that you could imagine.
Es la ley, el amor, la felicidad, todo lo bueno que se puede imaginar.
Maybe a tortilla.
Una tortilla.
You know, as you know, you yourself, you probably just didn't start making tortillas because you thought, hey, I want to become a millionaire.
No creo que hayas empezado a hacer tortillas porque dijiste, me quiero volver millonario.
I would imagine that if you weren't doing that with your mother when you were a child, that as you probably picked this up then maybe from the time you're coming into teenager to mid-20s, because this is the time where then some of us come away from our mothers and we have to start feeding ourselves.
Y me imagino que si no hacías esto cuando eras niño con tu mamá, entonces tal vez decidiste agarrar eso cuando eras más como adolescente, casi adulto, porque es la época en que los hombres dejan el nido, entonces tienen que saber cómo alimentarse.
And so the fact that you are a tortilla maker and that now you've connected to the corn in this way, and you're now obviously you've got no choice. It's being combined. It's like two or it's like combining atoms of this element and that element for alchemy to create something new.
Y el hecho de que hagas tortillas y que ahora estás trabajando con este maíz es como si estás trayendo todos los elementos necesarios como para hacer la magia más bonita.
So I'll say to you that there's a combination of things going here as to when you've seen that corn moving.
Entonces hay una combinación de cosas que están actuando cuando vieron ese maíz danzando.
It's the male within the corn dancing, the happiness coming out because now it's back on the male side of the DNA ready. It's in the process of fixing the DNA of our Mother Earth. You can watch it happening all around right now.
Y es el espíritu masculino del maíz que está danzando porque sabe que está volviendo a este lugar en donde se rompió el ADN y ahora es capaz de corregirlo, de ponerlo en su lugar.
Today we're going to go into these examples of these things of where you can watch it all around the earth right now.
Y vamos a hoy a hablar acerca de ejemplos de esto, de que podemos ver este tipo de cuestiones en toda la tierra.
And so you're seeing the corn dancing. That's the male spirit in it. It's happy to be back.
Y ves al maíz que danza, su espíritu masculino que está feliz de volver.
And at the same time, it's just the right amount, like in a recipe, just the right amount, a sprinkle of this or a dash of that to counterbalance something that maybe has a little too much, whatever, taste or something to it.
Y es el ingrediente perfecto para contrarrestar tal vez otro sabor o un ingrediente que estaba como de más, es decir, encontrar el equilibrio.
And it's that side of it that is the female side within the corn.
Y es ese lado que es el lado femenino del maíz.
So in every corn, in this, in just the kernel,
Y en cada maíz, en cada granito,
is female and male within it.
hay femenino y masculino en él.
Because as you know, as the corn grows, it's the what do you call that on top there? The thistles or whatever it's called, you know, the parts that hang off. It's them that drop the pollen into the leaves of corn that then pollinates. So you know that within the corn, you have both. It's female and male.
Y entonces tenemos como en cada planta del maíz, sabes, esta parte de arriba, no sé cómo se llama, pero que es como así, que tiene el polencito que va a caer y cuando cae va a polinizar los cabellitos del maíz y es así como va a crecer cada granito.
So what's so powerful about this spirit food is that it's female and male. It's the male expansion and it's the female common sense and rationality holding back, not resisting, but a tempered movement forward.
Entonces es esta combinación que existe en la planta del maíz, la expansión masculina con la lógica y el raciocinio de lo femenino, y ambos se contienen el uno al otro, se sostienen el uno al otro para generar una evolución adecuada.
Yeah, Delphina, you wanted to?
I just want to say that I've got 8% on my battery. I was just like,
Okay, all right. Anything else you want to say about this then?
yeah, he's gone to get a charger.
I used to drive a Charger. A 1969 Dodge Charger.
Entonces a Delfina le queda poquita batería, pero Israel fue a buscarse un cargador.
When I was 16.
Oh, when you were 16?
Yeah, that's what I used to drive.
Yeah, we've got the charger going through, connecting the telephone.
And that Charger story connects me to Arizona.
Oh my goodness, that's too funny. Okay, we are connected. Okay, electricity.
Cars and corn have a lot in-
Cars and corns.
with me anyways.
Cars, corn, electricity, fuel. Let me see. These are like plugged in.
And as you know, they actually make fuel out of corn that could run cars.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that, Stuart. When you were just saying that, I was like, corn. Yeah, that's like in diesel, right? No, it's not diesel. Corn.
Ethanol, well, they make out of it also. And of course, it's clean burning. You know, there's no pollution to it.
Y hablando del etanol, que también viene del maíz y que para hacer combustible, lo presentan como limpio, pero bueno.
Okay, so when you seen that corn moving, what you were witnessing, you were experiencing the spirit of the corn, and that was there, the duality. There was the male of it, again, dancing, happy, it's back. And there's the male side, the female side of it, tempering it. It's like the mother watching over her son. Go ahead, my son, you can go and dance, but be careful. If anything happens, I'm gonna watch you. And if you're bad, I'm gonna bring you into order.
Entonces, esta danza es el espíritu masculino del maíz que está feliz de volver y al mismo tiempo está siendo como vigilado por la madre. Es decir, ándale, hijo, ve y danza, pero te voy a estar checando. Si haces algo fuera de orden, te voy a poner de vuelta en el orden.
Okay, anything else that either of you want to say about this? Anything in the big picture of corn or anything in the small picture of your connection to it, what you've learned?
Algo más que ambos quisieran decir en lo más grande del espíritu del maíz o en lo más pequeñito de la conexión que ustedes tengan, lo que quieran decir.
Yes, there's Cody replied me about his background, and he says he's a Mohawk and
Anishinaabe.
Entonces, Cody respondió con respecto a su herencia y dice que es Mohawk y Anishinaabe.
And I just asked him, I texted him, I said, is it Cayuga corn? And he just said, Iroquois white corn.
Okay, that's basically what we call Mohawk corn.
Yeah.
Or Onondaga corn, or it could be Seneca corn. Each of them have the same corn, but each of them are different strains. They are different. It's like four sisters in a family. They're all different, but they're all the same.
Y Delfina le preguntó si era cayuga y él respondió que era maíz blanco iroquois, entonces significa es de las 5 naciones, así como puede ser maíz mohawk, puede ser Onondaga, puede ser Seneca, es decir, de las 5 naciones.
So he must be from Tyondanega, maybe? Did he say?
Well, he on it, he says Grand River.
Grand River, okay.
He says Grand River, but when I looked onto the site, I went onto the site and it said the Iroquois White Corn Project, it says Cayuga on it.
Well, okay,
So-
Grand River, it's because you have all the 5 nations there.
So
They're all there. So if one of them are doing a project about corn, you know, they're all involved in it.
Entonces Stuart pregunta si él está en Dandinaga, Delfina responde que más bien en Grand River, y cuando ella fue a ver el sitio de internet del proyecto del maíz blanco decía Cayuga, pero si está en Grand River es como todas las 5 naciones están ahí.
And in Grand River, you also have the Tuscarora, who have kept their strong connection to the corn. So they brought, as you know, Tuscarora, they're like around the area of South Carolina, Georgia area, maybe like West Virginia. They're all like through that area. So they have their different style of corn, and they, like I said, they've maintained, not all of them, but we know there's still some within them that have maintained that old connection, not of being of say like the corn that you would find in Grand River, being connected to the rest of the 5 nations, but still carrying Tuscarora corn. So when you think of this,
Y en Grand River también están los Tuscarora, que son los que se agregaron desde Carolina del Sur, que vinieron a refugiarse con las 5 naciones, y ellos también han conservado su conocimiento, como por ejemplo la hierba que ellos tenían o su forma de cultivar el maíz.
when you think of it, it's got to be really hard, or it had to have been really hard to keep all the different strains of corn going in Grand River, because if you got 6 different nations with more than 6 different corns, because everybody had different corns, knowing that you can't plant the corn close to each other, it had to be quite a challenge to keep all these different diversities of corn alive in Grand River.
Y si se sabe que en Grand River hay 6 distintas naciones, que cada quien está trayendo sus distintos maíces, y que cuando sabemos que los maíces pueden polinizarse mutuamente cuando están cerca, ha de haber sido algún desafío bastante grande el poder manejar para que no se crucen.
We can then see, we can imagine that prior to the non-native coming here, let's just imagine that, for example's sake, our people lived on the land like this. We had distance between us, you know, where we wouldn't interfere with each other. So we had the good, peaceful relations.
Y digamos, si antes éramos 5 naciones, cada quien tenía su territorio, entonces todos mantenían la paz entre sí.
But then when the non-native came, then of course, you know that, well, these 5 here, they got squeezed into such a tight area.
Pero cuando el no indígena llegó, los 5 que ya estaban ahí tuvieron que ser como casi metidos en una esquina.
And so on our own prior to this, we were living comfortable. We were able to have good movement. We were free. Everybody was happy. But when the non-native came, everybody becomes corrupted, like the non-native, restricted, like the non-natives.
Y antes estábamos felices, en libertad, pero cuando el no indígena llega, todo se vuelve corrupto, como lo que trajo el no indígena y lo impuso.
This is where in those very tight areas where we look at, well, at the thing as a whole, it looks okay. But in those really tight areas in between, this is where there's clashes happening. It's rubbing up against each other. So parts of it are falling off, are dying.
Y es ahí cuando todos están juntos, muy pegados, es cuando comienzan a haber fricciones y eso genera deterioro.
So if for anything else, we look at Grand River as an amazing resistance to the to all that corruption, because they maintained all these different corns.
Entonces podemos ver a Grand River como una resistencia inmensa a estas corrupciones porque han mantenido todos los distintos tipos de maíz.
And you see this within all the people. There are pockets, there are groups, just like us. You come here, we got our 4 gardens that our gardens are still too close. We can only have one strain. So we still keep our white corn.
Y sí existe en cada lugar. Por ejemplo, aquí tenemos 4 jardines, están muy cerca, entonces nada más podemos seguir cultivando el trigo.
So all together, you know, the corn is really a testament to our identity, our peaceful coexistence.
Y el maíz es realmente un testamento de nuestra existencia pacífica.
Because we know that the world came here and stole it. And they say that through their science, they say the corn has no nutritional value, but yet it feeds the whole world.
Porque vinieron a robárselo, pero y dicen que el maíz no tiene valor nutrimental, pero alimenta a todo el mundo.
Yeah, Delfina?
Israel needs to go pretty soon, he said. Get back to work. Just one thing
Okay.
that I just quickly wanted to say, one thing about what you just said. When you had mentioned about like it's like us trying to do this, you know, forget the word that you said, but it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
as I
The-
can feel this process is even like, because you've known a little bit what I've gone through of going to Arizona and then, you know, having the meeting also in Tucson with the peoples of, you know, of South America and the Condor as well too, the elders coming back. And now I feel like even like coming together and then meeting Israel and I can feel this is like, it's not easy for us. Like to me, it feels like a labor, like a woman, and I just have to say this, like a woman in labor going, oh my goodness, like it's just like, so there's, I feel this labor as a woman, you know, it's like of coming together, of us coming together, it's huge. So it's like, it's just want to say it's not easy. I just have to say it's work, because I can feel it in my DNA, even like up today, it's just like, no, Israel needs to have the painting and the corn, we need to be here, we need to share today we need to share, you know, it's more than Indigenous Peoples Day. I mean, oh my goodness, you know, it's like eons, it's like, so I just need to share that from my heart, from mi corazón, and I just want to say thank you so much, you know, just gonna go gracias for just the opportunities to speak, to come together, you know, with the Longhouse and introducing Israel to the Longhouse. So just let him speak, just want to say that.
Delfina dice que Israel tiene que irse a trabajar, pero ella antes quiere compartir un poquito la historia de que ella también tiene un viaje, ¿no? Estuvo en Arizona, después llegó allá, entonces siente exactamente este ADN y ella se siente casi como una mujer en trabajo de parto, se siente energéticamente y es como se sabía que tenía que darle esa pintura a Israel, el hecho de encontrar a Israel, todo lo que significa, entonces es mucho trabajo, pero es como... Bueno,
Okay, Israel, before we give you the last word, I just want to comment really fast on what Delfina just said.
y antes de que te demos la palabra final, Israel, quiero comentar rápido sobre lo que Delfina dijo.
Very interesting that you say it's like feeling like you're in labor, like you're giving birth.
Interesante que digas que estás como en trabajo de parto.
As we know, we just identified that within the corn, there is the duality. There is the female and the male in there.
Como identificamos, el maíz tiene la dualidad femenina masculina.
And where we are, our greatest bond together is in the birthing process.
Y en donde nos encontramos, nuestra más grande vinculación es en el proceso de nacimiento.
But it's that labor part. Even though we were growing for approximately 9 moons in the belly of our mother. Everything was nice and peaceful. As soon as we get to labor, this is a new interaction between the mother and the child.
Y a pesar de que el bebé esté 9 meses en el vientre materno, es en el momento de parto que la interacción comienza a cambiar.
But the labor part, again, we go back to the recipe like we're cooking, baking a cake or something. We put in all the ingredients. The labor part is the equivalent of where the baby, the cake, is put into the oven.
Y el trabajo de parto, si volvemos al ejemplo del pastel, es el momento en el que el bebé es puesto en el horno.
And this is where the bond so strong is created between mother and child.
Y es ahí que el vínculo entre la madre y el bebé es creado.
There's a bond no matter what, but we do know that children who are born of cesarean, they do not get that same bond because it's through the struggle of life, the being put into that oven and making all those ingredients come together to create this. The struggle of life together creates such a strong bond between child and mother. The love that the child feels, it's all there in labor, despite of how bad it may look like. Oh, as a baby, maybe our arms look like they're getting broken and our head's getting squished and we're whatever. The love is so powerful from that.
Y sabemos que cuando el vínculo se crea es cuando el bebé va a pasar por el canal para nacer y es el parto natural el que logra esto. Ahora que hay tantas cesáreas, se puede decir que se tiene el vínculo, pero no lo es al mismo nivel, es decir, se trabaja junto para nacer. Y a pesar de que el bebé pueda que sienta que se le están rompiendo los brazos o que se le aplasta la cabeza, es ese trabajo que permite generar el vínculo.
So in that sense, the corn, its existence, the coming together of the two, the life giver and the life protector, this is where love is created. Corn is a byproduct of love, the love between mother and her child.
Y es en el momento en el que la dadora de vida y el protector de vida vienen juntos, como en el maíz. El maíz es el resultado del amor entre la madre y su bebé.
Okay, Israel, any last words on this?
¿Algo más que quisieras decir, Israel?
Anything you want to say?
Lo que tú gustes.
Lo voy a decir en español.
Okay, he's going to speak in English now. Spanish, I mean.
Solo quiero agradecer el honor de estar en esta plática, en esta charla.
It's just to thank for the great honor of being part of this conversation, of talk.
Estoy feliz de conectar con ustedes. Sé que el amor y el conocimiento que tienen del maíz, tenemos que seguirlo, tenemos que seguir haciendo la conexión y hacerles saber a esta parte del mundo que venimos del maíz y que somos el maíz y que por medio del maíz seguiremos avanzando ante las dificultades.
So it's just to say that it's a great privilege, honor to connect with you with this knowledge, and it's this knowledge that has to continue being pushed so that we can tell everybody in the world that we come from the corn, we are children of the corn, and that if we continue working with this spirit of the corn, it's that what is necessary.
Mm-hmm. All right, one day, hopefully, we're going to get to taste your tortillas.
Esperemos que un día podamos probar tus tortillas.
Maybe, I'll throw this idea at you. Maybe you can call them love tias, created out of the love of corn.
Puede que las puedas llamar, ahí como digo eso en español, no funciona en español.
All right, Israel, anytime, you're welcome back anytime, but in particular, if you can do that video that we suggest, like a short video documentary, a teaching thing, and then be back here. Delphina will let you know when we do this every new moon, every full moon. It's the Sunday closest to that moon. So we hope to see you again.
Entonces esperamos que podamos volver a verte, que nos puedas venir a compartir otras cosas. Delfina te puede informar. Siempre hacemos estas ceremonias lo más cerca de la luna nueva y llena. Entonces esperando verte de nuevo.
Okay, bueno. Thank you
All
very
right.
Getting Goa.
Gonna go, and we can't wait. Maybe we'll receive a love Tia in the mail.
I was gonna say that. We will do that.
All right. Have a good day. We'll see you soon. All right. Wow. Well, as you know, as you see, I don't know if Delphina, if she's going to be able to stay with us, but if not, anyways, as you see, a conversation about corn. You can look at this and say, let's have a conversation about corn. What can you say about that? There is so much knowledge intrinsic into the corn, because it's not just the knowledge of, say, a plant form growing naturally. It's knowledge of a combined plant form within our ecosystem and humans building it, working the stuff of creation. This is what in Europe, this is what men killed women for, because this is what women do with their power. They create love. That's what men in male dominance are afraid of.
El maíz es todo un conocimiento. Tener una conversación alrededor del maíz es algo increíble, y es esa medicina del maíz por la cual las mujeres fueron asesinadas. Es decir, la falta de entendimiento de este amor de la parte del hombre es de lo cual de hecho está él asustado.
Okay, is Valentina with us yet?
No, she said that she had problems with the internet, so she didn't know if the internet would come back. So if it was the case, she would be here, but she didn't
Okay,
know.
is there anybody else right now that we usually communicate with, or is it just like?
There's Gloria, there's Griselda, Janet had already raised her hand a while ago, and Elsa just rose it now. There's Susan as well.
Did you just say Elsa just rose her hand?
Yeah, just there.
Oh, live. Okay, I'm thinking, how could she raise her hand? I'm thinking of just on the screen there. Okay, so who are we going with first then? It's Janet?
Yeah.
Sego Sewa Guego, Janet Youngats.
Wonderful.
You know, ne Agotstenha, Gajicho Winter, ne Ista is Teresa, ne Akwazasne. So I am the daughter of Teresa, granddaughter to Gajicho Winter.
Janet se presenta de forma matrilineal mencionando que viene de descendencia Gañangajaga, menciona el nombre de su mami, de su abuelita, y que es del clan del oso.
And our clan is Waxka Lewage, which is Bear Clan.
Del clan del oso.
And I just have a question and kind of like a comment. I always felt like the corn was like this side of the globe. This is like our staff of life, whereas on the other side of the world, I think they use the wheat. They call the wheat the staff of life. But I think for Turtle Island and Central and so-called Southern America, I think that, you know, the corn is the staff of life for us.
Y yo creo que para nosotros aquí en la isla de la Tortuga, lo que hoy se conoce como América del Norte, Central y del Sur, el maíz es como la fuente de la vida, es el bastión de la vida, diciendo que cuando se llegaron aquí los colonizadores trajeron el trigo y nos lo sustituyeron y dijeron que ese era el bastón de la vida, pero realmente es el maíz.
Sorry, Edith, I'll try to break it down into smaller sentences.
Thank you.
Okay, and so as an artist, I've always felt that the corn is the, how would I say this? It's the molecular structure that holds us together.
Y como artista siempre he sentido que es el maíz la estructura molecular que nos sostiene.
And I don't know how better to explain what I'm trying to say.
Y no sé cómo explicar mejor lo que estoy tratando de decir.
But I suspect that in the old Ganyange Ha language, we would find a better explanation.
Pero sospecho que en la lengua gañangueja, la anciana, encontraríamos la explicación.
And so when you said that the corn is like the DNA, it made such sense to me.
Y cuando dijiste que el maíz es como el ADN, hizo tanto sentido para mí.
Because as an artist, I've had to study anatomy to a very fine line.
Porque como artista tuve que estudiar la anatomía en todas sus líneas finas,
like a doctor would, you know. And I can see that the original structure of the native, be it north or south, and you look at the outline of the corn, a kernel corn, you can see the same structure.
y esto es como un doctor, y cuando se observa el maíz, ya sea en el norte o en el sur, cada granito de maíz es exactamente una estructura molecular.
And then the braiding, you know, natives wear their hair in braids, and there's a reason for that. I feel that I don't know what that reason is, but for some reason I feel like it's connected to the corn.
Y el hecho de trenzarlos, por ejemplo, los indígenas van a cortar su cabello con trenzas, entonces no sé cuál sea la relación, pero estoy segura de que tiene que ver con el maíz.
And so I'm at a point now where I wonder, and I think it's very interesting that the corn comes in red, yellow, blue, and white.
Y estoy en un punto en el que creo que, por ejemplo, el hecho de que el maíz venga en sus distintos colores, amarillo, rojo, blanco, azul.
And of course there's purple, but that can fall into the category of blue, you know, and we can assign those colors directions, northeast, southwest, etc.
Y por supuesto también está el maíz morado, pero caería más en la categoría del azul, y podemos atribuirles direcciones a cada color, este, oeste, sur, norte.
And so my question is, are there any stories from the ancients about why the corn reflects the directions and the colors of humanity?
Entonces mi pregunta sería si se sabe por qué el maíz refleja las diferentes direcciones asociadas a los colores de la humanidad.
And I know that we can, you know, look at it from a biogenetic engineering, but I feel, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Y sé que lo podemos ver a partir de una perspectiva de bioingeniería genética.
You know, where you mix seeds to make a new seed, but I feel like there's something more to it.
En donde necesitas una semilla para hacer otra nueva, pero siento que hay más allá de esto.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking, are there any origin stories for the corn? Thank you.
Entonces, pregunta si hay otras historias del origen del maíz.
The corn itself is an origin story.
El maíz en sí mismo es una historia de origen.
Everything that you just identified, all the colors of the rainbow are in there, all the colors of the people are in there.
Todo lo que acabas de decir con respecto a cómo los colores del arco iris y de la gente están.
And as you know, like colors also represent feelings, emotions.
Y como sabemos, los colores también representan sentimientos, emociones.
This we know is more evident within women.
Y sabemos que esto es más evidente en las mujeres.
So maybe we can look at the different colors of corn and identify that these colored corns, do I have one here?
Y puede que podamos ver los diferentes colores del maíz e identificar.
I had one somewhere. Oh, I took it with us the other day. It's in my leather bag.
Aquí tenemos algunos de colores, pero por el momento no lo encuentro. Está guardado.
It might be in the basket there. Okay, anyways, you know the ones with all different colors? This, then we might be able to identify that, well, this is the female corn.
Por ejemplo, aquellos que tienen varios colores en su maíz, podemos identificar que es como tal vez un maíz femenino.
Because all the different colors, as you know, again, represents emotions, feelings, so we can make that connection there.
Porque todos los otros colores representan emociones, sentimientos, entonces podemos hacer la conexión.
As we know that, oh, what's that? Yeah.
That's I'm going to share the picture. That's actually Joe. It's from his planting.
Westcott?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. This is a friend that plants corn, different kinds of corns, and this is his recent harvest
Let me take a
of
look.
some kind. Este es un amigo que planta maíz y que esta es su cosecha reciente de un tipo específico de maíz.
Wow, that guy's got some crazy, beautiful corns there.
Wow.
Tan bonitos, bonitos.
That's, look at that. That's so beautiful.
Ah.
Okay, when we look at that, okay, let's just take a moment, each of us, and look at that. And what do we see?
Tomemos un tiempito para observar qué vemos.
Okay, let's go around and let's see. What do we see? Let's start with you.
Yuri, it's because we know Joe, and he's been gathering seeds from everybody that has been giving him from Mayan territory, from all different territories, a little bit like Israel. So he's so devoted to planting and preserving these grains. So he's partnered with different farmers in the region that he lives at, so they don't pollinate. And he just takes so much care of his crops that, of course, he's gonna have beautiful results. So this is actually part of the male balancing, you know, it's this guy that is by himself that is keeping the seeds that has been like gifted to him to continue growing them. So it's just like a gift of love, like just like beauty of love of what is the end result that you see there. Y es porque conocemos a Joe y sabemos que es alguien que ha estado recogiendo semillas de distintos lugares para gente que le ha dado de semillas mayas, de distintos regiones, y hizo tratos, digamos, con granjeros en donde él vive para plantar diferentes semillas en distintos lugares para que no se crucen, y tiene tanto cuidado, es tan devoto en cuidar sus cosechas, que obviamente ver el resultado que tiene, pues es como belleza, amor, es un poco de este equilibrio que hablábamos con el hombre, la parte masculina del maíz más bien.
Okay, so let's go around to all the women and you can identify what you see in that.
Entonces, las mujeres, ¿qué ven ustedes en eso?
So we'll go in here first and then
Entonces,
we'll go up.
Vayamos aquí primero.
I'm Marie-Claude, great-granddaughter of Marie-Louise, granddaughter of Yvette, and daughter of Francine. What I see in this is the 4 elements: water, fire, earth, and wind, air, you know. I see this, that's the first time that came to me.
Y Marie-Claude se presenta y dice que lo primero que vio fue los 4 elementos: el agua, el fuego, el aire y la tierra. Es lo primero que le vino a ella cuando la vio. Go ahead, Elsa.
Elsa?
Okay. Hello, hola, my name is Elsa, daughter of Lison, granddaughter of Leah, and great-granddaughter of Adelina. I'm from Wabanaki Nation.
Elsa se presenta de forma matrilineal diciendo que viene de la nación Wabanaki.
And in Life Givers Nation, I'm temporary background.
Y en la nación de dadoras de vida es miembro temporal del clan del oso.
me, when I look at that picture, I see humans. I see how we can all be from the same mother with different colors and shapes and forms.
Y yo cuando veo esto veo humanos, es decir, cómo podemos venir de la misma madre y tener todo tipo de colores y formas distintas.
Mhm. Who else we got there?
Hey boy, now how do I manage this? Janet, do you want to say?
Sure. I actually see the fire of life, and I see love and beauty and happiness and just life. Yeah.
Janet ve el fuego de la vida y belleza y felicidad y solamente vida. Thank you, Janet. Anne, do you want to share? Anne, ¿quieres compartir? Anne, can you hear us? Anne, Brian, Marky? Maybe she's out. Griselda, ¿quieres compartir? Griselda.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hi.
Pues cuando veo esto, pues siento alegría, amor, gratitud, pues flores de 1000 colores y quetzales de 1000 colores. Tómate otro.
So I feel happiness, I feel love, and I feel like colors and flowers of all different types. So, Angel.
Hello, my name is Angèle. I'm daughter of Jeanne, granddaughter of Jeanne, and great-granddaughter of Marianne.
Angel se presenta de forma matrilineal.
I'm not a visual person, so what I just like glanced at it and it felt like a hair, women's hair. So.
Y no soy una persona muy visual, pero nada más de verlo rápido, lo que me vino a mi mente fue como el cabello de una mujer. Thank you, Angel. Aloysius, do you want to share?
Aloysius?
Yes.
Thank you. Harold invites me to these.
Es Harold quien invita a Aloysius a estos encuentros.
Yes. My mother is Angela Miner, and I don't know any further than that. When I saw that, I saw an eye, but it just looked like a really comforting eye, like an eye I would want to look into. I'm autistic, so I don't usually make a lot of eye contact. So I thought this was like a warming eye.
Y conoce a su mami, pero más allá no sabe más. Y cuando vio esta imagen, vio como un ojo y es una persona autista, entonces no tiene la tendencia a hacer mucho contacto con los ojos. Y entonces este le pareció un ojo muy cómodo, como uno al que podría ver sin ningún problema. Yeah. Thank you, Aloysius. Gloria. Gloria, ¿nos escuchas? ¿Y gustas decir qué ves con el maíz?
Ok, sí me escuchan, no puedo prender el video.
Te escuchamos.
Oh, perfecto. Saludos y abrazotes para cada uno de ustedes, para mi hermano Stuart. Y le damos muchas gracias a todo el universo, a la Pachamama, al cosmos por la mamá del hermano Stuart, porque en realidad, como alguien dijo, hemos nacido en un tiempo, en este tiempo, porque nos necesitan los demás. Porque debo decirle que yo nací casi de un milagro, después de tener un accidente bien grande cuando era solamente de 4 meses. Y mi hermana, que era más bella, más saludable, más linda, el universo se la llevó temprano. Yo estoy viva hasta ahora y me pregunto por qué ella, que era tan buena, se fue y yo me quedé, que yo soy la más rebelde con mi mami.
Gloria says a big hi to everybody, and she's sending a big hug to Stuart. And actually, she wants to deeply thank Stuart's mom, because that's thanks to her that we have access to this knowledge and these sharings. And she was born when she was 4 months old. She had a terrible accident, but she survived. And actually, she had a sister that was like the most beautiful and the most like nice girl, but she couldn't make it. She didn't survive. So the question was after that, why me? I believe that we're in a time that all of us that are here is because we are being called to this time, is because we are up to this time and people needs us. So I always wonder why me and not my sister, that it should be her and not me, but it's me. So we are being called to these times.
Yes, y quiero decirles acerca de que del maíz, que aunque nacimos nosotros en un país de maíz, que es Ecuador, que la comida es maíz de los incas, quiero decirle que nosotros somos los niños que más hambre pasamos y no teníamos casi el maíz para comer. Gracias a la iglesia babilónica, iglesia católica, que acaparaba todo el maíz para diezmos, para los curas, donde se les podría los granos en los graneros, igual que la sociedad que iba a la iglesia, y los niños muriéndose de hambre.
And I want to say regarding to the corn that I was born in one of the countries that we are from the children of the corn, which is Ecuador. It was the Inca that used to take care of the crops, harvest the corn over there. And I was one of the children that didn't have access to any corn, and that we were basically starving because of the greed of the Catholic Church, the Babylonian Church, that would just take everything for themselves. They will leave them in these places where they store the corn and big containers, and they will leave them rot, and they will just be asking for the money of the peoples in the church, and they would just keep everything for themselves while they would leave everybody else starving.
Entonces, gracias al hermano Stuart, que nos ha ayudado en el mensaje del maíz, a poder tener conciencia de qué significaba. Imagínate lo que aprendimos hoy día en esta conversación, que es justamente hasta el DNA de las personas, de 10,000 años de travesía de nuestros ancestros, y que eso nos están destruyendo, esa identificación.
And so I'm very thankful for this chat, this conversation about the knowledge of the corn, the journey of the corn, of how it traveled for 10,000 years, and how it is, like Stuart explained, the DNA, and how everything is being done right now to take away that identity from us, to continue stealing it from us.
He tratado estando viendo unas películas, porque a mí me gusta ver las películas que son en otros idiomas, porque entiendo de que la comunicación es solamente 25% verbal, y el resto, los 85%, esto he aprendido ya en los básicos de psicología, que no tengo tanta, pero bueno, los 85 es la lengua, la comunicación del cuerpo.
And I have been watching some movies that are not in my language. I like actually to look at different languages movies, because I know I don't have many bases of psychology, but now I'm starting to learn that it's only 25% of the language that is going to be spoken. The rest, and even up to 85%, is going to be the body language.
Entonces, he llegado a ver que el maíz ha sido sembrado en las tierras del Medio Oriente, en Asia, en Japón, en Corea, y ha salvado incluso Europa, y ha salvado millones y millones de personas del hambre, o como las papas también en Irlanda. Y esto no avisan a la comunidad de Irlanda y de los otros europeos que son aquí militares, policías. No comparten tienen un despotismo, un narcisismo, que no dan crédito a que este continente salvó del hambre a todos ellos, y ellos se proclaman que son los salvadores de nosotros, que nos han traído la industrialización, que es la salvación nuestra, según ellos.
I've come to learn that corn has been planted in different places along Asia, Korea, all of different places, and it's this staple that has been able to save the people from starving. And this is the food that now they are eating. So these people, for example, from Ireland, all of those that are here, that are like cops or military, and they're so arrogant, saying, bringing this narrative that they are the ones that came to save us from the savagery or something, whereas in reality, they will never accept that it is thanks to the corn and everything that they took from here that they were able to survive.
Entonces yo puedo ver que, por ejemplo, hasta en la parte de Persia, el maíz, la siembra del maíz les da muchas otras comidas, porque como sabemos que la chacra, o sea, la parte de no el grano, es para dar de comer a los animales allá. Les dan de comer eso a las vacas, y por las vacas tienen leche, y por la leche tienen queso. Los que no tienen este acceso al maíz, que son las partes, por ejemplo, de Pakistán, yo veo que ellos viven es de la cría de camellos y de chivos, y desearían tener toda esta comida.
And I have seen, for example, in what is like the extensions of what is the Persian territory, they have had a lot of corn, and they can even, like, you know, a type of corn that they will feed the animals, like the pigs or the cows, and it is thanks to that they will have meat. It is thanks to that with the cows they will have milk, and they will have cheese. So they have all a sort of abundance that at the basis it comes from the corn. And if we compare it in some other parts, for let's say Pakistan, they don't have access to corn because they have been like impeded to go there, and they can clearly show signs of poverty and lack of food or like good nutrition.
So hay mucho más de investigar, como dice que tenemos que leer y investigar tanto, y es muy poco tiempo, y no quiero quitar el tiempo de los demás, pero quiero terminar con un sueño muy interesante que he tenido anoche, bien rapidito. Es que a mí siempre estoy pasando en mis sueños por sembríos, y les dejo saber que yo no tengo tierra, tengo siempre esa ansiedad de tener mi propia tierra, pero vi en estas siembras que habían muchos árboles de bananas llenos de fruto, y unos pocos árboles, las bananas estaban ya como mosqueaditas, listas solamente para sacudir el árbol y que cayeran esas bananas. Pero vi en las otras plantas de las bananas que aún estaban verdes, que yo tenía miedo y decían, vamos a sacudir que caigan las maduras, pero para no dañar tampoco a las otras que están verdes, porque ellas no son para comer en este momento, sino para después. Este sueño me pareció interesante y quiero compartir con ustedes, y abrazotes para todos. Es que si no participo en esta computadora es porque, como ven ahorita, no pude abrir la cámara, pero estoy siguiéndoles a ustedes y estoy trabajando con ustedes a lo máximo que puedo. Y esta es la única familia que me siento que puedo ser parte de ustedes, y estamos expandiendo y trabajando, invitando a toda la gente que yo tengo en mi página. Les hablo de que vengan a la Casa Grande. Incluso estoy trabajando en las otras independientes que son Telegrama, y les estoy avisando que entren a ustedes. Yo desearía que pongan, cuando sea de compartir, no solamente en YouTube, si ponen en YouTube, no pongan solo para Facebook, porque ustedes saben que WhatsApp me cortaron. No quiero perder el WhatsApp por compartir información que ellos no quieren, porque son la familia. Instagram, YouTube, Facebook son familias, o no podemos meternos en a perder el único método de comunicación. Entremos a Telegrama y otras páginas. Abrazotes, mucho amor para todos.
So she would like to share so much more about it. She doesn't want to like go up the time for everybody else. So just to end a dream that she had just this last night. And she always is dreaming of crops, like she's in the middle of crops, and just to say that she doesn't have any land. So it's like maybe this anxiety of like knowing and she wants to have it, but it's not there. So it's always in the dreams. So she's in crops, and yesterday she was walking along crops of bananas. So she sees the trees, and there's like super ripe bananas that are almost even flies on top. But in the same trees are like bananas that are like little green. So she thinks, okay, we gotta shake this tree in a very careful way so that the ripe bananas can fall to the ground, but that we don't harm the green ones. So that's the dream that she wanted to share. And on another side, even though she doesn't connect to us that often, she's always working with us. She feels that this is the only family that she can really have. And you know that WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram are a whole family, and they blocked her from WhatsApp because she was sharing a lot of stuff. So now she's saying, I'm always telling to the Facebook pages and to the groups that everybody go to the Longhouse. That's the place that everybody's gotta go, and she recommends it to everybody. But if we wanna communicate with her, it would be maybe more through Telegram, and that's all that she had to say. Gracias, Gloria.
Bueno, gracias a ustedes.
That's quite a coincidence then, in the analogy that I was given earlier about baking a cake that I said bananas.
Entonces es una coincidencia que hace rato cuando estábamos hablando de hacer un pastel, era un pastel de banana.
So there's an energy flow.
Oh, no les escuché, mire. Le dejo de decir.
Didn't get that part.
So there's an energy flow connecting us.
Entonces hay un flujo de energía que nos conecta.
You dreamt of bananas, and today in the analogies and the teaching of it, we mention it.
Soñaste de los plátanos y hoy en la enseñanza o en el compartir se habló de un pastel de banana.
So there might be something further to look at there about the people or the lands of where bananas come from.
Entonces puede que haya algo más que ver acerca de dónde la gente viene en donde hay plátanos.
Now, within the territories naturally of so-called North to South America, where approximately does bananas naturally grow?
Y tú sabes, Gloria, en los territorios de lo así llamado América Central o del Sur, ¿a partir de dónde hasta dónde crecen los plátanos?
Do they even grow here, or they come from the other side of the world?
¿Y son de aquí o vienen del otro lado del mundo?
En los pocos libros que he leído, porque no tengo mucha literatura del Ecuador, de mi propia patria, estoy aquí ya 47 años, yo casi soy más indígena que de Norteamérica que de Sudamérica. Bueno, las bananas se nace, en los libros que se refieren es cuando los esclavos negros llegaron hacia el Amazonas, descubrieron que las plantas de bananas nacían como silvestres en toda la Amazonía junto a bellísimos árboles de pájaros, árboles enormes, preciosos de madera que todo ha terminado para Europa. Ya esos árboles ya ni siquiera existen. Ha cambiado todo ¿cómo se llama? La cantidad de kilómetros, la total de kilómetros de que era Ecuador, porque con esa guerra última que se miente que es la liberación de Sudamérica, de la Gran Colombia, es que se robaron estos conspiradores, las sociedades secretas amazonas, se robaron los territorios de todos y le acumularon todo a Brasil. Y porque se asentaron esas colonias portuguesas para Brasil, se dieron a ellos mismos. Entonces cambiaron todo esto de los límites del Ecuador, pero de ahí bananas hay en Ecuador, toda la Amazonía, lo que asumo que es hasta Brasil.
So the knowledge that I know, and it comes from books, because I mean, although I was born in Ecuador, I'm here on the north since 47 years ago, so I'm more like from here than from there, but I'm still native. But from what I know, is that in Ecuador and all of the Amazons, when the slaves came and landed there, the descriptions that they did is that there were so many bananas, like so many like plants with like big trees, and it was so wild. It would grow like wild herb everywhere. And so it is like the Portuguese that established themselves there. So then after that, there were like less bananas because they started like taking over the land. But in Ecuador, it's all in what is called the Amazon today. And all of those places have bananas.
I do know. No, this is history anybody can check out, and I may not quote this history precisely.
Y puede que no sepa exactamente, pero de lo que sé.
But I do know that the original bananas, that they had become extinct. I think it was in the late 50s or the early 60s due to overconsumption, over commercialization.
Y es que los plátanos originales habían desaparecido por ahí de los años 60 o 70 y esto debido a como el exceso de consumo.
So commercialization, economy, all of this is a disease within the body.
Y obviamente la comercialización, la economía que se construye con eso es la enfermedad del cuerpo.
And we know that, well, a disease goes after specific things. It goes after healthy cells. It's not going to go and eat a rotten cell, a dead cell already.
Y sabemos que la enfermedad va a atacar las células sanas, no las que ya están enfermas.
So the fact that the non-natives, the corruption of economics, capitalism, actually eliminated the true original bananas means then that those true original bananas carried a very specific power of a very important meaning for our Mother Earth.
Entonces el hecho de que sea el capitalismo el que eliminó a los plátanos originales significa que estos plátanos originales tenían un valor para nuestra madre tierra.
Which makes sense when we think of the physical place, the geography of where they're from.
Lo que tiene un sentido cuando pensamos en la geografía, es decir, el lugar físico de donde vienen.
So when we think of this, or when we look at the geography,
Y cuando vemos la geografía,
and we know we're basically, better not burn this again. Okay, bananas, the land of bananas is approximately somewhere within here.
y que sabemos que la tierra de las more down there because she's saying the Amazon, so it's,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I couldn't see, I'm just, okay, you know, generally it's like around here.
La tierra de las bananas es de la mitad de lo que se conoce hoy como México hasta más abajo del Amazonas.
So we know again that, well, then if it was important enough to go after bananas and they're only here, then this is a very important area.
Y sabemos que si los plátanos nada más están aquí, pues es un área importante.
Why is this important?
¿Por qué?
We got one hemisphere here, another hemisphere here.
Tenemos un hemisferio aquí y otro acá.
And these are a duplicate of the hemispheres within our brain.
Y estos son una copia de los hemisferios de nuestro cerebro.
And so, just like in your brain, you know, that thoughts have to go from one side to the other.
Y como en tu cerebro, que los pensamientos tienen que ir de un lado al otro.
So let's imagine that this is one side of the brain, this is another side of the brain.
Imaginemos que este es un lado del cerebro y este el otro.
That in order for thoughts to get from here to over here, and we're talking about the thought of corn.
Y para que los pensamientos lleguen de aquí a acá, y hablamos del pensamiento del maíz,
From as far south that you can go to where it is traveled to right here to, oh no, where are we? Am I looking at proper? Right here. I'm looking upside down, so yeah, right here where we are.
entonces para que haya viajado desde aquí hasta acá donde estamos,
So in order for that thought to get from one side of your brain to the other, it has to travel through the isthmus within the brain.
para que ese pensamiento viaje de un lado al otro, tiene que bajar por el istmo del cerebro.
And so from the south to the north, it has to travel through this thin isthmus between the two hemispheres of the brain.
Y del sur al norte tiene que pasar por este istmo del cerebro.
So right here, there is a very important power.
Entonces aquí hay un poder muy importante
It's the power of inversion.
de la inversión.
Because over here, this is one hemisphere, this is the opposite hemisphere. The message has to be inverted to get there.
Porque este es un hemisferio del cerebro y este es el otro y el mensaje tiene que ser invertido para que llegue.
Now, in the brain, we know that there's all kind of chemicals there that get released in the brain. Chemicals when you're mad, angry, chemicals when you're happy, when you're experiencing love, when you're experiencing good food. There's all different kind of chemicals. They're all maybe rooted in the same thing, but they're all specifically, they're all different for the specific application.
Y sabemos que en el cerebro hay todo tipo de sustancias químicas que son liberadas dependiendo de las emociones o los sentimientos. Si se está enojado, va a haber algo liberado. Si se está feliz, va a ser otro tipo.
What does dopamine look like when it's released into the brain?
¿Cómo se vería la dopamina cuando es liberada en el cerebro?
For us, the only way to observe that is, of course, is through the modern invention of a CT scan, a CAT scan.
Para nosotros la única forma de ver eso hoy es con la invención de como los rayos, las radiografías que se toman para eso, tomografías me parece se llaman.
They inject some kind of radioactive something, chemical into your body so that the CAT scan can detect it, can see it.
Inyectan algo en el cuerpo para que esta tomografía pueda detectarlo.
And so happiness, dopamine being released into the brain, it basically looks like a cloud, like liquid being released. Like if you look at the mouth of a river, a tributary to the ocean or something, you're going to see all kind of sediment there going into the main body of water. It's going to look cloudy, smoky.
Y entonces es equivalente a una nube que se libera y es como, digamos, si hay un fuego en algún lugar o hay una nube de polvo, va a verse esa nube.
So, corn, you know that when it's fresh, when you pick it, when it's ripe, and you take one of the kernels and you squeeze it, that looks just like the colostrum that comes from a mother's breast.
Y el maíz cuando está tierno, así como los plátanos están maduros, están tiernos, el maíz cuando está tierno, si agarramos uno de los granitos de maíz y lo aplastamos, va a salir un líquido blanco que es el equivalente literalmente al colostro de la leche materna.
What does breast milk do for a baby? What would a baby consider breast milk as?
¿Y qué es la leche materna para un bebé?
What does it do for a baby? Anybody? Okay, let's get some examples here. What does breast milk, or not, what does a baby view breast milk as?
¿Cómo ve el bebé a la leche materna?
Love.
Food, nutrition.
Comfort,
Sí,
food.
amor, comodidad, seguridad, tranquilidad.
Okay, so ultimately we can narrow it down to being that when a baby receives the breast milk of a mother, that it is love.
Y cuando el bebé recibe la leche materna, esto es amor.
So, what is released from the corn is love.
Entonces lo que es emitido por el maíz es amor.
Now, love produces in the brain when you're in love or you're experiencing it, that's when it releases all of those chemicals, the pheromones, I call them unpheromones, the dopamine, all of this.
Y cuando se siente, se vive el amor, es ahí en donde el cerebro va a liberar todas estas sustancias, las feromonas, todos los químicos en el cerebro.
And it looks like colostrum.
Y se ve como el colostro.
So love looks like the food, the colostrum that comes from a mother's breast milk. That is a mother's breast milk.
Entonces el amor se ve como la leche materna.
Now let's look again here in this area, in this in-between area, and where we know the bananas are from.
Y si vemos en esta área de intermedio, en donde sabemos que vienen los plátanos.
Let's look at what does bananas look like.
Y cómo los plátanos, ¿a qué se parecen? ¿Cuál es su forma?
When you open it, it's a solid, but it's white. And it looks like if you squished it up and you mushed it, it will look like that colostrum from a mother's breast milk, of a mother's breast milk.
Cuando las abres, se ven justamente como la leche materna.
So in this area, what this represents and what happens here is the transition, again, the inversion of information.
Y esta área lo que representa es la transición.
To make it understandable from one hemisphere to the other.
para que la información pueda ser comprendida de un hemisferio al otro.
And so all of this right here in the middle part,
Y todo esto aquí en la parte media,
all the people, all the living things are all engaged in a process of inversion to take the life and the love from here and to extend it to here.
todos están comprometidos en extender el amor de aquí para trasladarlo acá.
So these people here, very special role in creation, as we know that all throughout here, these people all carry such a supreme knowledge of the cosmos.
Y esta gente aquí es muy importante y sabemos que tienen un conocimiento del cosmos muy particular.
Now, what does the cosmos have to do with this? Love from here being inverted to being here.
¿Y qué tiene que ver el cosmos con el hecho de que el amor esté aquí y se transporte para acá?
Well, the cosmos is where first this and this comes from.
Para empezar, ambos vienen de este cosmos.
And so okay, I'm going to cut a few people off here. I'm going to cut in line and I'm going to say what I see when I look at that picture of all the corn. Can you put that picture back up?
Y lo que voy a decir es que lo que yo veo cuando observo esta imagen del maíz,
What I seen, and I don't know if any of you will connect to this, but I seen the periodic table in this,
veo la tabla periódica de los elementos,
meaning the basis and the foundation of all things in creation.
es decir, la base y la fundación de todas las cosas en la creación.
All the colors in there that are the balance of the male and female and all things are the colors of all things.
Los colores que están ahí, que son el equilibrio entre lo femenino y lo masculino, es el equilibrio entre todas las cosas.
But those colors in those corns are, of course, we see the colors on the external, the outside of each kernel of corn.
Pero se ve que el hecho de que haya estos distintos colores se ven en cada granito de maíz.
But for it to project that color on the outside, you know that inside each kernel, there's the liquid that is that color.
Y para que el granito se vea de algún color o de alguna mezcla de color, se sabe que adentro está el líquido que le da ese tono.
And so I see the periodic table as opposite to what the non-native people see it as.
Y yo veo la tabla periódica de elementos de una forma opuesta de como lo ven los no indígenas.
I don't see it as a periodic table of chemical composition and compounds or whatever.
Yo no lo veo como algo que sea elementos químicos,
I see it as the periodic table of love,
sino como la tabla periódica del amor,
direct from our mother's heart.
que viene directo del corazón de nuestras madres.
And where do these colors come from?
¿Y de dónde vienen estos colores?
Where does the stuff to make the physical corn come from? We know that it comes from out there within the larger body of Sky Woman.
Sabemos que viene del cuerpo más amplio de la mujer cielo.
And so if we relate back to 2017, when we remember that binary star system that collapsed into itself, what did it, after it exploded, collapsed into itself and exploded? What did it release all over the waterverse?
Y cuando esta estrella binaria se compactó en 2017, ¿qué fue lo que liberó a todo el universo?
Does anybody remember what it released?
Gold, silver,
Titanium.
platinum.
Gamma rays?
No.
No.
Gold, silver, titanium, what else?
Copper.
Copper.
Liberó titanio, oro, plata, cobre.
No, okay, this is what we can remember. But anybody can go back and look at that binary star system of 2017. It was August.
Y pueden consultarlo en internet en el mes de agosto.
And you'll see what was released everywhere in the waterverse.
Y se puede ver lo que fue liberado en el aguaverso.
And this is how gold, silver, titanium, all the things that we just identified, this is how it gets to our Mother Earth.
Y es así como llegan a nuestra madre, el oro, el titanio, lo que identificamos.
And so the corn
Sorry that we just lost the connection on Stuart's computer. We'll be back.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Okay. Where was I?
All of those come from the water verse here, all of those elements.
Gold, titanium.
You are saying.
Okay. I broke my train of thought here, and I'm not going to pretend to remember where I left off. So, just to reiterate, to again identify that what I see in that corn is the periodic table. I see all things within that.
Y para reiterar que este maíz lo veo como todos los elementos de la tabla periódica.
And this is the transition of all things from dream into physical manifestation.
Y esta es la transición del sueño a la manifestación física.
What is in between? If we can say or will identify that, hey, how come I can't see myself here? Hey, are we locked? Are we frozen?
No,
Well, look, what's going on there?
I don't know. It's
Yeah.
your computer most likely that is having some kind of issue.
What's going on here?
We can hear you.
Hey, Miles.
Okay, all right. Just a second, we're having a small technical difficulty.
We can see you fine, Stuart. Everything's there.
Okay, all right, here, no, I just lost my track again. What was I saying? Okay, the transition from dream into physical manifestation.
El sueño, perdón, la transición del sueño a la manifestación física.
So inside the cell of our Mother Earth, before there's any of this, any land, it's just water.
Dentro de la célula de nuestra madre tierra, antes de que haya tierra, es agua.
And the dream takes place inside.
Y el sueño ocurre adentro.
Just like where you dream, you don't dream from your fingertips, you don't dream from your knee, you know where you're dreaming from. You're dreaming from inside your consciousness.
Cuando sueñas, sabes que no lo haces de tus uñas o de tu cabello, sino de adentro, de tu conciencia.
Okay, so just as an example here, if this is the dream, then to get to physical manifestation, there is the in-between.
Y si este es el sueño, para llegar a la manifestación física está el entre dos.
And this is all in all things. Every single cell that has ever existed exists this way.
Y esto se encuentra en cada célula.
And how every cell is created, we can look at it now and say, okay, there's the physical structure. We can see, okay, there's a foundation, there's a steel frame, there's a siding on it, there's windows. We can see the end result.
Y así se puede ver el resultado final. Digamos, si hablamos de una casa, vemos la madera, las ventanas, las puertas, etc.
But there's the part in between that we can't see.
Pero la parte entre los dos que no podemos ver.
You buy a house, maybe you'll go see a designer, they'll design it, and then all of a sudden you got a house. What happened in between?
Si compran una casa, a lo mejor contratan a un arquitecto, les dibuja la casa y de repente tienen la casa, pero ¿qué pasó entre los dos?
Is where it is built.
Es en donde está siendo construida.
And so the in between, the transition is in all things, the building of it, the foundation of love.
Y el entre dos, mientras está siendo construido, se basa en la raíz y la fundación del amor.
So all things that are the transition,
y todo lo que es la transición,
all plant life, all animal life, all human life that are in the transition,
todas las plantas, los animales que se encuentran en la transición,
all of that is 100% love.
Es amor a 100%.
With the knowledge of love, where it comes from and how it is to be disseminated into the world.
Con el conocimiento del amor y cómo debe de ser diseminado en el mundo.
And this is the reason why the people all through here not just the Mayan people, all the people through here carried such a supreme knowledge of the cosmos.
Y es por eso que la gente aquí, no solamente los mayas, portan un conocimiento del cosmos.
Because they know where it comes from, there, and where and how it comes here to the earth to manifest.
Porque saben de dónde viene y cómo llega a la tierra para manifestarse.
They are the in-between.
Son ellos quienes están en medio.
They have a knowledge, a vast knowledge of two worlds.
Y tienen un conocimiento vasto de dos mundos.
And so to carry that knowledge and yet to maintain the balance that we all know is upon our Mother Earth, those people, those things, that living force right there, obviously is a force of love and knowledge.
Y para aportar el conocimiento de ambos, esta forma entre los dos es una fuerza de amor y de conocimiento.
Okay, so my discourse there made me cut in on people to me jump in and say before all of you who had a chance yet to see what I seen in the corn there. So we're just going to continue to have everybody continue on that.
Entonces mi discurso me hizo cortar y saltar a personas que todavía no habían dicho lo que ellos ven en el maíz. So Anne, would you like to say what is it that you see in this picture of the corn?
A rainbow. It was way before because I was looking for a corn that I had given to me, I don't know, 20 years ago. And I don't know what kind of corn it is. I was told it was heart corn. It was a very small corn. I can't find it right now. It was actually a corn cob that's shaped like a little heart. So I don't know if anybody has ever seen that before. Very small. They almost look like a strawberry.
Me parece que vi un arcoíris, pero ahorita estaba tratando de buscar. He visto ya una espiga de maíz que se parece que tiene una forma de corazón. Entonces no la encuentro ahorita, pero me pregunto si ya han visto este tipo de espigas de maíz.
Okay.
You didn't hear a question? Like, have you seen this heart?
Yeah, I seen those. They kind of look like, I wouldn't say so much like a heart, but you can relate it to that. I mean, it looks more like almost like kind of like a distorted avocado.
Y sí sé de lo que hablas y no diría que se parecen como un corazón, sino más bien como un aguacate.
At some point I'll find it and I'll bring it onto the Zoom and show you.
Look, take a look on we have a chart of corn here, and I think in the corn there's a picture of one of the ones that you're describing.
Tenemos aquí un póster del maíz y tal vez ahí se encuentre uno como el que estás diciendo.
Right, let me move that. Can you pin Mary Claude's computer? See, maybe like these smaller ones.
Tal vez algo como estos más pequeñitos.
See, when you look at them, you can say it's almost like a heart.
Y puedes
Very,
verlos
very similar to that, yes.
muy similares. Ajá.
Here's that. What's this stuff called? What do you call that stuff, Edith?
Huitlacoche.
Yeah, they call it coche. Myself, I've never seen that before until it was within the last 10 years. I've never seen that coche, and then I thought it was a disease. But then Edith told us that hey, in the South they look at this as a delicacy.
Y aquí está el huitlacoche y yo nunca había visto esto y es solamente en los últimos 10 años que lo vi porque yo pensé que era una enfermedad, pero fue después Edith quien nos dijo que en el sur esto se conoce y es algo realmente como algo exquisito en el nivel culinario.
So this is one of the spin-offs, one of the good things, the reasons why, just to talk about corn, because then maybe in the journey we may have forgotten some things. I never seen that lacoche on our corn ever before. It was only once Edith got here actually, so maybe it's carried in the spirit.
Y yo nunca había visto el huitlacoche antes hasta que Edith llegó aquí, entonces tal vez es algo que vino con el espíritu.
Okay, so let's continue on. Let's go through this.
Yeah, the last one is Dallas. Go ahead, Dallas. Just let me put it back for you.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hi. I'm in Alberta now, have my travel time. It looks like to me, I look at it, I see just the way it's layered out. It seems like everything's pointing to the center. And then I see the bottom part there, like a bridge opening up where all are welcome to come. And in that bridge, I see five different branches to the truth or to the center. That's what I see in the picture.
Lo que veo es como todos los maíces están convergiendo hacia el centro. Entonces esa es la parte de abajo del maíz y la parte alta que es la hoja. Esto lo veo como si fueran puentes y por alguna razón veo como si fueran 5 distintos puentes. Entonces lo veo como es el puente hacia la convergencia a la verdad. Es así como lo veo.
He's not the last one.
¿No?
No.
Oh,
Mark didn't. Mark didn't go, and there's others. The guys,
I always forget Mark. What is it?
the guys didn't go.
Well, that's
Let's go through the guys now.
Well, he's the only guy. That's why I thought it was it because.
That's it?
I thought I seen somebody else. Okay, all right. Well, then Mark.
All right. Well.
Oh, sorry, I took it out. Hang on.
Oh.
See? I
Ready?
must have something personal against Mark.
Hi, my name is Mark. I'm the son of Lise Juat and the grandson of Léo Ravary.
Mark se presenta de forma matrilineal.
What I see is one big giant sunflower. I don't know why. And in the middle, because maybe there's sun in the middle, but where all the grains, instead of being in the center, they're on the petals.
Y lo que veo es como un gran girasol por una razón. Y lo que veo en el centro es como en lugar de los granos, veo como si fueran pétalos.
But when I look at this picture over here, because I far, sometimes I would see like eagle feathers, hawk feathers, you know, whatever, I guess condor feathers. I don't know how they look like. They look a bit more like hawk feathers or brownish in color, I guess.
Y lo que veo hacia lo lejos, porque no estoy muy cerca de la imagen, es como plumas. Entonces, plumas de aves, tal vez de águilas, de cóndor, tal vez, no sé cómo sean, si sean como más oscuritas, cafecitas.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look at it, when you do that to the corn, that the stuff that covers it, like its clothes, we'll say, that it looks like feathers.
Y sí, exactamente, es esta parte que está la hojita del maíz, que sí se ven como plumas.
And what we do know of the winged ones, that they are the messengers of creation.
Y lo que sabemos de las aves, que son los mensajeros de la creación.
Yeah. So, you know, we can make a lot of connections through just that.
Podríamos hacer muchas conexiones.
Okay, is there anybody else who didn't address this?
No,
Everybody did? Okay, all right. Well, then what we see, no matter what here, no matter what any of us seen, we all basically see the same thing. We see something that to us is beautiful, or even to some degree mesmerizing. I could look at that picture all day long. I could look at corn all day long. But we have this common thread to us, that to see that, it's because inside of us, our mind, we think a certain way in relation to it.
Y yo podría ver esta imagen todo el día, pero el hecho de observar maíz es que tiene algo bien familiar o que se relaciona con nosotros.
Even if that's on a subconscious level, even if we're not aware of it, that it leaves our internal thoughts to here in the exterior world, to us expressing that.
Inclusive si es en el nivel más interno, es decir, que es ese nivel interno que se va a expresar.
So one way or another, all of our perceptions to this, to corn, is something of beauty, something of love, something of growth, of all these things.
Entonces el maíz se relaciona al amor, a la felicidad, al crecimiento, todas estas cosas buenas.
But in this, just to talk about it in this way, expands our knowledge. We might not comprehend right now at this second, because right now we think we're just talking about corn.
Y ahorita puede que estemos pensando que nada más hablamos de maíz,
But later on, all of these things, once it sinks into our head, it's like ingredients that goes into the cake.
pero cuando estas cosas nos entren en la cabeza va a ser como diferentes ingredientes para hacer un pastel.
As we're putting in each ingredient, we observe it in the form and the shape that it's in.
Y cuando ponemos cada ingrediente lo observamos por la forma que tiene.
And each one, we may love it, we may have an affinity for it, just in the shape and form that it's in.
Y puede que les amemos así en la forma en la que están.
But then when it's all mixed together, you know, salt on its own, flour on its own, bananas on their own, but all these things on their own, to a certain degree. But then when they're all mixed together, wow, then this creates a beautiful, delicious recipe that one way or another, all of us are liking it, needing it, one way or another.
Y cuando todos los ingredientes son puestos juntos, pues es cuando todo es lo más bello. You had something to say just a while ago. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to add, when Stuart was talking about the balance, about the corn being female and male.
Nada más quería hablar acerca de cuando Stuart estaba hablando del hecho de que el maíz puede ser, bueno, es femenino y masculino.
And saying, I remember him saying, it's like the mother is watching his son, and she's saying, oh, you can go and play and roam and have fun, but I'm gonna be watching you.
Y recuerdo esta parte en la que le dijo, es como la mamá que le dice al niño, ok, ve, danza, juega, haz lo que quieras, pero te voy a estar cuidando.
So for me, it just connected some dots about the fact that in the corn and the hair of the corn.
Entonces lo que me hizo pensar es acerca de los cabellitos del maíz.
When you boil it, when you make tea with it,
y cuando lo hierves y que haces té con él,
it's good for prostate and bladder.
Es bueno para la próstata y el vaso.
So it's like Stuart was saying, like medicine. The men need medicine from the outside to bring the balance inside.
Entonces, como Stuart decía, que los hombres necesitan la medicina del exterior para encontrar el equilibrio interior.
So that's just what I wanted to add.
Y eso es lo que quería agregar.
The hat. Okay, now that you added that, you make me think of something else. Doesn't mean that this is correct, but we'll just entertain this this idea for a minute.
Y ahora que agregaste eso, me hizo pensar y puede que no sea cierto, pero vamos a ver.
What else it just said about the men need to get the medicine also from the outside to bring it internal.
Lo que él se acaba de decir acerca de que los hombres necesitan encontrar la medicina al exterior para traerla adentro.
The first thing I thought about that comes to my mind is an egg.
Lo primero en lo que pensé es un huevo.
That an egg, of course, all of the stuff that's going on is going on the inside. That's all female. That's all life giver. The shell of the egg, the hard outer shell, that's the male part.
Y que todo lo que ocurre dentro del huevo es femenino, pero la parte dura, la que protege, es la masculina.
And we know that whatever is born of eggs, whether it's birds, snakes, turtles, whatever else.
Y sabemos que todo lo que nace de un huevo, ya sea las tortugas, las víboras, las aves,
The hard outer shell of the egg may be designed to protect and hold in whatever's there, but there is a fact of that the hard outer shell of the egg is also a transition point from external to internal. There are things that make it to the inside of an egg through an eggshell. And these things are, of course, a necessary part of the growth for it to get to that stage of being born balanced properly, because the egg needs to be protected inside, but it also needs the external outside to be mixed in it to be able to survive in the external world that it will be born into.
Entonces la capa dura es un poco como la transición entre lo de adentro y lo de afuera. Entonces hay veces que lo que está adentro va a permear esta capa protectora y va a salir. También lo que es una coincidencia o una reciprocidad es que ese huevo también va a necesitar de lo de afuera para poder existir, pero el hecho es que la capa dura es la que permite la transición entre los dos.
So there in that process, by talking about it, we can discover law that is in the shell of an egg.
Y es mediante este proceso que podemos identificar la ley que se encuentra en la cáscara de un huevo.
Law of that it must protect, and it must also be a filter as to what's coming in. It has to allow in a certain amount of stuff in order for the growth of the egg, but it also has to filter out where it's not too much stuff, or even within that stuff may be a negative within it.
Entonces tiene la función de proteger, pero también de filtrar, es decir, de ver si hubiese algo negativo del exterior que no tiene que entrar.
And this is the way the men of the nations are supposed to work in relation to their nation, their communities, their home.
Y esa es la forma en la que los hombres de las naciones deben de actuar con respecto a su familia, a su nación, a su hogar.
And so we see a kinship, then we can see our interconnectedness with all things this way.
Entonces podemos ver una interconectividad con todas las cosas de esta forma.
I now see myself right now in this instance, I see myself as that hard outer shell of the egg while my two sons were growing. And I had to filter what I would allow into their minds, but I had to allow in enough for them to grow.
Y me veo entonces ahora como esa cáscara de huevo protegiendo a mis dos hijos mientras ellos crecían, dándoles lo necesario y también filtrando qué era lo que no tenía que entrar.
Right now, it's making me see beauty. It's making me remember all the beauty of when I was actually performing that function for and with my sons.
Y esto me hace ver la belleza de esta función con mis hijos.
So right now, what I am truly experiencing, remembering, knowing how it comes into being in this world is love.
Entonces lo que yo veo es el amor.
I know where it comes from.
Y sé de dónde viene,
It comes from all that is female.
de todo lo que es femenino.
And we see female in all things, the duality. There is male. I'm in there too, but female is in there too.
Y vemos lo femenino en todos lados. Esta dualidad está en todos lados. También lo femenino está en mí.
So we sort it all out through the ball game.
Y todo se arregla con el juego del bol.
We take all these elements and we expose them to the powers that be. And when these elements land, then they form this new thing, this new thing. They bring the diversity and the beauty of life to us.
Y todos los elementos vienen, es decir, son expuestos a los elementos y todo cae. Y cuando cae se acomoda en la belleza de la vida.
And again, this all comes from our mother's line.
Y esto viene de la línea de nuestras madres.
There was love on my father's side,
Por supuesto que había amor del lado de mi padre,
but my father is the shell.
pero mi padre era la capa protectora.
My mother is the stuff that's going on the inside, forming me.
Y mi mamá es lo que está dentro, lo que me está formando.
And so I know how to sort these two things out within me.
Y entonces sé cómo distinguir estas cosas en mí.
Or I won't say I know how, I can see then the necessity to sort these things out within me.
No voy a decir que sé cómo, pero veo la necesidad de distinguir esto.
To not allow one thing to overpower.
Para no dejar que una cosa tome el poder de la otra.
That as in the current physical manifestation I am in, I am male, so I cannot allow too much female to overpower my male ingredients.
Y como hoy estoy en una forma física de ser hombre, no puedo permitir que mi lado femenino sea el que tenga prevalecencia.
But I have to keep just the right amount. Just like when we're making that cake and putting all the ingredients, it's gotta be just the right amount.
Pero tiene que ser la cantidad adecuada, como cuando se hace un pastel,
In order for me to be at balance.
para que esté en equilibrio.
And now this is where I see then the completion of all of this whole cycle of love. I know in my life that this is where it comes from my mother. And I give thanks then for my mother because her love has permeated my existence. And if I fill my role as that egg, then that will fill the existence of the new life that is being formed. And I can see this in my two sons. And I can see it as it grows further up. So I am grateful for my mother. I give thanks. There is love.
Y yo como veo este amor viene de mi madre, entonces le agradezco a ella porque es gracias a ella y a sus enseñanzas que pude hacer la función que ella me enseñó con mis hijos. Entonces en mi madre yo veo amor.
This inner journey into ourselves today, into our own spirit, is a very important exercise. We may not have viewed it as this from the get-go, but this is where we end up. We are in an inner journey of understanding ourselves, how we function, how we work, in order to get back our powers as humans, to externalize that back into the world once again.
Y este viaje puede que no lo veamos como obvio, pero es por el cual pasamos todos para poder entender las cosas y poder manifestar el amor en el mundo.
So right now at this moment, I acknowledge that this was a great ceremony today. It may look like a small conversation about something that a lot of people would not even be interested in.
Y entonces reconozco que esta ceremonia fue muy buena el día de hoy. A lo mejor hubo cosas que la gente ni siquiera están interesados en eso.
But we are not interested in the people who are not interested in the important things.
Pero no nos interesamos en la gente que no se interesa en las cosas importantes.
Instead, we are interested in the important things.
Porque estamos interesados en esas cosas importantes.
And these are the things that we discuss here.
Y esto es de lo que hablamos aquí. Susan just loved.
These are the things that we sort out here.
Y esto es lo que aquí entendemos.
It's our responsibility to take the distorted world that the non-native has destroyed and left in a mess. It's our responsibility to take it and put it all back together with that foundation of our mother's love.
Y es de nuestro deber el de distinguir todo lo que ha sido destruido para poder reconstruirlo con el amor de nuestras madres.
So again, just to say, give thanks for everybody that participated in this exercise here today.
Entonces agradezco a todos los que participaron en este ejercicio hoy.
But Edith said that Susan just joined us.
Well, she was there, but then she logged out and she just came back, but she didn't have her turn for the...
Okay, Susan, I don't know if you were here earlier, but let's just put the picture up and we'll explain.
Susan, vimos que te acabas de conectar y no sabemos si estabas aquí hace ratito.
Okay, this is what we were doing. We were all looking at this picture and putting our 2 cents in to explain what we see from this, what we feel, what we sense, whatever. So I don't know if you feel up to it, but since you just got back, do you want to put your 2 cents into this discussion?
Pero no sé si gustarías contribuir o decir algo al respecto.
Yes, I would. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Okay. This is Susan Luis Mashike, daughter of Lillian, who carries the clan Mashike and the family name Mashike.
Susan, de forma matrilineal.
I was ready to do an episode, but I can do that another time if there's no time for that. But to respond to your question here, I see this picture as the sun.
Y estaba lista para hacer otro episodio, pero si no hay el tiempo el día de hoy, lo podemos hacer en otro momento. Y lo que veo aquí es la imagen del sol.
Giving us light and life and light.
Que nos da vida y luz.
Okay, then, since you're here, why don't you just go right into what you said you were going to do?
Bueno, siendo que ya estás aquí, ¿por qué no vamos directo a escuchar tu episodio?
Give us your next episode.
Queremos el próximo.
Well, thank you very much for that. As a lot of people know, I've been not doing it sequentially, but I've been doing it as I feel necessary. And this week I wanted to talk about my spiritual experiences as an adult. One of the first things I wanted to mention here, that an elder who was our spiritual advisor at DQ was buried today. He spoke to me and he told me that what I'm doing is exactly what I should be doing, that I should continue to move forward in this way, and that the spirits of this land are backing me up. So I wanted to bring that out first and foremost.
Algo que quería compartir en primer lugar es que uno de los consejeros espirituales en la universidad me dijo que estaba yo justo en el lugar en el que tenía que estar, estaba caminando el camino necesario, entonces eso es algo que tenía muchas ganas de compartir.
My sister Jolene would like to extend her support and her spirit to what we've been doing all this time, to not forget her. She is currently in mourning for my nephew, her only son. So as soon as she's feeling better, she'll be back with us.
Y mi hermana Jolene quiere decir que no se olviden de ella, está todavía en luto de su único hijo que perdió, pero sigue en contacto con nosotros y va a volver tan pronto como esté lista.
Oh, I will be probably repeating some of this episode when she's feeling better, because of most of my beginnings as far as spiritual experiences, we both experienced them together.
Y tal vez cuando ella pueda venir aquí, yo voy a repetir parte de este episodio porque hace parte de las experiencias espirituales que vivimos juntas.
It began in the summer of 1974.
En el verano de 1974.
Wow.
We were Jolene had a picture talking about purification. It was one of the many posters that Aqua Sasti Notes had out at that time. And it was talking about purification and what was to come.
Jolene tenía un póster acerca de la purificación y hablaba de lo que iba a venir. Era un póster que venía o que había sido hecho en Acuesasne.
We talked about this all night long. And in the morning, we actually left San Francisco together.
Y hablamos de eso toda la noche y el día siguiente, de hecho, viajamos a San Francisco juntas.
We didn't know where we were going.
Y no sabíamos a dónde íbamos.
But our point of destination was a survival camp called a Redwind.
Pero nuestro punto de destino era un campo de sobrevivencia que se llamaba, what was the name, Susan? Sorry.
Redwind.
El viento rojo.
It's near San Luis Obispo, pretty much right in the middle of the state of California along the coast.
Está en el centro del estado de California, cerca de la costa.
It was started by a Chumash medicine person by the name of Samu.
Y fue iniciado por una persona.
The Chumash territory extends from present day San Luis Obispo all the way down to Los Angeles.
Y que su influencia hoy se extiende en el territorio hasta Los Ángeles.
He got this land because of the promise of the Catholic Church giving back land if we could prove we were civilized.
Y obtuvo esta tierra de la promesa de la Iglesia Católica que dijo que regresaría a las tierras.
I don't think that anyone else came by land that way, but he did.
Y no creo que nadie más haya venido a comprar tierra en ese entonces, pero él lo hizo.
The camp was to prepare for what we're preparing for now.
Y el campo se estaba preparando para lo que nos estamos preparando el día de hoy.
Purification was supposed to happen in the 80s.
La purificación como debió de haber ocurrido en los años 80.
But for some unknown reason, it never happened. There was a delay until now.
Pero por alguna razón nunca ocurrió y se atrasó hasta ahora.
There were people at the camp that already knew we were coming.
Y había gente que sabía que venían.
We had no way of knowing where we were going, but we ended up at camp the next day.
Y nosotros no sabíamos cómo íbamos a llegar ahí, pero llegamos ahí.
So the medicine person started to train us on how to be in the world.
Y entonces la persona medicina empezó a entrenarse en cómo curar al mundo.
Because neither one of us were trained that way.
Porque nadie entre nosotros habíamos sido entrenados para eso.
We learned songs and dances.
Y aprendimos cantos y danzas.
Coming, it was Chumash dances and songs, along with Pima dancers and songs, because many of those that were at camp were Pimas as well.
Y había algunas personas, la nación Pima, entonces aprendimos también las danzas y cantos de ellos.
We saw things that we never saw before. We did not understand why we ended up where we were. We spent about 2 months at that camp, but it felt like 2 years.
Y vimos cosas que nunca habíamos visto antes. De hecho, inclusive no sabemos cómo fue que acabamos parando ahí, pero estuvimos 2 meses, lo cual se sintió como si fueran 2 años.
During that time, I almost died.
Y durante ese tiempo casi morí.
There was another medicine person by the name of Rolling Thunder.
Había otra persona medicina que tenía el nombre de Tormenta que empieza.
Who happened to be visiting at the time.
Quien estaba visitando en ese momento.
He came to me and he asked if I wanted to be healed, and I said yes.
Y vino hacia mí y me preguntó si quería ser curada y le dije que sí.
When he did his healing, a black spider came out of my mouth.
Y cuando hizo su curación, una araña negra salió de mi boca.
And he told me to forgive and to take care of myself.
Y me llevó a un lugar en el que pudiese yo cuidar de mí misma.
Jolene wanted to leave, and at the time I didn't know why.
Y Jolene quería que nos fuéramos y yo no sabía por qué.
And what happened to her was she actually left Redwind without anybody knowing.
Y lo que hizo ella es que de hecho se fue del campo sin que, del campamento sin que nadie lo supiera,
Including myself.
incluso yo misma.
She ended up in San Francisco again without me.
Se volvió para San Francisco sin mí,
But I told her she was still at Redwind with me at the same time.
pero yo pensé que seguía en el campamento al mismo tiempo.
So apparently she was trying to fly out of camp and something kept pulling her back, but she did find her escape.
Y aparentemente quería salirse desde el inicio, pero siempre algo la mantenía ahí, pero finalmente logró salir.
During our time at Redwind, we were taught that we were sisters to the fire, sisters to the food, and sisters to the moon.
Y en ese tiempo aprendimos que éramos hermanas de la comida, del fuego, de la luna,
We were given very general instructions,
y nos dieron instrucciones generales.
and the rest, of course, would be up to us to find out about who we really are and who we represented.
Y el resto nos pertenecería a nosotras, saber quiénes somos, quiénes representamos realmente.
Semu knew who I was, and during a campfire instruction, he started talking about our peacemaker.
Y en una de las instrucciones empezamos a hablar acerca del pacificador.
I didn't know he was speaking for my benefit.
Y yo no pensé que estaba diciendo esto para beneficiarme a mí,
Because I still didn't know who I was.
porque todavía no sabía quién era yo misma.
There is much more to this story, but I'm going to wait until Jolene and myself can talk about it together.
Y
There
hay,
are things, yeah, go ahead.
y hay mucho más en esta historia, pero me gustaría esperar hasta que Jolene y yo juntas podamos hablar de ello.
When I was instructed in 2012,
Y cuando se me dio la instrucción en 2012
by a Shoshone seer
por un vidente
who told me about what was to come, that there was a new global instruction to walk in peace.
me dijo lo que iba a ocurrir y me dio la instrucción general para poder caminar en paz.
He told me very clearly that each person has to make that choice individually, and that it's not a collective decision, it's an individual one. The women of the world will lead the way to peace.
Me dijo que era una decisión individual, que nadie más la puede hacer, es decir, cada persona tiene que decidir cómo actuar en el colectivo.
The government will fall.
Y que el gobierno se va a caer.
And those who choose not to walk in peace will be destroyed.
Y aquellos que decidan que no quieren caminar en paz van a ser destruidos.
I don't mention this part of the story very much because it's a personal statement that he made, and I don't want to appear to be egotistical about it or anything like that. But he said that I was one of the women who lead the way to peace.
Y no quiero hablar mucho de esto, pero simplemente es para saber, hacer el vínculo con la paz, con lo importante que es la paz.
So it was a decision that I made automatically. I didn't even have to think about it. I had to change my way of thinking, and I made the commitment to peace at that time.
Y ese fue algo que yo tuve que decidir, entonces me di cuenta que tenía que cambiar mi forma de pensar y fue un compromiso que tomé en ese entonces.
just as I had made the decision to leave the Catholic Church.
Así como hice la decisión de dejar la Iglesia Católica,
I was a good Catholic girl.
yo era una chica católica.
But when I made the decision to leave the church, I didn't have to think about it.
Pero cuando tomé la decisión de dejar la religión, no tuve que pensarlo.
The most recent decision that I've made, of course, was last year when I decided to leave school.
Y la decisión más reciente que he hecho fue el año pasado cuando decidí dejar la escuela.
Sometimes when we hear the truth, we don't have to think about it. We make the decision right then and there. And that's exactly how these decisions have reached me.
A veces cuando escuchamos la verdad no tenemos que pensar en la decisión está enfrente de nosotros y simplemente se hace.
I didn't expect to have this kind of connection. It was a complete surprise to me, but I know that I'm going in the right direction. And there was a recent ceremony at DQ in July.
Y esa conexión fue una sorpresa para mí, pero me dijo que estaba en el buen camino. Y también quiero decir que recientemente hubo una ceremonia en el campus de la Universidad de DQ.
The first people here decided that what we needed was traditional knowledge.
Y las primeras personas que aquí pensaban que necesitábamos conocimiento condicional.
So the dancers danced in traditional knowledge, first time ever.
Perdón, dije condicional, pero era tradicional. Entonces, por primera vez, los danzantes hicieron una danza tradicional.
When the dancers go out and dance, they're no longer human beings.
Y cuando los danzantes se levantan a danzar, ya no son seres humanos.
And the dancers asked me to dance, and I danced with them.
Y cuando los danzantes me pidieron que danzara con ellos,
They took their whistle out.
tomé su silbato
They came right up to me and blew the whistle right into me.
y vinieron hacia mí y sonaron el silbato.
I asked the person who was holding the ceremony what that meant, and he said that the spirits see me as the person to take care of business.
Le pedí a la persona que dirigía la ceremonia que me explicara lo que eso significa y dijo que los espíritus me veían como una persona que tenía que encargarse de asuntos.
And after 50 years working with the people here, it was one of the first times I ever got confirmation that I was doing the right thing.
Y después de 15 años de estar trabajando con la gente aquí, nunca había recibido esa confirmación, pero fue una confirmación en esta ocasión de que estoy haciendo el trabajo correcto.
Another part of the dance was I said, it's the woman.
Y otra parte de la danza es la mujer.
And everybody knew I was speaking the truth.
Y todo el mundo sabía que yo estaba hablando la verdad.
They were actually very happy about that.
Y estaban muy contentos con respecto a esto.
I was in a meeting, I guess it was last month,
Estaba en una junta el mes pasado,
a statewide organization of Indian people.
y era una organización con mucha gente.
When I introduced myself and I had said that DQ had made many mistakes,
Cuando me presenté a mí misma y dije que sabía que había hecho muchos errores,
this time around, it is the woman.
pero que esta vez es la mujer.
I got a cheer from everybody.
Y tuve aplausos de todo mundo.
So it was the second confirmation that I'm doing the right thing.
Y esto fue una segunda confirmación de que estoy haciendo lo correcto.
So what we're doing here, in my mind and in my heart, has a direct correlation to what the people are now listening to. People are listening to the women now, where they never did before.
Entonces, lo que estamos haciendo aquí, el trabajo es que ahora la gente está escuchando a las mujeres, algo que la gente no solía hacer antes.
Initially, I was going to leave DQ, but then I was pulled back for that very reason, to take part in introducing and bringing forward traditional knowledge to DQ.
Inicialmente iba a dejar la universidad, pero me llamaron de vuelta con ese objetivo de traer el conocimiento tradicional a la universidad.
So that's part one of my spiritual experiences as an adult. There's about, I would say, 3 or 4 more episodes on that one, but I'll leave it there.
Entonces, esta es la primera parte de mis experiencias espirituales como adulta. Yo diría que hay tal vez unas 3 o 4 partes más, pero por ahora me voy a detener ahí.
Okay, so in 1974, am I correct in reading this that you had cancer?
Entonces, ¿es correcto si digo que en 1974 tenías cáncer?
No, Jolene and I came together at that time as sisters.
Well, when this medicine man done the work and the spider came out of your mouth, is that the time, 1974?
Yeah, it was during that summer.
Susan responde que no, que es el momento en el que Jolene y ella se juntaron como hermanas espirituales. Pero entonces Stuart dice, pero cuando este hombre te hizo la curación y te salió la araña negra de la boca, ¿eso fue en ese tiempo? Susan responde que sí.
Okay, prior to that happening, were you feeling normal or were you feeling ill?
Y antes de eso, ¿te sentías normal o te sentías enferma?
I was feeling very ill and I was very close to death, and I knew that.
Muy enferma y sabía que estaba cerca de la muerte.
Okay, do you know what it was identified as?
¿Y sabes cómo qué era lo que se identificó?
This illness or disease or
La
whatever?
enfermedad.
Well, clinically, it was pneumonia.
Clínicamente era neumonía.
Someone had taken my hair years before and did something.
Y alguien había tomado mi cabello y había hecho algo.
And I put it in the fire when I got to Redwind.
Y lo puse en el fuego cuando llegué a Red Wing.
What I didn't do is protect myself before I did that.
Pero lo que no hice fue protegerme a mí misma antes de que hiciera eso.
Soon after, I became very ill.
Fue justo después que me enfermé.
Okay. All right. Well, to me, just hearing the way that you say it, I would say that what this illness was that was taken out of you was cancer.
De la forma en que lo describes, a mí lo que me hace pensar es que la enfermedad era cáncer.
Because the spider, this is what it is, dagoyasa. This is within us. It's a cancer that consumes.
Porque en nosotros ese es el cáncer, es lo que consume.
So this is what sometimes cancer isn't necessarily isolated to being just a physical thing.
A veces el cáncer no tiene que ser algo físico.
As you know, stress is a cancer.
Como saben, el estrés es un cáncer.
Being for women in this world, being with the wrong guy, you get locked with him, that's a cancer.
Para las mujeres, estar con el tipo incorrecto y estar encerradas con él, eso es un tipo de cáncer.
As to how it eats you up and slowly just kills you inside.
Cómo te come tranquilamente por dentro.
So cancer is either rooted within, say, a physical problem issue, or it's rooted within a spiritual disruption that turns into negatively affecting your physical structure.
Entonces el cáncer puede ser algo físico o algo espiritual que después se transporta en lo físico.
Anyways, when a person overcomes something like that,
Y cuando una persona va a salir de algo así,
that's only because they were already scheduled to go out the door.
es porque ya estaban programados para salir por la puerta,
But if you are brought back, then that is, of course, for a reason.
pero si se te trae de vueltas por una razón,
So anybody who is brought back into this world under those circumstances, and this is easy to detect who it is, who falls under that category, that person must fulfill the role that they were brought back for. If they don't, the cancer will kill them.
entonces la persona que vuelve tiene que hacer el trabajo para el cual fueron traídos de vuelta, si no el cáncer va a volver y consumir.
And if it doesn't kill them personally, it will go after their children or their loved ones.
Y si no les mata a ellos personalmente, va a perseguir a sus niños o a sus seres queridos.
So anyways, in hearing your story, knowing that these are chapters, knowing that we've heard from the beginning,
Entonces, escuchando tu historia y sabiendo que son capítulos desde el inicio,
that I got to tell you, so far, it's like riding over the countryside, hills, valleys, mountains. Your story is like that for us.
tengo que decirte que es como si fuéramos en un paseo por la autopista, bueno, más bien por una calle y vamos pasando por colinas, por valles, hacia arriba, hacia abajo.
Anybody who's ever traveled across the land,
Y quien haya viajado por la tierra,
where would you rather travel, or where would you prefer traveling? Mountains where there's all kinds of different landscapes, or driving through Texas, flat, nothing. Look all around, there's nothing. Which landscape or which journey would we prefer? The one where it's nothing, or all these dips, all these mountains, all these different things?
¿por dónde preferían pasar? ¿Por una calle que está completamente plana, que no hay nada que ver, o en donde hay todo tipo de colinas, de valles, de montañas, subidas, bajadas?
It may seem, your story at times, tumultuous.
Y a veces tu historia puede que parezca un poco turbulenta,
Anybody's story can be tumultuous.
y la historia de cualquier persona puede ser turbulenta.
The people who do not have tumultuous stories, they are the ones that are living a dead-end, nowhere life, that they are not confronting any issues. They are not addressing things. They are not removing old bad things out of them and becoming new. These people who just driving through Texas on the flat, boring landscape, those are people that are not being challenged. They're not challenging themselves to have an evolution.
Y la gente que no tiene turbulencia en su vida, que van manejando por la autopista de Texas, es la gente que no tiene los desafíos en su vida, que no se levanta a la ocasión.
Anyway, so far in the stories that you have told, the different times that you've been here presenting this, it's a story that is full of these confrontations or addressing corruptions.
Y en las historias que nos cuentas, estás llena de esto que confrontas a la corrupción.
So if anything, we can see that in as far as that goes, like a personal evolution, like the person evolving, that you have a good story.
Y si podemos ver algo en el término de una vida o de la espiritualidad en su evolución, tienes una buena historia.
Do you remember any of the names of any of the Pima that were there with you?
¿Te acuerdas de los nombres de algunos de los Pima que estaban contigo?
Yes, one of which turned out to be my brother-in-law, Robert Largo. He since is no longer with us. There was a whole group of Pimas that kind of hung together, and we actually, we learned a lot of Pima songs as a result. Every night we'd get around the fire and the drum and we'd sing for hours on end. And a lot of those songs were Pima songs that we did learn. And one of the things that I want to do with Jolene is we've got to rehearse it. We'll be singing a Pima wolf song. Very powerful. But we have to practice it because it's been a long time since I've sung that. And I don't know whether she's bear and I'm turtle. I don't know whether bear and turtle will sound very good singing a wolf song, but we're going to try.
Y Susan dice, sí, de hecho era mi cuñado, pero ya no está en el mundo con nosotros, pero como aprendimos tantas canciones cuando nos sentábamos alrededor del fuego en las noches y danzábamos, de hecho un proyecto que tenemos Jolene y yo es hacer una canción del lobo y tenemos que practicar, esa es la cosa, y Jolene es oso, yo soy tortuga, entonces no sé qué también un oso y una tortuga puedan hacer una canción del lobo, pero la vamos a hacer.
Well, right now I got to tell you, this is where I could really use my father's memory right now.
Es ahí en donde podría utilizar la memoria de mi papá en este momento.
Because we went to Phoenix in 1978.
Porque fuimos a Phoenix en 1978.
And we immediately started bridging out, making the connections to the peoples there. And the first peoples, obviously, right there next to Phoenix, just outside of
Phoenix.
Mesa, Scottsdale, is the Pima Reserve. And there we knew quite a few Pima, and I'm pretty sure, I don't know, this name Varga, does it come from that reserve?
No, Robert's father is Kauia, and his mother was Pima.
Y Stuart dice que cuando estuvieron viviendo en Phoenix, obviamente empezaron a hacer todas las condiciones con la gente de ahí, entonces afuera de Phoenix había una reserva Pima, y le sonó familiar el nombre que Susan mencionó, pero parece que tal vez no fuera de personas que conocían en común.
I'm trying to remember one of the guys' names right now. He was an iron worker also.
Oh, okay.
He was out of Local 75. He was a Pima. His name was something with an F. If I can remember his first name, I'll probably remember his last. It was
I'll ask around.
It was a different kind of name. Something with an F. Not Frank or something like that. It was a completely different type of name that was an odd name. Anyways, just to say that, well, yes, we encountered some Pimas there, and I'm just wondering if maybe somehow our paths connected.
Entonces, el hecho de que hayamos encontrado Pimas allá, me pregunto si tal vez nuestros caminos están interconectados.
We sat, I think I related this once before. We sat in a sweat lodge there on the Pima Reserve, right on the river.
Creo que ya conté que nos sentamos en un temazcal ahí en la reserva Pima.
And while we're in the sweat, it's daytime, so you could see in there. It's a little bright, you know.
Y estamos en el temazcal, es de día, entonces está brilloso.
And my father was talking to, there was two Pima men in there with us, and he was telling them something, I can't really remember what, but he says that when we get out of here, there's going to be an eagle that's going to come down on the river, swooping on the river. He says it's going to swoop up and it's going to land on that tree right over there.
Y mi papá, todavía no salíamos del temazcal, pero dice, ahorita que salgamos va a haber un águila que va a venir por la montaña y va a pasar y va a tocar el agua del río.
Anyways, immediately, as soon as we all came out of the sweat lodge, we didn't even get a chance to dunk in the river. We're just going in, and that's when, sure enough, we seen it. That eagle came, swooped down, right down onto the water, just above the surface, and landed on that tree.
Y justo cuando salíamos del temazcal, ni siquiera tuvimos tiempo de ir al río. Vemos como el águila va bajando, toca el río y se va y se pone en el árbol.
Now, I don't attribute that solely to my father's power.
Y yo no atribuyo esto nada más al poder de mi papá.
I attribute that to whatever energy my father had, that when he was combined in that particular ceremony within with people of the Pima Nation, that this is what activated whatever that power was for him to see that vision.
La atribuyo al hecho de que era lo que mi papá canalizó, la energía de lo que estaba en el temazcal con la gente fue lo que él vio.
So as you know, sometimes somebody else completely different to our nation will be the inspiration or the impetus to us growing.
Y como sabes, a veces alguien afuera de nuestra nación va a ser quien nos haga motivarnos para crecer.
Anyways, I've been telling people for years what the different important stories that the people have to write a book.
Y yo le he estado diciendo a la gente que tiene varias historias importantes de compartir que escriban un libro.
Now, I know that the people don't grasp the reasons why I tell them to write a book,
Y yo sé que la gente no entiende por qué les digo que
because they don't view it from the perspective that I do.
porque no lo ven de la perspectiva en que yo lo veo.
Is that if you tell your story, just like what you're telling right now, and you're talking about 1974 and different things, that automatically will click into certain people's minds who have some kind of connection to those points in time or those things.
Y si tú cuentas tu historia, como tú en tus capítulos, ahora mencionas acerca de los Pima, y esta historia que cuentas va a conectar con otra historia de alguna otra persona.
So if everybody listened and they wrote their book, then everybody else will be reading their story, and those other people who maybe are dormant will be activated by remembering something that that other person is revealing to them.
Y si todos escucharan y escribieran sus libros, entonces estarían contribuyendo a que otras personas sean activadas porque transmitirían su historia y esa persona interactuaría y se activaría.
So hurry up and get your book done, because there's people waiting to be activated by it.
Entonces apúrate ya, porque hay gente que está esperando a ser activada.
I mean, even just right here, you know, you see the times. What is this now? The third time? Is this the third time that you're reading a chapter to us? More than
No,
that?
it's like 4 or 5.
Okay.
Es como la cuarta o quinta vez que Susan nos lee un capítulo.
Okay, so just in that time, just the little discussion back and forth that we've had, just the little seeds that we see growing. Imagine if there was more people in that discussion or exposed to that information that you have, then there'll be more seeds growing.
Y ve todas las semillas que han crecido, entonces hubiese más gente, ¿cuántas semillas más crecerían?
So hurry up and get your book done.
Entonces esperamos tu libro.
Now we'll go for that, just to hear things of that. We need to hear more stories of what our mothers went through, what the women went through, the experiences, because there is a big bad thing that happened to us, much more than just the genocide that we know. There is the corruption of what they done to turn family against family, to turn the men against the women. And we know this is what happened, as a matter of fact, because the Indian Act system turns the men, Native men, against Native women.
Y sabemos que la historia de la madre, la historia de la mujer es lo más importante, es lo necesario de saber cómo hicieron que la gente se dividiera y cómo hicieron que el hombre indígena se volviera en contra de la mujer indígena.
So now I'm going to say something here. I'm going to conclude that sentence with a very ugly statement. So prepare your ears. I'm going to swear.
Entonces voy a terminar con una cosa muy fea, voy a decir una grosería, preparen su mente.
This is the reason why anybody, any of our people who join the genocidal imposed system, the elective system of the band or tribal systems, are in fact assholes, because they come from matrilineal and they spit on their mothers to take the male dominance of what the white man brought here through the tribal and band system.
Y es que cualquier persona indígena que se una a los sistemas corruptos electos de banda está dejando su línea matrilineal y por lo tanto son unos pendejos porque están ahora agarrando la dominación masculina.
And just so that everybody knows that people don't think that I'm hiding. Well, here I am. I can say anything I want. When I'm talking to their faces, I call them that specifically. They are a bunch of sellout trading assholes.
Y la gente que piense que aquí estoy en mi esquinita diciendo cosas escondido, no, se los digo de frente, se los digo que son unos vendidos traidores pendejos.
And that is something you got to teach your children.
Y eso es algo que se le tiene que enseñar a los niños.
Okay, anything you want to say on this, Susan? Final statements, and then we'll move on.
¿Algo más que quieras decir con respecto a esto, Susan?
Yes, I would like to end. There is a story, and I don't know the whole story. I'm probably going to have to call around and find out the whole story about how the Pima took the corn to the Egyptians. There's a story about that. They took a boat and they went to Egypt and they gave the corn to the Egyptians.
Hay una historia que no conozco bien, pero que sería importante que la averigüe, y es que los Pima tomaron un barco y se fueron a darle maíz a los egipcios.
You know, I gotta say something to that.
Tengo algo que decir al respecto.
Because us two, everybody, you know, every native nation, when we first seen the white people, we thought they were pure, because to us, the color white is purity, it's all goodness, it's law.
Porque cada nación indígena lo sabe. Cuando vimos a los blancos, dijimos, ay, son puros, porque sabíamos cómo asociábamos lo blanco a la pureza.
So the reality of our interaction with the white people is that we were tricked. They are not what we thought they were.
Y la realidad de nuestra interacción con los blancos es que nos truquearon, es decir, no eran lo que pensábamos que eran.
But this is what the world doesn't know as to why were we so generous to the white people, even right up until this day? Why does it still continue of us being generous to them in sharing?
Pero hasta ahora no se entiende por qué seguimos siendo tan generosos y siguiendo compartiendo con los blancos.
Well, we did this. We brought, like you're identifying, they brought corn because that is, as you know, our most sacred gift. That's the gift of life.
Y como sabes, lo mismo que tú dices, llevamos el regalo del maíz porque esa es la vida.
We offer, all the nations offered whatever gifts that they have. It's like as if we thought that, hey, here's this pure spiritual person. Let's bring them gifts and lay it at their feet.
Todos los pueblos sabían que era algo muy espiritual, entonces es como, bueno, vamos a ir a visitar a nuestros amigos y darles regalos.
So everybody done that before we come to realize as to what they actually really are.
Y todos hicimos eso hasta que nos dimos cuenta de quiénes son realmente.
But yet, we still continue to be generous to them, even though once we know of the monsters that they are.
Y a pesar de ello, seguimos siendo generosos con ellos, sabiendo los monstruos que pueden ser.
Because, you know, just like some of us when we're kids, we have a nightmare.
Y algunos que somos niños, cuando éramos niños, teníamos una pesadilla.
This is what happened to the white man.
Eso es lo que le ocurrió al hombre blanco.
He had a nightmare when he was a kid.
Tuvo una pesadilla cuando fue niño.
And he's locked inside of that nightmare.
Y está encerrado en esa pesadilla.
And so this is what we know, and we see a little child that is vulnerable, but is stuck in the craziest nightmare ever.
Y eso es lo que sabemos y lo que vemos, que es un niño que es vulnerable, pero que está atorado en la pesadilla más loca.
And this is the reason why we continue with our generosity.
Y es por eso que continuamos con nuestra generosidad.
Not because he is a monster,
No porque sea un monstruo,
but that he is that vulnerable little child that has to be protected, and he is stuck in a monster's world.
pero porque es ese niño que tiene que ser protegido y que está atorado en ese mundo de monstruos.
And so the lament we're in the birthing process. And this is where our people use the medicine of bear grease to bring that life from that realm into this realm.
Entonces, estamos en el proceso de dar a luz y esa es la medicina de la grasa del oso que nuestros pueblos utilizaban para traer la vida de ese lugar a este otro.
So the bear grease to assist this birth is precisely what you are doing, the story you are telling.
Y la grasa del oso es exactamente lo que estás haciendo, esta historia que estás contando.
It's the thing that all the people who are still in original instruction, what we are doing to this day.
Es lo que todo mundo está haciendo hasta el día de hoy.
So,
Que tenía su instrucción original.
so we find ourselves, even though it may look like in a book, it's a different chapter, it's a different part of the story. It's the same exact story. It's a different chapter. It's the same thing, doing the same thing, but it repeats itself over and over and over. But just like when you're driving over the countryside, you're going up a hill just like the last one, but this hill, wow, it's beautiful. It's got waterfalls. And then the next one has this and that. And it's all the same hill, but different. And this is the beauty of our journey, that we are constantly confronted with evolution on our path. And the reality is that the original peoples of Turtle Island are the only people that has been evolving for the last couple of thousand years.
Entonces es el equivalente de ir en, no la autopista, sino esta carretera muy tranquilita en las colinas y subes una montaña y ves cascadas y bajas y vuelves a ver otra. Entonces es toda una diversidad y eso es lo que hay que asegurar de los pueblos originarios y su identidad original.
So it's true what this medicine man told you, that you are the one, you are the medicine, not just you, all the women. Yes. Put your medicine into the world. Help that child, that white child that is stuck in a monster's world, in a nightmare. We must help that child be born into this peaceful, loving reality that our mother has provided us.
Entonces sí, como ese hombre te dijo, eres medicina, así como todas las mujeres. Entonces es con estas historias que se puede ayudar a que este niño terrorizado que está en su pesadilla pueda salir a la luz a este mundo de paz y de verdad.
And this is why you have to hurry up and finish your story.
Y es por eso que hay que apurarse y acabar tu historia,
Because there's people that are waiting.
porque hay gente que espera.
They don't know that they're waiting, but it's just going to be that one person who's going to read that one little word of that one little passage in one chapter of your book, and that's going to be the one that wakes them up.
No saben qué espera, pero es esa persona que va a leer un capítulo y esa palabra le va a despertar.
Okay. All right. With that, Nyawagoa, Susan, this is always, like it's always one of those beautiful experiences. These things that I'll tell you, for us, every day we're in some kind of beautiful experience here. Every day there's something coming here, business, this, that person, something happening. And it's all beautiful stories. If we ourselves were books, if I was a video camera myself, you would be seeing a beautiful story being told every day to us. We're hearing it all the time. You're a chapter in that beautiful story.
Y gracias por tus historias y acá en la Casa Larga llegan todo tipo de gente con sus historias y entonces son estas historias que se interconectan y que es la belleza. Entonces muchas gracias.
Yeah, so now we'll go for your medicine, Susan.
Por tu medicina, Susan.
Okay, we do have to move on.
Tenemos que continuar.
Is there anything for us to move on to?
Hay algo a lo que tengamos que ir.
Did Valentina ever get here?
No, she didn't.
Okay. Was there anybody else with us that's usually with us from the south?
No.
Okay. Okay, we're just gonna open it up right now. Anything anybody got to say? Let's do that. Let's get that over with, and then we're gonna end up closing for the day. So this means for you, try to encapsulate everything into one final closing statement. Make it short enough for Edith to be able to translate.
Entonces hay algo que alguien tuviese que decir, ese va a ser el momento y después vamos a poder cerrar y si van a hacerlo, que puedan hacer frases cortas para la traducción.
So we're not gonna necessarily go around to everybody and wait for you to speak. We're gonna see whoever puts their hand up, and then from there, we're just gonna go from there. If nobody puts their hand up, that's fine. Then we'll just close for the day.
Entonces no vamos a preguntarle a cada quien si tiene algo que decir. Si gustan hablar, nada más pueden levantar su mano. Y si nadie levanta su mano, entonces vamos a poder cerrar.
Okay, then one final last thing that I forgot, we do have to, or that we did want to update people on, or just get this information out.
Algo final en lo que quisiéramos compartir información.
Okay, as you know, a couple of moons back, I don't know when now, I think the beginning of summer, we identified that every moon, new and full, there's going to be earthquakes, volcanoes.
Identificamos que en cada luna nueva y llena iba a haber movimiento, temblores, volcanes.
These earthquakes and volcanoes are not the same as the regular earthquakes and volcanoes that we have all come to know
Que no son los
and
mismos
love.
que conocemos y amamos.
There is great difference in these now of recent,
Son bien diferentes,
but of course you have to be paying attention.
pero hay que poner atención.
You will know that Mount Kilauea in Hawaii, everybody knows that's been going off. It started in 2018, but 2018 was the most lava flow that Mount Kilauea has ever experienced.
Monte Kilauea, por ejemplo, el volcán de Kilauea, saben que empezó en 2018, pero fue ese año en el que hubo más lava de su parte,
Which just on the surface tells us there's more stuff coming out of our Mother Earth.
lo cual nos dice que hay mucho más que va a salir de nuestra madre tierra.
Okay, everybody's aware of the volcano in Spain on the Canary Islands of
Pueblo Viejo.
whatever that island is, where the volcano is, Canary Islands.
Y saben de este volcán en Cumbre Vieja, de Cumbre Vieja en las Islas Canarias en España.
Okay, now this one, when it erupted, the last time it erupted, I can't remember now, but it was sometime. They said that this time that it erupted, the most 3 times the amount of lava flowed out from the last one, which was, I think, in the 80s. And 3 times as much came out in a quarter of the time.
Y ahora que hizo erupción, dijeron que salió 3 veces más la lava que la última vez que había hecho erupción en los años 80, y esto en el cuarto de tiempo.
This is the one right now happening in the Canary Islands.
Es el que está ahorita en las Islas Canarias.
Okay, now if anybody's keeping up to date on this, you'll know that the crater wall collapsed just yesterday on that volcano.
Y si alguien se acuerda, el cráter de ese volcán se acaba de colapsar.
Now, what this means is that once the crater collapses, I forget what they call that. Is that called the caldera or something? I don't know. Maybe I'm imagining it. Anyways, the crater of the volcano, once a part of that collapses, it's commonly known, all volcanologists know, that when that happens, then what follows is a long, steady lava flow.
Y una vez que el cráter se colapsa, va a haber un flujo constante de lava.
Okay, so now what we got to do is look into the future here.
Y lo que hay que ver es hacia el futuro.
Let's look into the future, what lies in store for Europe this winter.
Lo que va a encontrarse en Europa en el invierno.
Well, unfortunately for all of you, where the Canary Islands are situated, the wind patterns are blowing the smoke, everything from the volcano, right across Europe.
Todo lo que está en este volcán, el humo, las cenizas, el viento en su dirección lo lleva hacia Europa.
They're identifying that on that island right now, as a result of the crater wall collapsing,
Y debido a que el cráter se colapsó,
that there was, of course, lava that will flow out there, but because it collapsed,
they identify that there's big hardened chunks of lava that came out, the size of a three-story building.
Había lava que estaba fluyendo, pero también había grandes cachos sólidos del tamaño de un edificio de 3 pisos.
And this just rolled down the mountain.
Y esto rodó por la montaña.
Anyways, now the lava flow is gonna flow constant because the rim of the volcano is gone.
Y ahora el flujo va a ser constante porque el anillo que detenía la lava ya no está.
And yesterday on that island, because of now this heavy lava flow, they're saying that it's what's the word? It's dangerous anyways. Dangerous chemicals and stuff being released. It's dangerous for humans. They told people to lock in place, lock in your house.
Y ahora están diciendo que lo que está siendo emitido es tóxico, peligroso para la gente. Entonces le dijeron a la gente que se quedara encerrada en casa
Try not to breathe the air.
y de tratar de no respirar el aire.
Okay, so what's gonna happen this winter?
Entonces, ¿qué va a pasar este invierno?
Constant flow of lava, all of this going into the air, covering Europe. Europe is gonna be cold.
Flujo constante de lava, este humo que cubre Europa, llega el invierno, va a ser frío.
And not just cold, also it's going to be just like what we've seen here in so-called Montreal in the last couple of days. The most smog probably in a while, in a long time. So much heavy smog here.
Como lo que hemos estado viendo en el área de Montreal los últimos par de días, una capa de smog bien sólida y constante que había tiempo que no se veía.
So what's going to happen since volcanic ash and that kind of stuff, it goes higher, up there into the atmosphere.
Y mientras la ceniza volcánica se eleva
Hey, let's see, I got this right here. Let's see what we can do with this.
a la atmósfera,
Okay, so where is it? Am I seeing proper? Is this Spain here? I can't tell. I don't have my glasses.
esta es España, estoy en
What
lo
is that?
correcto.
Anybody? Can you tell? Do you know? Who knows their geography?
That's Portugal.
That's Spain.
Okay, over here. Anyways,
Yeah, I mean, that's the peninsula.
so here it's gonna go high. The volcanic, all of that ash and all of that. It's gonna go higher. All the pollution is gonna stay underneath that. It's gonna lock the pollution in. It's gonna increase greenhouse gases, but at the same time, it's gonna make it colder.
Entonces la contaminación se va a quedar aquí y va a hacer que todo se
Almost like,
enfríe más.
almost like what they call, what do they call that again? A nuclear winter?
Casi como lo que se llama, creo que un invierno nuclear.
Anyways, you all get the idea here. Okay, now that's that volcano right there.
Entonces está este volcán aquí
Now we know there's this volcano over here,
y sabemos que hay este otro acá
and there's this one happening here.
y este otro acá.
Okay, this one happening here will affect us.
Este de aquí nos va a afectar a nosotros,
But because of the distance from the land,
pero debido a la distancia de la tierra,
it's going to affect us differently than the one over here in Spain.
nos va a afectar de forma distinta que el de aquí en España,
Because over here we got all this open space over the ocean, the jet streams, all of that will help to dissipate the effects.
porque acá tenemos todo, digamos, el flujo del aire que va a hacer que se disipe.
So for this, I say, doesn't mean it's true. I say it's going to be warmer for us here.
Y yo digo que aquí va a estar más caluroso, no significa que sea verdad,
And it's going to be colder in Europe.
y va a estar más frío en Europa.
This is, nobody's got to believe this. I'm not saying that, I don't have any kind of, say like scientific equation that adds up to this. I got what I am reading.
Y nadie tiene que creerlo porque no tengo ninguna ecuación científica para determinarlo, sino que es lo que yo leo.
But even if it is not true, even if I'm wrong in what I am guessing,
Inclusive si no es cierto lo que estoy adivinando,
there still is, no matter what, the physical effects of these volcanoes that are flowing longer and have more dense lava.
Están los efectos físicos que tienen una lava más densa y que fluye más constantemente.
Now, from there, with that basic information, who knows what that means? Maybe talk to a volcanologist and see, well, what do these things add up to when you put them all together?
Y quién sabe qué significa. Tal vez hay que hablar con un volcanologista para ver lo que es.
Or for just for you to try to figure it out yourself.
O para que ustedes lo hablen entre ustedes.
But regardless, these things are happening.
Y estas cosas están ocurriendo.
I expect, this one here to continue.
Y sospecho que este aquí va a continuar.
Meaning the geological activity that's been happening here. I expect it to continue at on a level that is gonna surprise everyone on Earth.
La actividad geológica y en una forma en que va a sorprender a todos en la Tierra.
I would guess that this would probably happen around March or April.
Imagino que ocurriría por ahí de marzo o abril.
With the coming thaw of the winter.
Con el invierno que se descongela.
Okay, so this is just information that I wanted to throw at you. Don't believe it. I don't want to make somebody crazy thinking that, oh no, this is going to happen.
Y esto es algo que quería compartir con ustedes y no lo tienen que creer para hacer asustar a alguien.
It's just information the way that I see things, and take it with a grain of salt.
Y es la forma en que lo veo, pero tómenlo con un granito de arena.
Okay, on that level, if there's anything that anybody's got, any kind of information about things of this nature, the geological activity or anything that's happening pertaining to that on our Mother Earth, if anybody's got anything on this, we'll go to that, and then that's going to be it for today.
Con respecto a eso, si alguien tiene información que quiere compartir, vayamos a eso y después vamos a cerrar. Delfina, go ahead.
Okay, I'm back from my walk, and I just came and just heard the last part of this. So yes, I do actually. I have been to the Canary Islands. I was there in 2016, and I was in Tenerife, which is the volcano that's next to it. I've been feeling very activated when it erupted, because I've lived both, and I lived in Hawaii and the Big Island for some time, and then I felt connected to go to the Canary Islands because of the same issues that the indigenous people have there about not wanting to build a 10-meter telescope on their mountain. So the telescope that was going to go up on that island that's erupted, obviously it's not going up because just what happened.
Y yo estoy muy conectada con ambos lugares que estás mencionando. Yo estuve viviendo en Hawái, entonces estoy consciente de lo que ocurrió con la montaña Kilauea. Y también fui llamada a ir a las Islas Canarias porque estaba muy interesada en saber cómo la gente estaba protegiendo de la construcción de ese gran telescopio que querían hacer. Ahora, por supuesto, que el volcán acaba de explotar, ya no van a hacer esta construcción del telescopio.
When I first saw the eruptions, I actually contacted some of the elders on the Big Island of Hawaii, and I told them when it first started because they felt that would actually activate Madame Pele on the Big Island, and they said we really appreciate you giving us a heads up right away.
Y a mí me gusta compartir las informaciones que recibo con la gente en el lugar. Y de hecho, cuando compartí información me agradecieron porque pensaron que eso iba a generar que la gran mamá de Pele Maja se despertara.
I've had a couple of people say, "What is it with you, Delfina, and you and volcanoes? Why do you seem to love volcanoes?" And I'm like, it's Mother Earth in her most primal. I mean, so I felt I had to go to that volcano. The one which is one of the oldest ones in Tenerife, El Teide, but I was also very connected with the one that they were going to put up on that mountain.
Y hay gente que me pregunta, ¿y tú qué tienes con los volcanes, Delfina? Porque siempre hablo de ellos, me gustan, me encantan, y digo, bueno, es que es la forma más primera de nuestra madre tierra, entonces yo supe que tenía que ir a estos volcanes cuando era necesario.
one of the things I was looking for was to connect when I was there in the Canary Islands was to find out about the indigenous people.
Y una de las cosas que quise hacer cuando fui a las Islas Canarias era conectar con la gente indígena.
And it's the Guaches, spelled Guaches, Guaches.
Son los Guaches.
And yeah, so I found a lot of information there, and that was a very sacred mountain to the Guaches.
Y encontré mucha información y por supuesto que era una montaña muy sagrada para ellos.
So anyway, through the continued eruption that's happening right now, I've noticed that one of the before this past few one is that the eruptions were so powerful that they've been causing gravitational waves on the earth that have been recorded.
Y las erupciones han sido tan fuertes que han habido ondas gravitacionales que han sido registradas en nuestra madre tierra.
So it's the first time they've actually seen this, that they were able to record this.
Y es de hecho la primera vez que son capaces de verlo y de grabarlo.
And I know in my body, I feel this activation. So I know that what's happening since then, I could imagine what's happening to Mother Earth and all of us with the gravitational waves that's actually visible to the human eye.
Y sé que en mí yo lo puedo sentir, lo puedo observar en mi cuerpo, entonces me imagino lo que está ocurriendo con todos los seres de la Tierra en estar absorbiendo, viviendo, sintiendo, conscientes o no, esta fuerza gravitacional, las ondas.
There has been some concern that if there are large pieces of the lava that gets thrown into the ocean, or if a sudden part should just continue and happen all of a sudden, it can cause a tsunami in the Atlantic.
Y hay una parte que cree que si se continúa con esta gran flujo de lava constante puede causar un tsunami.
That would actually greatly affect South America and the east coast of the USA and Canada. Turtle Island.
Esto afectaría tanto la América del Sur como la costa oeste, tanto de Canadá como Estados Unidos, es decir, la isla de la Tortuga.
Presently, the buoys, like the BUOYS, they're on the water, that talk about levels of water, are not working. They are not working on the East Coast. There's only one.
Y por el momento, las boyas, el sistema de detección de movimiento de aumento del agua, no están trabajando en este momento en la costa este.
And this seems very, very strange at a time when we need to have all those buoys from South America all the way up to the US coast working, that there's only one buoy for the entire coast that is working.
Y esto parece muy extraño en el sentido de que es el momento en el que tendría que estar trabajando más ese sistema de boyas para detectar tanto del sur al norte y no lo está.
So there's a lot of people behind the scenes on both sides of the Atlantic that are actually keeping an eye on it because the buoys are not working, that they're not connected for some reason. Why, we don't know.
Y hay mucha gente que está preocupada y que dicen por qué no está funcionando, pues no sabemos.
The other thing I just noticed actually 3 days ago, which I think is that it's quite not, it's news, but it's not yet news. If we go back to that map of Spain and the Mediterranean, there's something happening in the Mediterranean right now.
Y si volvemos a este mapa de España y el Mediterráneo, hay algo que está ocurriendo en el Mediterráneo en este momento.
Okay. Yeah, so right in the, like, if you go right to where Spain is, where Cadiz is, let me see your hand right then. Yeah.
I can't tell.
Okay.
I don't have my glasses.
Okay. Yeah. So if you look at the yeah, so go to where the northern part of Africa is, to the very left. Yeah, keep on going right there. Like, nope, up. Yeah, further. Go to where like, yeah, further, like, okay, you know where Italy is. Go to where Italy is, the boot. Okay.
Where's the boot?
Okay. I
Right
can't,
there.
there is the boot.
The boot.
Okay. Okay, the boot.
I'm looking
Okay.
upside down. I can't tell.
I know. Okay, I'm trying to look here. Okay, so then continue moving towards like move your finger towards the other way. Yeah. Okay. So what's happening they've been noticing since September, around September the 1st, that there have been earthquakes that have been happening. Is called in the kind of Alboran Sea, and Alboran Sea, which is right, it's like where Tunis is, between Tunis and the northern part. It's actually in between Malaga, Spain, in the middle. There has been over 3,000 earthquakes in the
Delfina, we lost you. I don't know if it's you or us, but I'm going to take the time to translate in the meantime. Ha habido un registro de terremotos en esa parte en donde estaba enseñando con su dedo Stuart. Delfina, do you hear us?
Is that just a picture or video?
I just lost you. Okay, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, so that, yeah, okay, yeah, that's where it was. So that, where that is between like Malaga and in between. But when we look at the position of where the Canary Islands is and how all those islands are connected into this islands, they're watching all that with, of course, great alert, ready to evacuate the people. But now they're watching something else, which is in between Northern Africa and in the Alboran Sea, south of Malaga. They are very concerned about the amount of earthquakes that have happened, because it could cause a tsunami in the Mediterranean.
Entonces
So-
estamos preocupados de la cantidad de terremotos que puede ocurrir porque puede causar un tsunami en el Mediterráneo.
I felt it's really important to say this like now, because when you just asked, Stuart, because it's not being talked about on the news, but I've been watching it.
Y creo que es importante mencionarlo con respecto a lo que acabas de decir, Stuart, porque no lo están diciendo en las noticias y es algo que yo he estado siguiendo y por ello lo concluyo.
Because what happens is, like, with the movement that's happening, with the plates that move, I mean, some go east and some go west when things move, but with the Canary Islands activated the way it is, to the amount that is pushing the magma plate underneath, like the east part of Africa, towards, on an angle towards the underwater volcanoes. And there's been stories about how there's been land that has been pushed underneath there with past floods, like thousands of years ago.
Y lo que está ocurriendo con estas placas tectónicas en este momento es entonces que la capa de magma está siendo empujada hacia el continente africano, y eso puede tocar también los volcanes subterráneos que se encuentran ahí.
So anyway, that started in the early September the 1st, I think 2nd, around there, and it's just rapidly increased since. So I just felt like I just wanted to share that.
Y creo que esto ocurrió en septiembre, el 1 de septiembre, y a partir de ahí ha estado aumentando, entonces nada más quería compartir eso.
All right.
Thank you, Delfina.
That's it.
Anybody else? No?
I have to.
Okay, we're gonna share something with you now. We shared this already with you, I think, a couple of moons back, but it's the volcanic, the gravitational waves that were recorded, that were emitted from the volcano.
No, it
And
was the earthquake in Guerrero.
Earthquake, sorry, not a volcano.
Entonces, esto es algo que ya lo pusimos en Facebook y ya hablamos de ello, pero lo volvemos a compartir. Son las ondas gravitacionales que se sintieron después del terremoto que ocurrió en Guerrero, México.
So you see, from that volcano originating in, was that in Mexico or
But it's the state of Guerrero, which is on the coast. of
Guerrero? Isn't that war? Doesn't that mean war or something?
Yes, we went through this too.
Okay, so anyways, you see from there, the gravitational wave, it is traveling right up the DNA of our Mother Earth, right on both mountain ranges on both sides of the continent.
Entonces se puede ver ambos lados, es decir, cómo viaja por el ADN de la Tierra, cómo el inicio, el epicentro, manda estas fuerzas gravitacionales hacia los dos hélices.
But if you watch where most of the activity is happening, most of it is on the male side.
Y si se ve la actividad más amplia, se encuentra en el lado oeste masculino.
And most of that activity, or all of it, focuses right in so-called Alaska, goes right into the Aleutian Islands.
Y la mayoría se concentra en el así llamado Alaska, que va hacia las islas de la Ilusión.
So this is how I see and read in what I said about I am expecting that to happen. Just on the other side of the Aleutian Islands of Alaska, you see where it connects into so-called Russia there. I think that's Kathmandu, not Kathmandu. What was the river? There's a river there. We were talking about it. Kamchatka, not Ka, yeah. Thinking Kathmandu. Kamchatka River.
Y es del río Kamchatka en Rusia.
Yeah, so that's why I'm seeing from this previous earthquake, which was, when was that? A moon ago, moon and a half, 2 moons? Does it say?
This
on there?
last moon.
Last moon, yeah. Okay, so this is where how I guesstimate that it's going to happen around March or April.
Y ese es el terremoto que ocurrió hace una luna. Entonces es así como yo imagino que va a continuar o a afectar.
Because it's shaking it loose right now.
Porque está como sacudiéndolo en este momento.
But of course, it's coming into our winter, so it's going to freeze up.
Pero por supuesto que viene a nuestro invierno, entonces se va a congelar.
So this is the reason why I equate it to happening in March or April after the thaw.
Y es por eso que creo que va a pasar en marzo o abril después del descongelamiento.
But as we know, when there was that earthquake at the base of the Kamchatka basin, that was, I believe, a year ago or a year and a half ago. We talked about it here.
Y cuando hubo ese terremoto en la base del río Kamchatka, tal vez hace un año o más.
What happened was there at the tributary, there was all marine life was dead. It killed all marine life there. It was the water boiled so hot, it got so warm there that it killed it all off.
Lo que ocurrió es que hirvió tanto el agua que mató a la vida marina de ahí.
So it could happen before March or April. Thaw might not necessarily be needed for that to happen. It might happen just from the heat generated from within side of the earth.
Y podría ocurrir antes, inclusive con el calor generado del interior de la Tierra.
Anyways, all of us should just be paying attention to all this kind of stuff all the time. Number one thing for us as humans is what's the weather like?
Entonces tendríamos que poner atención a este tipo de cosas. Los humanos siempre se preguntan cuál es la temperatura del día.
Well, things like volcanoes and earthquakes are of the largest factors affecting our weather.
Y cosas como volcanos, terremotos, es lo que afecta nuestra temperatura.
Okay, so we'll leave that there unless there was anybody else. If not, now we're going to close up.
Entonces, a menos de que haya alguien más que quiera decir algo, vamos a cerrar.
If that's okay with everybody.
Si está bien con todo el mundo.
Okay. What a beautiful day today. We've had such an amazingly beautiful week. I couldn't express that enough to you. You might even think that I'm just bullshitting you. But when I say we've had an amazingly beautiful week, it's been one beautiful thing after another, amazing evolution. What we're going through, this is beautiful stuff.
Y no me canso de repetirlo, ha sido una semana muy hermosa y pueden pensar que les estoy contando historias, pero es algo bello tras otro, entonces es evolución.
This reminds me of what I wanted to address about what you said.
Y esto me recuerda lo que quería decir con respecto a lo que dijiste.
There was one reference that you gave that I have to address.
Hubo una referencia que diste que tengo que decir algo al respecto.
And when you were talking about a volcano, you said like the primordial
Instinct.
What?
I think I said, I don't, primordial or primal
Yeah, okay.
relationship with.
Yeah, okay, however you identified it, that right there refers, or in our minds, it kind of identifies something of old, ancient, the beginnings of earth.
Cuando hablaste de la fuerza primordial o primaria de la tierra, eso nos implica como algo viejo.
But volcanoes are never primordial or something old or ancient associated solely to the beginnings of our Mother Earth.
Pero los volcanes no es algo viejo que sea asociado al origen de nuestra madre tierra.
Volcanoes are the most recent manifestation of the evolution of our Mother Earth.
Sino que son la manifestación más reciente de la evolución de nuestra madre tierra.
And so that evolution is never a primordial or ancient or primitive thing.
Y esa evolución no es algo anciano, viejo.
So it may be sort of like, let's say, shoes.
Entonces puede que sea como zapatos.
When you're a baby, your shoes are this big.
Cuando eres bebé, tus zapatos son así.
You don't even use them.
Ni los usas.
The people just get baby shoes so that they can save them and show them to their kids when they get older.
La gente tiene zapatos de bebé para después enseñárselos a sus hijos cuando son más grandes.
Those shoes you never wear, but you got shoes when you're 1 year old. You got different shoes when you're 2, all the way up until right now. I can't wear my baby shoes on my feet. I gotta wear these big worn out moccasins.
Y obviamente hoy no puedo usar mis zapatitos de bebé, tengo que usar estos viejos mocasines.
So let's just say shoes are volcanoes.
Entonces digamos que los zapatos son volcanes.
So the first volcano when we had our baby shoes, yeah, that was, we can say, primordial.
Entonces los zapatitos de bebé son los primordiales.
It's ancient.
Los viejitos.
But hey, I'm still wearing shoes. They're not ancient.
Y hoy que uso zapatos que no son viejos.
Well, these ones are, but for me to fit now, it's got to be newer shoes.
Viejos nuevos.
So it's just to say, for us, again, remember, terminologies are of the utmost importance for us to really understand or have the proper perspective of the thing we're trying to understand.
Entonces hay que recordar que las terminologías son muy importantes para poder entender lo que tratamos de entender.
Volcanoes are feared.
Los volcanes normalmente dan miedo.
It's always something that is looked at as a negative for humans
Es algo que es visto como algo negativo para los humanos
in the non-native world.
en el mundo no indígena.
But when you observe people, such as the people on the islands of Hawaii, that they have been living with volcanoes, you could say ever since there's been people there for when? Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, always people there living with volcanoes.
Pero cuando se observa, por ejemplo, Hawái, que la gente desde el inicio ha estado acostumbrada a vivir con volcanes.
So to other people around the world, it's like volcanoes are, it's a no-no type of thing, get away.
Mientras que para el resto de la gente no quieren ni acercarse.
But as the people of Hawaii will identify, just their existence tells you that there's a constant interaction with humans, with volcanoes.
Pero la gente de Hawái diría que hay una interacción constante entre los humanos y los volcanes.
When evolution happens to our Mother Earth, humans have to work with that.
Y cuando la evolución ocurre en nuestra madre tierra, los humanos tienen que trabajar con ello.
Okay, so I'm not gonna say this specific right now, but we should look at identifying volcanoes with a more proper word that identifies them as an always constant, up-to-date evolutionary process, that it's not a primordial thing. So a proper word that will establish in our minds, not something of ancient, not something of fear, but something of new, of proper evolutionary change that we must work with.
Entonces tenemos que encontrar una palabra para identificar a los volcanes, no como algo viejo primordial, sino como algo que está actualizado y que implica la evolución de nuestra madre tierra.
And so right now, the knowledge of the people of Hawaii, or even the knowledge of the Mayan people, there's volcanoes there also. This knowledge right now
would be timely. It's the time for the people of Hawaii, the people who are the Mayan people or whoever are the peoples living around those, what is there, 3 volcanoes in Mexico, in that area?
You mean the
3 or 5?
Well, there are many.
Anyways, all the people living around there, it's time to share the knowledge of these things as to how the people evolved and grew with it and live with it.
Entonces, la gente que vive cerca de volcanes es el momento en el que compartan sus historias.
Okay, one last thing on this, about those big chunks of lava coming out of the volcano in the Canary Islands.
Y con respecto a estos grandes bloques que cayeron del volcán de las Islas Canarias,
Okay, you look at, if you got a cut, no, better example. If you blow your nose, sometimes, maybe we've all had this experience. One point in your life, you blow your nose, there's blood comes out of your nose.
a veces si se suenan la nariz, va a salir sangre.
You know what it's supposed to look like. It's supposed to be more liquidy. But when we do see chunks in our blood, we know that's not a good thing, right? This could be attributed to the equivalent of like blood clots.
Y sabemos que la sangre debe de ser líquida, pero si vemos cachos sólidos, es el equivalente a coágulos.
So just think of that. How could there be big chunks of lava 3 stories high when lava is liquid?
¿Y cómo puede haber cachos de lava sólida de 3 pisos de altura sabiendo que la lava es líquida?
We don't pour out water and expect it to, on a table, on a surface, and expect it to form something protruding out of the table.
No vamos a vertir agua esperando que el agua salga de la mesa o algo así,
We expect it to just go flat and go all over.
sino que va a caer, a esparcirse.
So the chunking of the lava in the volcano in the Canary Islands is something for us to be concerned about.
Entonces el hecho de que haya estos coágulos en la lava en las Islas Canarias es algo que nos debería de preocupar.
Okay, anyways, all of this, filter it all out yourself, try to make sense of it. See if we can get some different information over the next couple of weeks and see what we come back with at the next Reconstitution.
Entonces sí vamos a procesar eso y volver con más información para la próxima. Delfina, did you just raise your hand again?
Yeah, I just wanted to just talk. I really appreciate you saying, speaking about that, Stuart, about the words, because it's important. It's like I remember once somebody said, "What is it with women who look at the moon the way they do? They seem obsessed with the moon." It's that same kind of I think feeling of the words that's important. Like to me, like being there in Costa Rica, seeing the volcano there, and on the Big Island, it's a continuing, it's like a creatoress, right? It's like she is creating, like, so the words, like I agree, like ancient, primordial, there's got to be another word, but there's reverence when you're there. Like when I was seeing her flow on the Big Island, there's a reverence. There's flowers that are placed. There's sacred tobacco that is placed. And that's how I feel towards it. So I have this kind of like incredible love for great mother, so that's so anyway, I just wanted to say that, but maybe another word, that's something that we can use. And I don't know what the word is, but I just see it's great. It's like great mama is flowing. She's creating, she's delivering a baby. I don't know what that word would be other than ancient and primordial. But maybe that's something that could be talked about in the language class or something, but I don't know the word. The second part is about the Canary Islands and with, go ahead. Yeah, thank you for reminding me.
Entonces, agradece Delfina el hecho de que Stuart haya hablado de las palabras, porque a veces inclusive como hablamos de ay, la mujer que está loca, obsesionada con la luna, hey, es nada más su forma natural de comunicar con esta entidad que le da creación. Entonces, muchas veces utilizamos palabras que van a ser peyorativas o que no representan, entonces no sabría exactamente qué palabra utilizar, pero tendría que ver con el hecho de que este flujo es el flujo de la creadora, esta lava, este movimiento es en su creación constante, entonces es este bebé que están haciendo y algo tendría que decirse con respecto a eso, a esa imagen.
The second part is what you talked about with the Canary Islands with the volcano Cubra Viejo, which is kind of translated to old man or old caldera.
Y la segunda cosa que dijiste con respecto al volcán de Cumbre Vieja, que se traduciría como caldera, bueno, Cumbre Vieja, sí.
The big chunks that are actually erupting the way they are, the main concern right now is that pressure that's coming out is that if it's coming from and it has touched the water level, if it has touched the ocean water level, it is extremely dangerous.
Y de hecho la preocupación más grande de estos cachos de lava de los que estabas hablando es que ya tocaron el océano y eso es extremadamente peligroso.
That would be it could be something like an atomic bomb, hydrogen.
Que sería el equivalente casi como una bomba atómica, hidrógeno.
So I just felt like I needed to say that right now because the alert might be changing. Who knows? You know, we hope that it doesn't, but that's one of the big concerns, which is different than the Big Island. Like this one is different.
Sentí que necesitaba decir esto porque tal vez el nivel de alerta vaya a cambiar porque este caso es distinto.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, well, you just made me remember the obvious here of the what do they call it? The Atlantic current, the current that goes around the Atlantic. Okay, that volcano, where it's situated, this means that okay, where is it? No,
Me acabas de hacer pensar en la corriente de aire del
it's actually
Atlántico.
over here. I don't know why the hell they claim it as part of Spain.
Este volcán
Well,
Canary Islands is part of Africa. It sure as hell ain't part of Spain.
que está mucho más cerca de África y no de España,
But it shows the colonizing mind, the corrupted colonizing mind.
lo que muestra también la mente corrupta colonizadora.
But anyways, this is the current, the stream
Esta es la corriente.
goes like this.
Así va.
Okay, so right now, Canary Islands are the volcano in the Canary Islands is spewing lava directly into the ocean. There's a constant flow now.
Y ahora esta lava de este volcán va directo al océano.
So that means a lot of heat. The heat is turned up. They turned the thermostat up.
Esto significa que acaban de hacer que la temperatura aumente
Now it's just in one room of the house.
y nada más es un cuarto en la casa,
But here, the current of the Atlantic is basically like a heat pump. It's going to take the heat from there in that room where they turned the thermostat up, and it's going to move it all around throughout the whole house.
pero la corriente de aire va a tomar el calor que se acaba de encender en ese cuarto y lo va a llevar a toda la casa.
Okay, so we can guess what this is going to mean.
Entonces podemos adivinar lo que esto va a significar.
It's going to extend the hurricane season this year to maybe almost be constant, almost right until spring.
Va a extender la temporada de huracanes tal vez de aquí hasta la primavera.
But it could also, with the heating up of the Atlantic current,
Y también con el calentamiento de la corriente atlántica,
they call it a conveyor system.
que lo llaman como un sistema de intercambio,
That it will distribute the heat all around through. Next.
va a
I'll fix that.
distribuir el calor.
Basically, not really about focused over here in
Spain, Africa. It's really where that heat is going to go. Is it's going to come over here to a heat sink here on the East Coast and right up to Greenland, Iceland. This is going to affect Iceland.
Y no para
Greenland, I mean.
Y no para enfocarse aquí en África, sino que va a viajar hasta Groenlandia y la va a calentar.
Greenland is the place where they're afraid of, they're concerned of the ice shelves, the glaciers just slipping off into the ocean.
Y es en donde están preocupados de que los glaciares se deslicen hacia el océano.
This may hurry that along.
Y puede que esto lo acelere.
Okay, anyways, we go on and on and on. When we come back in 2 weeks, all of us, let's check, do some research this in the next couple of weeks as to volcanoes, all that kind of stuff. See what we come back with.
Entonces, por supuesto que podríamos seguir hable y hable, pero para la próxima ocasión, entonces que todas las investigaciones que hagamos las traigamos y las comparemos.
So it's a challenge for us to understand our Mother Earth,
Entonces es un desafío para que comprendamos a nuestra Madre Tierra
giving us the ability to work with her.
y que nos dé la capacidad de trabajar con ella.
So one of these things that Delphina said about when the lavas flow, like in Hawaii, that the people go there and give offerings, give gifts, give flowers. What that is people are giving love. This is what is needed to where our Mother Earth is experiencing these things. It needs the love of the people to return.
Entonces lo que está haciendo la gente cuando, lo que Delfina nos contó, cuando la lava escurre en Kilauea, la gente va a llevar ofrendas de tabaco, flores, la gente está dando amor, entonces esto es lo que esto pide.
Is love going to stop a volcano or an earthquake?
Y el amor va a detener a un volcán o a un temblor
We don't know.
No lo sabemos.
Right off the bat, anybody who just believes in physics, well, you could say no.
Y desde el inicio, quien crea en algo físico nada más, pues va a decir no.
But everybody knows that physics is not a constant thing.
Pero sabemos que lo físico no es algo constante.
There are so many factors that just in our own solar system that we can look at, so many examples as to, well, physics isn't a constant.
Hay tantos factores que podemos observar en nuestra vida que nos muestran que lo físico no es una constante.
When you're dealing with the living body of a life giver, of our Mother Earth, she does not work solely on physics. She works on her cycles of her mother, of Grandma Moon. She works on her cycles of Sky Woman. She works on her cycles of her emotions, of her ups and downs, of everything.
Cuando estamos hablando de nuestra Madre Tierra, que es la dadora de vida, no estamos hablando nada más de ella, sino de su interacción con nuestra abuela Luna, con la Mujer Cielo, con absolutamente todo.
So much for us to understand, and so we give thanks for this because we are discussing things that, well, probably nobody else on earth gets to discuss these things in this way, in constructive fashion outside of the restrictions of the academic world.
Y hay tanto que agradecer porque podemos hablar de estos asuntos sin tener ninguna restricción del mundo académico. And so you know, Tata and Hekatsin just connected.
Okay, well, it looks like we're gonna go longer. Let's just, okay, now that you're here, we're gonna give you a chance to make any kind of comment, statement you want, but it's gonna be a closing statement also because we were just about to close.
Tata y Hekatsin vemos que acaba de conectarse. Ya nos íbamos, pero por supuesto, como se acaba de conectar, le vamos a dar la palabra para que nos comparta lo que tenga que decirnos. Adelante.
Pues es muy grato saludar aquí desde la región de los volcanes Popocatépetl de Iztaccíhuatl, del centro de México. Y pues ya como comentas, ya pude entrar un poco tarde, pues por lo menos con todo gusto, con todo cariño, desde el centro de México para nuestros pueblos hermanos de Canadá, estos toquecitos de Atecocoli.
very nice to be saying hi to you. And from here, from this territory of the volcanoes of the Popocatépetl and the Islas the Valley of Mexico. And I want to say hi with these caracola sounds.
Pues sí, me da mucho gusto saludarlos desde esta región del centro de México. Ya tenía un tiempecito que no nos enlazábamos. Pues estuve haciendo varios recorridos y ceremonias en el centro de México, escribiendo en internet acerca de la guerra de independencia en nuestro país, porque ahora mes de septiembre pues fue tiempo de recordar ese enorme esfuerzo desplegado por nuestros pueblos originarios y la negritud.
And since this area of the Central Valley of Mexico, I am very happy because it's been a while that we haven't connected, and I have been very busy doing ceremonies and also writing a lot of stuff in the internet about the history of the Mexican independence, which is a great effort that the original peoples made along with the Black population of the country that nobody really pays attention or like gives the place to know more about.
Y para el próximo 20 de este mes, pues, que es nuestra gran abuelita Luna, pues realizaremos ceremonia especial en Chalcatzingo, un lugar que tiene que ver con nuestra cultura olmeca y este paso de transición entre la cultura olmeca y la cultura nahua.
And this coming October the 20th, which is going to be the day of the full moon, we're going to be doing a ceremony with our grandma. And it's going to be happening in Yalcatzingo, which is a place belonging to the Olmec culture. And it's going to be signaling the transition from the Olmec culture into the Anahuac culture.
Y luego el 27 de este mes, una ceremonia especial en homenaje a don Vicente Guerrero, este gran personaje de origen nahua negro que encabezó la guerra de independencia en el sur de México. Ahí estaré en Tierra Caliente de Guerrero.
And on the 27th, there's also an anniversary of Vicente Guerrero that was Nahua and from the Black community. And he's one of the ones that initiated the independence battles and the revolution basically on that territory of Guerrero. So I am going to be doing that ceremony there.
Porque esta región de Tierra Caliente, Sierra Madre de Sur y Costa Grande, fue donde hubo una alta resistencia contra la invasión española y donde mucho se luchó para que México fuera independiente.
Because this region that is on the Sierra Madre of the west that goes along and that is created a lot of mountains, a lot of valleys, the biggest resistance to the Spanish crown came from that region.
Y pues de allá soy yo soy de Tierra Caliente, de esta región antiquísima, milenaria, donde se da el paso del teocintle al maíz hace unos 9 o 10,000 años, por ahí cuentan nuestros abuelitos y abuelitas.
And that's where I am coming from, and this is called Tierra Caliente, meaning like warm land. And this is where my ancestors, my grandparents, they all come from.
Sí, ahí está el estado de Guerrero y a los lados, pues el río Balsas, que hoy se llama río Balsas, pero el nombre en agua es río Mezcala, Atoyatl Mezcala, y ahí donde está la flechita, un poquito más abajito, ahí está el río Balsas, y en ese lugar cuentan los biólogos, los genetistas, que es donde se da el paso del teocintli al maíz. En ese tiempo, 9 a 10,000 años aproximadamente. Entonces, pues, con todo gusto, de allá vengo yo.
And just here, we don't see it, but there's what is called today the Balsas River. And the archaeologists or the people that study the history, they say that it is in this region approximately 9,000 or 10,000 years ago that the teocintle, which was the grass from where the corn comes from, travel or transform into corn. So that's what the researchers have been saying about this region.
Y probablemente en diciembre realice un recorrido a la frontera de México, Guatemala, por la volcancita Tacaná. Para hacer un
Perdón, Tata, que
Perdón,
Katsin,
Tata, que
se
Katsin,
nos fue. Se nos fue un poquito la conexión.
Oh, sí. Ah, bueno, y luego ¿ya se escucha?
It's coming back.
Perdimos la conexión. Si nos da un segundito para que regresemos, le vamos a tener que pedir que nos repita lo que nos dijo porque no le escuchamos, perdón.
Fue allá.
Ok.
Ya,
¿Sí?
perdón, ya estamos de vuelta en nuestro internet que ya se cansó.
Pero sí, pues, digo de vuelta, mucho gusto, pues su servidor de G-Katsin es de Tierra Caliente y entonces pues, pero pues el camino me ha traído al centro de México, a Guatemala y entre otros pues probablemente en diciembre pueda ir en diciembre o entre diciembre y marzo ir a la frontera de México, Guatemala, para recorrer la volcancita Tacaná.
Okay, so I come from this region, but the path has brought me from all different regions until I got established here where I am along the volcanoes. And the path is maybe bringing me soon, hoping to the border of Mexico, Guatemala, to go on the volcano. ¿Cuál es el nombre del volcán de nuevo? ¿La volcano?
Es la volcana Tacaná. Volcana Tacaná.
Tacaná.
Sí. Y ahí, pues, si las circunstancias lo permiten, pues ahí será un reencuentro que ya nos conocemos, pero es un reencuentro de vuelta con abuelitos mayas, mam.
And if the circumstances allow it, that would be great because we already know each other, but it's with Mayan grandparents.
Sí, así es, pero digo ahorita ya, mientras tanto, pues en estos próximos días, lo que ya comenté, el 20 de este mes, pues con nuestra gran abuelita Luna, estaremos el 20 en Chalcatzingo, Morelos, y luego el 27 en Tierra Caliente para conmemorar a don Vicente Guerrero, de origen nahua negro.
So as I said, that's in a little bit further future, but in the next future is the ceremony with our Grandma Moon on the 20th. That is going to be happening in Chalcatzingo, Morelos, and on the 27th in the Tierra Caliente, the warm land, for Vicente Guerrero.
Así es, pues es muy grato saludarlos en este día, en esta hora sagrada.
I'm very happy to say hi to you in this day and in this sacred hour.
Y pues con todo gusto, unos pequeños toquecitos de el águila. Y más abajito, pues el cóndor, ¿no? Pero nosotros somos águila. Gracias.
With a lot of love, these little screams from the eagles. I mean, it could be also from the condor, but here in the territory, we are more eagles. So there it goes. And thank you.
I have a question for you. How many active, alive volcanoes are there in your area?
Yo tengo una preguntita para usted. ¿Sabe cuántos volcanas aproximadamente haya activas, vivas en el territorio?
Bueno, hay que conozco 3 volcanas, pero hoy por hoy ninguna activa. O sea, digamos que esté, digamos, con procesos eruptivos. Volcán, ahí a un lado de Volcán de Fuego de Colima, ahí está una volcana, pero tiene ya mucho tiempo no activa. Luego en el centro de México, pues la gran volcancita Iztaccíhuatl, que tuvo actividad acá por 1860 más o menos. Y la volcancita que espero visitar, que está en la frontera de México-Guatemala, que tampoco está activa así aparentemente, pero sí ha tenido, las tres han tenido actividad volcánica, pero en estos tiempos están tranquilitas.
What I know is three. So there is the volcano, and just remember that he says female volcano, so that's really nice. We have one in Colima, then we have another one that is the Iztaccíhuatl that hasn't been really active since the 1800s. And then we have the one that I'm hoping go meet, which is in the border between Mexico and Guatemala.
Sí, sí comentan que eso de que no se vea que estén activas, no quiere decir que no tengan actividad geológica.
As what I know is that they are not active in the way that they are not going through eruptic processes right now, but that doesn't mean that they don't have any geological or volcanic activity.
Tienen procesos, dicen los geólogos, procesos hidrotermales muy importantes.
And the geologists say that they have hydrothermal processes that are really important.
O sea, esto quiere decir pues que están, digamos, tranquilas en apariencia.
And it means that they are apparently quiet.
Así como, por ejemplo, hoy estamos observando no sé si sea Volcán o Volcana, que está, la que llaman acá de España, pero ya ven que ella o él están muy activos en esas últimas semanitas.
Because as you can see, the volcano, I don't know if it's a her or a him, because there's the volcano with a female and volcano with a male. So, but it's been very active lately.
Por ejemplo, bueno, hablando del volcán pareja de Iztaccíhuatl, Popocatépetl Tlaloc, él tiene una actividad muy importante del centro de México hacia Guerrero, Michoacán.
And if we talk about the couple of the Iztaccíhuatl, which is the Popocatépetl, he has a very important activity from there along to Michoacán and Guerrero that are in the coast.
Sí, por ejemplo, aquí si el volcán Popocatépetl está echando humo, un poco de proceso pues eruptivo, en Guerrero, Michoacán, no hay sismos o son sismos menores, pero si el volcán Popocatépetl dura un tiempo sin arrojar humito, erupción, entonces hay alto riesgo de que sí se dé un fuerte terremoto en Guerrero, Michoacán, como ya ha ocurrido.
And right now, I mean, the Popocatépetl has like a constant exhalation, do we say, like a fuming of its smoke. And that's the reason why there's no many earthquakes in Michoacán, Guerrero. But if it stopped having the smoke coming out at that moment, yes, there's a higher risk of having earthquakes in the region.
Se sabe, por ejemplo, que la Sierra Madre del Sur de pues, México, que surgió hace por acá unos 66 millones de años, fue un proceso paralelo con las montañas rocallosas de Estados Unidos.
And we know that the Sierra Madre del Sur, so the mountains that are in the west coast in the Pacific, that came out approximately around 66 million years ago, was a conjunction of evolutionary process with the Rocky Mountains on like higher.
Sí, bueno, y en el caso de nuestro país, hablando pues de dos volcanes, que es la pareja del volcán de fuego de Colima y de la pareja de Popocatépetl, que es Iztaccíhuatl, pues son parte del eje neovolcánico, que le calcula más o menos una antigüedad de que se formó como eje neovolcánico le calculan más o menos 20 millones de años.
And the female volcano to the fire volcano that is in Colima, as well as Iztaccíhuatl, that is the female volcano to Popocatépetl, they both are in what they call the neovolcanic axis. And they say that it's been there approximately for 20 million years.
Y nuestra volcancita Iztaccíhuatl, pues dentro de ese contexto de los 20 millones de años, dicen los geólogos que tiene como 12 millones de años que emergió, que surgió.
And the Iztaccíhuatl, our little female volcano here, the geologists say that it's around 12 million years ago that she emerged.
Y hacia el sur de México, en tierras de Michoacán, pues tenemos el volcán más joven del mundo, que es el Paricutín, que hizo erupción durante 10 años a partir de 1943.
And in the southern part of Michoacán, we have the youngest volcano of the world, that is the Paricutín, that made eruption for 10 years, starting in 1943.
Y pues es por eso que en tierras de México, para no ir más lejos, pues somos parte del cinturón de fuego.
And that's why in Mexico, not to go far away from here, we are part of the Ring of Fire.
Es decir, que nacimos en un territorio sísmico volcánico.
Meaning that we were born in a territory that is with earthquakes and volcanoes.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Wow, yeah, thank you for that. I don't know if you caught the last part of our conversation before you got here. We were talking about volcanoes, earthquakes, all that kind of stuff.
No sé si había escuchado un poquito de nuestra conversación antes de que usted llegara, porque justo estábamos hablando de temblores, de volcanes.
So I'm not going to go back over all the stuff we discussed, but in a nutshell, we're challenging ourselves to pay attention to the earthquakes and volcanoes in the next coming weeks. From here on, all of us should be make ourselves experts on these things.
Y dijimos que de aquí a la próxima vez que nos vayamos a encontrar deberíamos estar poniendo atención a todas las cuestiones que tengan que ver con terremotos, volcanes y tratar de hacer investigación para venir a presentar evidencia que hayamos encontrado.
So the next time we're back in 2 or 3 weeks, we're going to come back and we're going to discuss about this stuff.
Entonces la próxima vez que nos juntemos vamos a hablar de eso.
I don't want to be, not to be disrespectful or anything, but we do have to end. We're starving to death here. We're tired. We've been going now for how long? 5 hours.
Y bueno, obviamente no queremos faltar al respeto a nadie, pero ya íbamos a cerrar, estamos con hambre, ya llevamos 5 horas aquí.
So, I'm going to ask you if you're available, if you don't mind, the next time that we gather here, that's 2 Sundays from now, if you could join us to share in all this information about our combined knowledge about the life forces of our mother's geological activities.
Entonces le pediría de favor, si usted puede, que venga a juntarse con nosotros en 2 semanas de nuevo en esta ceremonia para poder hablar de esta proceso ceremonial que es la fuerza de vida de nuestra madre tierra con sus movimientos y sus flujos.
All right, so we're gonna, like I said, I apologize, but we're gonna have to end now.
Y de nuevo una disculpa, pero vamos a cerrar.
But there's one thing I just remembered when Delfina was speaking.
Pero hay algo ahora que acabo de recordar cuando Delfina estaba hablando.
Okay, we know that Mount Kilauea, that they're trying to put like you said, a telescope there, right?
Sabemos que en el volcán de Kilauea quieren poner un telescopio, ¿no?
And that you said that they were trying to do the same thing on the Canary Islands where this volcano is happening. Am I correct in what I heard you say?
Y dijiste que querían poner un telescopio también en este volcán de las Islas Canarias. ¿Estoy diciendo lo correcto, Delfina?
But what's interesting is the one on the Big Island is not Kilauea, it's Mauna Kea.
So what they want to do is they wanted to build it on Mauna Kea, which is actually the highest mountain in the world, other than the Himalayas, from the ocean to the top. So there are sister volcanoes, Mauna Kea and Cubra Viejo. So both of the, I guess, like the Astronomy Society wanted to put these 10-meter telescopes on either of them. So they've been playing kind of like a tag back and forth, like a game, almost like badminton. It's almost like Mauna Kea says nope, because it's our drinking water for the entire island. And if you do something to Mauna Kea, it could also, she could blow, and she could activate all the other volcanoes, which is Kilauea. Now, the one that is erupting right now, Kilauea, keeps a regular flow going. Like she's a caldera that like she will fill up, and then she will like bottom out, and then a couple of years later she'll fill up again. So she's been going up 6 months, coming back. 2 years ago, she went straight to the sea, and a lot of the houses disappeared, including lakes on the Big Island when Kilauea went. But Kilauea is regulating also the Mount Mauna Kea. So yes, there's a connection between Mauna Kea and Cubra Viejo and the Canary Islands, but Kilauea is the one that actually regulates for the entire planet.
Entonces no es en el Kilauea que querían poner el observatorio, sino en Mauna Kea. Y Mauna Kea es la volcana hermana de las Islas Canarias. Entonces es una de las montañas más altas. Es por eso que la querían para el observatorio. Pero entonces empezaron a jugar como un partido de bádminton, porque en el Mauna Kea estamos hablando de la fuente de agua potable más prístina para Hawái, y obviamente por eso no lo quieren ahí. Entonces dijeron, bueno, vamos a Cumbre Vieja para las Islas Canarias, y empezaron a estar así por un tiempo. Pero lo que es un hecho es que el pulmón, o digamos la fuente central para el mundo, es el volcán Kilauea.
And yes, they are male and female volcanoes. The one currently in Cubra Viejo, which is on the east of the Sahara Desert in Africa, which has been colonized by Spain, that is the male volcano. He's called the Old Man, El Viejo, Caldera Viejo.
Y este volcán de Cumbre Vieja, que está en las Islas Canarias, es un volcán macho, masculino, y que fue colonizado por España.
The one next to the island in Canary Island, which they're concerned because they can all activate, which I went to, is La Tieda, and she is the grandmother.
Y hay otra volcana que podría ser activada, que es como la abuelita.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, there's, as we know, even though we're not volcanologists, or none of us are studying that, we're not professionals in that field, this is human observations that anyone can make, that it's our responsibility to be observing our mother's geological activities like this.
Y como sabemos, aunque no seamos volcanistas, ¿cómo se dice? Volcanologistas, que estudiemos volcanos, tenemos que estar observando lo que ocurre en los movimientos de nuestra madre tierra.
Okay, anyways, we're gonna close now.
Y vamos a cerrar ahora.
What is this? We tried now, what, 3 times?
5.
We're gonna close now.
Volcano talk.
So anybody, you're hearing what our one of our topics of discussion is going to be at the next time. So try to gather up as much information. If you have somebody who knows of these things, try to see if they're willing to come to the next Reconstitution session.
Y si hay alguien que ustedes conozcan que saben más de estas cosas, invítenles a venir al próximo encuentro.
Okay, we're not waiting any longer. We're closing.
Y ahora sí, vamos a cerrar. Hey, Wakatsanuni, Agüeko Gonumwe, Dano Runumwe, Skatne, Condor, Dano Agüex, Gatsanhayan. Estamos contentos que las dadoras de vida y los protectores de vida pudieron hacer este consejo, ceremonia de el cóndor y el águila. We are happy that the life givers and the life protectors could come together for this council of the condor and the eagle. Edith Yujet, Sista Soko, Tanaxota en Dayesco Panchita, Tanodegan Axota en Dayesco Celsa, Zapo Tecnio Gonzagi, Mexican Wanerista, Yanatayuni Yankina Sadista, Antajaragi, Ganosasne, Anyangahaga Garnawagi, Newisio Gonzagi, Nawaragi, Kawanoge, Tenichi Nowarado, Garuma Garia Queso, Anayonkisota, Santaneca Garacua, Anayonkisani, Gonzagi, Tanaguego Scat Negunue. Queremos agradecer a la Mujer Cielo, a nuestra abuelita Luna, a nuestra Mami Tierra y a todas las dadoras de vida. We want to give thanks to Sky Woman, Grandma Moon, Mama Earth, and all of the life givers. Karanyuago de nosa Whiskara, Sinigaña Tarageru, a Huego Unumpuasu, a los gemelos, a las aguas, a las medicinas y a todas nuestras relaciones en buen espíritu. To the twins, to the waters, to the medicines, and to all of our relations in good spirit. Asa Nikatarage, Neganyangahagan, Tanowenyo Honsage, Yadiñato, Yonatahio, y Ganrotiscaruage, Ayunkiatagen, Hadandawaron Hetsera, Neahuecahuatzire, Katsanhaya, Neonquinsta, Honsage. Y le agradecemos al verdadero espíritu de los clanes que nos permitan traer de vuelta los consejos familiares, nacionales. Entonces son los clanes de la tortuga, el lobo y el oso que nos permiten interactuar. We want to give thanks to the spirit of the clans, the turtle, wolf, and bear, and we ask them to help us bring back the true spirit of the councils in our families, in our nations. Jagun sisi de Ganahuita, Huego Diane, Ranorotiane, Yohahio, Ganigurio, Kayandawana, Gayandara Saragoa, the Notegini de Yohade, Ayunkia Tagen, Hadandawa, and Hetserane, Gasasansara, Tukundo Hetseragawas, and Ogayandawana, Gasastansara, Rodiska Naragete, Dano Origuio, Skana, Gasastansara, Dano Daribo Warishunsera. Yeah. So we want to give thanks to Jagun Sese, the Ganahuida, to all of the peacemakers, female and male, that work to do the great law of peace and the Turo Wampum. And we ask them to assist us to bring back the balance between the female and male powers and the true spirit of truth, peace, power, and righteousness. Y le damos las gracias a todas las mujeres y hombres jefe que trabajaron por traer la paz y para que pudiéramos tener la gran ley de la paz y las herramientas como el Wampum de 2 vías para extenderlo al resto de la gente. Y le pedimos a estos espíritus que nos ayuden a que podamos traer de vuelta la verdad, la paz, el poder de la gente unificada y el buen camino, así como el equilibrio entre los poderes femeninos y masculinos. Ranonogate Nayodaxa, eres awet, eres awet, eres awet. Toganinayate Nasawanigura.
Yeah, all right. Mucho gusto.
Buen provecho.
Anzija Datko.
Dadrijan Gata.